korang tahu tak apa benda yang korang cakap, apa benda yang korang komen dekat player tu semua boleh bagi impak juga kat performance diorang, guys. Sebab tu ada orang cakap yang kita ni sebagai supporter, kita ni adalah player ke-6. Faham tak, guys? Player ke-6. Jangan toksik. Ya, jangan toksik, guys. Someone
Engar rent tersalah
ya, bang.
kopi betul ke?
Saya datang sekejap situ. Okay, sekejap. On the way. Sekejap Sabar. Sekejap lagi aku baca kau punya SB. Sabar sekejap.
Dude, kill me, man. Like, he on both. I think this is the play. Oh my goodness. That does not need a speed up. That needs a pause, a slow. It needs frame by frame. That's how insane Kioli was. Dude, even this one, like, I know they had that for SRG, the Malaysians out there, but then you have a big just kind of support for Team Liquid Philippines coming into this for MSC. And of course, Coach Midnight, you guys talked about it so much in the drafts. You know, we got he's a trainer. Yeah, dude, he's a trainer of the Philippines. He's a mastermind is what he is. I mean, who would have thought Raphael in the mid lane? Who would have thought that upset against TL? Only Midnight, man. Only Midnight. But then, it's a good thing, like, not a good thing. It's more like Onyx bringing the brand to be like, hey, you know what? We still got to control this. We still got to hold the throne. Onyx showed up against Entity 7. And, you know, fun fact, like, they are not the champions in this group. And, hey, maybe that's why they've been looking so good. Because, as we know, number 2 is usually the hungriest.
Yeah, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Satu. 1, 2, 3. Magic.
Then we end up the day here. This was a sweep. I mean, I was filming content for this, but I did get a peek at what was going on here with this last match yesterday. And I would say, you have these upsets that started off the day, but then, of course, I feel like with the last 2 matches especially, you kind of had more of a, this is kind of what we expected. Yeah, can there be a bounce back for the teams that lost?
I was gonna say,
FOMO, guys.
Incredible here in the
guys, yang baru masuk bantu tap screen, guys. Warga TT, warga YT. Dah 1080 WS. Baik, siap. WS tu. Jangan lupa follow Ash, guys. Ash Todak nama TikTok dia, guys. Pergi follow Ash Todak. Jam berapa main? Pukul 5, guys. Pukul 5.
Games in a row to what many were surprised at here in the Rafaela, the pick of Midnight and this team to really surprise who made it consider a favorite to return and defend their title. We had a chance to talk with the coach of Team Liquid, Ayuh, to get out.
Salam Rin, waalaikumsalam. Kizra, mantap Rin, mantap main KL. Thank you for the follow, Kizra. Thank you for the follow.
Loss, by the way. I think everyone was quite surprised. Could you talk us through what perhaps happened in that particular match?
I think overall it's a mismatch of game plans.
Mismatch of game plan?
All in on the early game, I think everyone can tell. And we are hoping that we can hold them off, because if we can hold them off, I'm sure we will win the games. But obviously we didn't, and they snowballed throughout both games. So wrong game plan by us, I guess.
Okay, so coming into this, were you surprised with that early game plan coming in from Aurora?
Pindah sini pula, kat sana tadi silau.
This is what they always like to do.
Yang mana yang baru masuk, selamat datang. Terima kasih kerana hadir.
Oh, kat sana. Oh, okey. Pindah sini, lepak sini santai-santai.
Yang mana yang bagi salam. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Our game plans and
Good
let's see
evening.
Were you surprised though? I mean, obviously
guys, yang baru masuk bantu tap screen, guys. Yang baru masuk bantu tap screen, guys.
Was that something of a surprise to you?
Selamat pagi.
Thank you for the gift, Ame, Wan, Lid Rahman. Thank you for the gift.
They also bring out Angela Min, I think, in their region.
Dia tak ada malam.
So we knew they like unorthodox draft.
Nak tengok
That's
SRG
going to be
pecahkan
different.
kunci esok.
And to be honest, that's the biggest thing for us, because regardless of opponent, it's just a different play style, right?
Yes.
And for them, they have one of the most
Bukan. Esok dia tak
and they
pecahkan.
played really well today. So
Abang Lot.
Okay. Do you have maybe a message to Coach Midnight?
Abang Lot.
Tapi tak mungkin lah dekat.
Well played.
Ada viewer saya, dia kata dia nak pindah sini sebab dekat live abang silau sangat, dia cakap.
The one thing that you feel like you need to repair
Dia kata live abang Lot silau, besar sangat muka dia, dia cakap.
Do you think it's just
Takkan aku nak pakai
specific
wig
to
kot.
Aurora, or you might have to revisit
sampai
some
Balot
other
pakai
game
wig,
plan
guys.
to specific teams as well?
Tak, benda dia orang tengah borak macam ni. Apa nak dengar? Dia orang nak dengar penjelasan daripada kita. Dia orang bukannya faham pun apa yang dia orang tengah borak. Banyak soal jawab sedang berlaku. Bila soal jawab, kita bukanlah besar-besar. Tunjuk muka kita yang tengah menjawab soalan.
Dengar tu.
And yeah.
Best
Bagi
of
dia
luck
orang tak
for the
penting
next
pun apa
matches.
yang
Do you
host
have a
tengah
message
bercakap
before
tengah
we go?
interview ni.
Thank you for everyone that supported us. I'm sorry for this
Still afternoon.
disappointing
Hey, Mr. Pilot Jalan
result.
Raya. Papa
Yang baru masuk waktu tag screen guys
do better.
We're
Hari ni
excited for the
siapa je
comeback.
main?
Thank you so much, Coach.
Kita
Back to
stand
you.
by next.
Hari ni ada 4 match.
Everybody's got a plan until they get
Next.
That is
First match
probably the
First
best way to
match
sum that
adalah
one up nicely.
perlawanan
That's a
di
good way to
antara
Come on lah guys, bagilah
No, I think
beruang muka
everybody
aku
is going to have to
terpampang
deal with
muka
that because we've
handsome aku
talked
lebih
about this.
Jap, tadi
I
social
think
bus hantar apa
being
Sabar
around
jap, aku check balik
right
social bus aku.
now allows everyone to just kind of have this
Perempuan tengah happy
personality
tengok
when it
muka
comes to the
aku macam
draft.
ni.
And yeah, you might get
Mungkin dia nak
faced by a
tengok
different
Athena
personality from each team
Buat apa
because
dia tengok Athena?
this is, I feel like,
Hari
again,
ni
one of my
yang
favorite
ditunggu
metas that
semua
we've
orang
had in a
juara
while.
Indo versus
I would say
Falcon
one of
Beach.
the
Dengar-dengar
defining
Rin
traits of
tersalah
this
minum
meta
kopi,
is
betul
Hari
ke?
ni juga.
it gives
Match
more
number 3,
advantages on many different
Tersalah
stages
minum
of the game.
kopi.
Before this, the
Laki.
biggest advantage is for that late
Yeah.
game because of
Abang Lot.
the timers. But now,
Macam mana viewer saya boleh tahu ni?
Apa tu?
enabling you to get
Dia
more
hantar
goals out of
SB.
the jungle,
Dia
right?
cakap
And also
dengar-dengar
not a
Rin
lot of
tersalah
goals from
minum
the jungler
kopi.
as well. So before this, if you win the
Siapa
early game,
yang bagi
you
tahu
can't
korang
really
ni?
take advantage of that by expanding the goal lead.
Kopi
But now you
keluar
can.
ke?
So I feel like that really opens up quite a lot of strategy. And you know,
Woi.
in hindsight, after seeing the first
Aib aku
few
tersebar
days
di mana-mana
here, I feel
tu.
like that was the right way to balance the game, making it
Ya
so that if you want to play early game, you have
Allah.
something to fight for.
Things we'll find out as we head into
First match
the
apa
action for
balas?
today.
Apa
And
benda
it's quite
tu,
on
guys?
your screen in just a moment so we can show you what it looks like
Saya
after
sampai
visiting
makan
this
painkiller tadi. Lepas
group
Jumaat saya
2
makan
days
painkiller
ago.
baru
We saw
nampak
Group B
kopi kau.
yesterday.
Boleh,
Now
boleh,
it's
tak ada
Group A
masalah.
to
Saya tak
remind
tahu
you of the
painkiller
results
ni
of
guys,
the
first match kita hari ni
PH.
True Reapers lawan Guangzhou
Malam
Gaming.
tadi balik.
Spirit. We
Weh,
will see
parah tu. Malam
those
tadi
True
kita
Reapers
tak
daripada
boleh malam
India ke guys
makan
Starting
painkiller
off,
dan
True
tidur
Rippers and
nyenyak.
Guangzhou Gaming.
Lawan dengan
Dua
China,
malam
China.
saya tak dapat tidur
Guangzhou Gaming
yang-
China.
At Group A, this is
Tidur
a
yang orang kata
knockout
apa?
game. This
Okey,
will
okey,
send
okey.
somebody
Iya
from
bang,
the
aku
tournament
baru
from
masuk.
the
Oh
tournament.
Aziza,
So
welcome to the stream Aziza.
Ini
it's a
adalah match
scary
today,
day,
eh.
but it's also an
Today's
exciting
schedule
day. You've
nampak
got to
True
bring your
Reapers
best and
Guangzhou
love
Gaming.
nice.
Vamos Spirit
Yeah, I've
pukul
got to go ahead
6.30.
and agree with Eterna. You know, on the
Vitality
feels of
Falcon
this,
pukul
you get to
8.
this point in the
Hala
competition,
vamos, let's go Hala vamos.
Gaming.
have to start going home.
Rata
you know,
kiri
and for
ke?
this, it's
Janganlah,
gonna be that
vamos
first
kiri
match
kan.
opening up
Jangan
today,
tanya-tanya
True
lagi lepas ni
Rippers
siapa,
or
lepas ni
Guangzhou
siapa.
Gaming.
Aku
I
akan
think
jadi
both of them
manusia
had
yang
a
paling
really challenging
mahal
first
nanti.
match for
Paling
MSC.
garam.
Yeah.
And so I feel like this,
Sikit-sikit nak
you
malu.
can take it as, did they learn from that experience and what do they take to adjust going into
SRG
this match?
lawan
Because
apa?
now,
Melaka
tournament lines are
United.
on the line. I gotta say,
Melaka
between
United.
both teams, I am very much impressed by Guangzhou Gaming.
Melaka
Even though they
yang period
lost
sebelah tu pula,
against
Razi,
Team
period
Falcons,
tu, yang
but
sebelah
they
tu.
made Team Falcons really fight for it,
Apa
especially when it comes to the
saya
early
buat
game.
keputusan yang
The
bijak untuk
reason
pindah
why
sini.
Guangzhou
Ya,
lost,
Susano.
they
Ya.
couldn't extend that
Oh,
lead. They
jangan
got
libatkan
kills,
Kelantan kat
but
sini,
they didn't
eh.
get turtles.
Kelantan
In
semuanya
the
manis-manis
jungle,
tau.
they didn't get
Lawa-lawa.
turtles and such like that. So,
Ah,
I wanted to
ini
see,
yang kalah first
yes,
match
you win
rosak
the
kunci
early,
ya
but
Aziza.
what do you do
Yang
with that?
kalah first match
That's the
kunci
maturity I want to see
pecah
from
eh.
Guangzhou. I want
Kunci
to
pecah,
add real
kunci
quick
pecah.
too, I was impressed. Game 2 of True Rippers because game 1 it felt
kunci
like they
pecah,
were
eh,
kind of
kunci
nervous.
pecah.
You know, I feel like they first time on the international stage.
Lepas,
They got a huge community behind their
discount.
back. And then game 2 was
Yang belum
rather
follow dulu guys. Yang belum
against
follow
a team
dulu.
like
Yang belum
Team
subscribe
Vitality.
dekat
And then
YT.
they lost it.
Subscribe dulu, subscribe dulu.
Game on the Moscow, so maybe they can take what they
Jangan
did
tanya lah
best in
kenapa
game
tak
2
tunggu. Kalau
and
tunggu
then
aku
bring it
tak
into the
jadi
match
abang Lord. Aku
against
jadi abang
Guangzhou.
turtle.
Well, let us know what you're leaning
Hi,
towards.
Fatima.
Both
Welcome to the stream,
sides of
Fatima.
life for both teams who had tough matchups, but now one is going to prevail, one won't. So make sure to get your pick'ems in. You
Wait,
have a few
aku nak
minutes
tanya
before
korang lah.
it closes.
Kan?
So let us know. You think True Rippers are taking it? Is it GZG
Aku nak tanya
that's going
korang
to
lah. Aku
stay
nak minta
alive
korang
in this
bagi
tournament?
pendapat.
You let us know. The
Kalau korang
pick'ems will
tengok
tell you the
aku dengan
results
Rin
in just a few
sentiasa
moments before the
berjalan
match. But
berdua.
get those in
Kan sentiasa
right
stream
now.
berdua, nobar
Conversation in the
berdua,
green room. We kind of start the
mabar
days with these
berdua.
conversations.
Korang boleh
and
tak bagi satu
incredible
nama
shout out
untuk
to
kami
Maui as
berdua?
well, who's helping
Betul
us
guys.
with the editorial
Nama aku
side
dengan
of
Abang Lord
things.
guys. Bagi cadangan, bagi cadangan. Nama aku dan Abang Lord.
International
Nak panggil tim
tournaments
ni
are
sebagai
difficult
tim
for
apa?
anybody, but for your debut, and a lot of the players on True Rippers are debuting.
Yang dekat YT
in
boleh bagi
international
cadangan.
tournaments.
Yang dekat TT boleh bagi cadangan.
Pretty good.
Kantin?
Oh,
Apa benda
it's
tu
tough to say after
kantin?
one match.
Is
You
it
know?
not? It's not enough time to
Salam dari
see.
Jawa
It's not
Barat.
enough
Waalaikumsalam.
evidence. You know what I
Amin.
mean? I feel like any team, any
Loring.
players that
Loring.
first make their way way into the
Hujan
international
lot.
stage, and it's the
Tak
first time
sedap. Dia
for a
kena
lot of
satu
people
nama
really
yang
to see
dua
them. It's
kacip, tak
just
kacip.
one game's
Kacip
not enough,
lagi
and a game against a
si
team like
Saiful.
Team Vitality, like
Saiful dengan
you
Moon,
want
nama
more
dia
from them,
Full
man.
Moon lah, Full
Hopefully,
Moon.
again, we get to see what that case is going to
Bulan
be here.
penuh, bulan
It's
penuh.
just unfortunate that it's so
Boring
brutal
tu.
this stage where it's like
Mentadak,
if you
mentaduk.
get 2
Upin
losses,
ipin.
you're pretty much done
Luck
for
Rain.
MSC. So
Luck hujan.
Hopefully they can make it come together
Apa lah
here,
Rain tu?
but I think that's one of the things. There isn't enough evidence yet to really put them in a
Oh, sebab
perfect
topi
place.
laki.
And when we talk about getting punched in the face, you just hope that a game like this for both these teams who haven't had too much time,
Botak dan batak.
it gives them a little bit more time in the game, right? Let's
Sedap
learn
juga botak-botak,
some
guys.
things and to not just have to react so heavily in game 2 and risk going home.
Sedap juga,
That's
guys.
a bad reaction.
Yeah, I gotta say,
Orang tua, tak.
since we're
Rain
looking
tak
at
tua, Rain baru
Guangzhou gaming
27.
just now,
Ah.
I want to talk a little bit
Bagi
about
dah nama
recall,
sedap
especially
yang
game
gempak-gempak
one
sikit,
when
guys.
using the Nolan, where Nolan is.
Bagi nama
Nolan
macam
is
tu.
now, but the only reason we haven't seen him just because Ling is
Tak sedap
open
tu,
and
tak sedap.
Ferrari is
Nama
still
tak
open.
dapat
So
lagi.
we'll
Diorang ada
see
bagi suggestion,
when
bang.
people go
Middle
to
age
that
man, diorang
end,
cakap.
because I gotta
Middle
say,
age man.
their draft was
Ombak rindu.
unorthodox, but based
Tim
on what
Vamos
Aurora
kalah
already
50-50
did,
kali.
I feel like for now, the draft
40-60,
is
Vamos
in a state of
40.
limbo where there's no
Bang.
tiers, but it's really
Yeah.
about
Open
interacting
dipin.
with what the other teams want to do.
itu dah
And it's
sini
not
dah
even
bagi tahu dah.
a
Open
hero-hero
dipin.
interaction.
Oh,
Sometimes
okay,
it is
okay,
just a hero
Tak okey
team
tak okey
reaction, right?
Vamos skor apa Rin? 6.5, 6.5.
Memang
All
dah
of
ada
the heroes
dalam
are early.
panggung.
Yeah.
We'll win the game before you get a chance to buy
Badai
back.
rindu.
This is a great talking point. I'm sure we're going to hear it a lot
Berdua
today, especially
denganmu.
as True Rippers get ready to
Hujan
take the
kesilauan.
stage. This is a team that is, like I mentioned earlier, got not so much
Baik
international
doh, hujan
experience, but is
kesilauan.
performing, as many would
Itu
say,
menarik.
very well. Can they continue and get a win? Can they
Hujan kesilauan.
actually
Warga
win
YQ
this
boleh
set?
tahan
That's the
korang
question
ni.
I think True Rippers are going to be
Dua
asking
benda,
themselves.
botak
Their
dan
road to get
batak.
to EWC also
Terima
hasn't
kasih,
been
Rin.
easy, but it's
Hujan
one that we should pay
kesilauan.
Oh,
attention
sama-sama.
to.
Betul-betul.
Tak ada hal,
Maybe
Coach, tak ada
play
hal.
their last match.
Midlife crisis. Wih, nama korang relax sikit tu.
Botak lah bang. Dua pembawa kekalahan. Aduh, dua pembawa kekalahan. Bagai
Hello
laut
everyone,
dan
Timmy
angin.
here from Team True Reapers. We are the winners of
keren.
MLS
Love
Season
you, love
1.
you.
We're the
Hadir,
first
welcome
team
Aku
to
selalu
represent
top
India
3 tu, guys.
at MSC
Bakso
and
malang.
EWC.
Fans Abang Lot semua tak toxic. Ya tu.
Duo kritik.
Alright, let's go. Badai rindu, hujan basah lejut. Ini apa nak buat? Apa cerpen ke?
Game Malaysia ada guys, ada guys.
Panjang-panjang.
Of 2026
Raja
January.
hujan.
Hujan
Everyone
kilat.
was so hyped, like they were saying, guys, we might get an international
Hujan
team
silau.
at EWC. We need this. For me, like I was really
Ameh,
hyped
jangan macam tu,
up. I was
meh.
about to continue my studies, but
nak tak
after
kita bagi
I got
tahu
to
apa
hear the
yang
news,
apa
I thought of
Saiful
making a
bagi
team.
tahu nama.
So then
Boleh
I
lah, boleh
texted
lah,
some
boleh
of my
lah.
friends, some of my
Apple ada bagi
well-known
cadangan
guys
guys
in
eh.
our team,
Apple
if
ada bagi
there any
cadangan
other
tu.
orgs,
Ah.
our organization
Kau bagi
that
tahu
need
lah,
a
Rin.
team or something.
Okey,
Then
cadangan
I
Apple
started
untuk nama
looking
kita orang.
for
Dia kata
players.
nama grup dia Full Moon. Saiful dan Moon. Full Moon lah, bulan penuh. Nama grup aku dengan abang Lot Rainbow. Jangan tanya bow apa. Jangan tanya bow apa.
My players,
Tapi
they were getting
Rainbow.
offers from different teams.
Okey ke guys,
within
Rainbow?
India. So I was worried, like, what if I lose my players? I won't be able to make this team
Okey tak,
anymore.
Rainbow?
But luckily, a guy texted me out of nowhere and then he was like, Kimi, right? I have an
Tak
offer
okey.
for you, this. So I
Ngam.
was like, yeah, anything is fine. I just want to bring this team to India and then, participate because I know we can win.
Rainbow.
Talking
Rainbow?
about Kyle and
Pelangi.
Asuna. Kyle,
Pelangi
it's
nampak
like,
macam
dia tak
gay.
boleh sebut pelangi.
Nampak gay pula bang.
Rainbow.
he's known as the gold standard of India.
Kena. Rainbow.
Agak pun bagi combo, nama combo tu juga.
His mechanics. Asuna is also known as the best.
Bo, sebab
pages in
apa?
India. He wanted to try
Bo, sebab
out and
botak
then
tu.
we worked out really good.
Rainbow
Everyone
tak
liked
ngam.
Asuna,
Okey
and that's how
kalau
we
tak ngam apa bagilah yang sedap sikit. Kau ajak tu Apple. Apple tak respect tu.
Apple tak respect tu. Mentang-mentang aku buang dia daripada todak.
Nak kena senggol ni. Duo Full Moon nak kena senggol ni. Dengan budak-budak todak.
means a lot to the community
but-
because after it's almost like 9 years
Bang,
now
saya rasa duo
since
todak je lah, bang.
India slot in MLBB.
Dua todak.
Ah,
I just hope everything goes
Tak
good.
kena, tak kena.
Tak kena?
and we get to do
Tak kena.
something here so that the craze for this game.
Aku suka dengan
continues.
Rainbow ni sebenarnya.
suka dengan
Today we
Rainbow
are here,
pula.
but in the coming future, many Indian teams will be
Suka dengan Rainbow pula. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad. Brown Sugar. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad guys. Selawat dulu
The
guys, selawat
start
dulu,
of
selawat dulu.
many more, says Rahancia, as he talks about
Boring,
representing
boring.
India for the first
You
time
cannot
on the
boring,
international
boring, eh?
stage. And this is truly an
Eh.
opportunity to not only do it for his country, but also
kau
to
macam
do it
nak
for his
pakai
teammates who he
flare-flare, orang
promised
cakap flare-flare
they
tu.
would be able to make something happen if they could all stay together. Well,
Bila
so
live,
far, so good.
boleh
Let's see if they can
claim
put it
flare ke apa
into
benda,
execution here as they face up against Guangzhou Gaming, who have had a different road here,
Rainbow,
representing
Rainbow,
China, and
Rainbow.
obviously a team
Rainbow.
that played well and
Siapa
had
lawan siapa ni?
glimpses
Ah.
Rain, ya Brown Sugar, ya saya.
prolonging their
Rainbow.
games.
Rainbow.
Can they
Taring?
finally get the
Asal
wins
taring
that
tu?
they need over True Rippers? It'll be a battle for
Rainbow
sure, but their road to
percetakan.
EWC was not easy either. They are here
Oh,
and they
ni
mean business.
claim. Oh, kat sini claim. Okay. Okay dah, thank you.
Rainball pun okey juga.
刚到 GZG 这个
Rainball
站被
Ball
他
tu kan dah
从
botak.
中
Baik
国的
Rainbow
另一个
je.
战队买进来，然后
Tapi bukan
刚来到 GZG
Rainbow
就打进了 M7 的外卡。但我想，其实 M7我们可以走得更远的，但是我们倒在了外卡的决赛，输给了
Maknanya
我们的对手蒙古。
Rainbow boleh tu. BOW. Botak.
所以这场比赛结束以后，我觉得很可惜，
Si A
抱
dengan
着我的教练
Gigi
哭了。
pegang siapa Bang Lon?
Ini kalau tim apa ni? Reapers kalah ia pergi liburan. Iya. Iya guys.
在 SAL 夺冠的时候，就我忍不住在赛后采访里哭了起来。我很想赢，每次赢了我都很开心。但以往经常了解我的观众知道，就是我哭经常都是输了才哭，但那一次是第一次赢了才哭。我觉得我们做得很好，就是这种情绪
Abang Lot menyokong Pride kalau macam tu geli-geli je.
我觉得这是给我们训
Sebab
练，
Rainbow
就是我们在训练里付出的努力。我们比赛
Tak ada kena-mengena dengan pelangi tu.
Tak ada Assalamualaikum. Baru mula guys, baru mula.
看了这次
Bang, saya baru kat dunia MLBB. Boleh tahu kenapa Todak bubar? Betul ke sebab
有一
Nafari?
点难过吧？因为
Thank you
虽
for the
然
heart me,
就是
Fatimah,
Fatimah,
Alan,
Fatimah,
Muhammad,
Fatimah,
Dexter. Thank you for the gift guys.
是中国赛区的男队一直都没有
daripada
很好的成绩，反而是我们的女队
Elite
先做到。
Warrior tu
所以
awak
我
naik
觉
pergi ke
得
Grandmaster
我
ataupun
们男
sekurang-kurangnya ke
队
Epic dulu.
需要一点
Daripada
突破
awak
的力量。
fikirkan kenapa Todak bubar dan adakah disebabkan Nafari.
Hari ada tim Malaysia lama. Ada guys. Yang ni match pertama ni China dengan India kalau tak silap.
我觉得我们可以
Lepas tu baru Malaysia. Vamos guys, vamos.
目标。所以我想跟我的队友说，
Okay, macam mana kita nak guna flare? Macam mana kita nak guna flare
真的
guys?
很菜，随便赢了。
Siapa first game? Gongzao dengan TRX.
What a story there, knowing that the women's have broken through, but yet to see that same result on the men's side, looking to get it done here as Guangzhou Gaming as they head into a knockout
Kalau Vamos kalah dia akan
game
jumpa siapa? Tak
versus
sure
True
Daniel.
Rippers,
Kena tengok
guys.
siapa yang satu menang satu kalah.
Two countries, two
Welcome,
teams,
Nona.
highly motivated, highly
Kadang-kadang bila awak tak masuk
emotional.
kan, jatuh rindu
Nice,
juga
and
nak
it's
kawan,
Guangzhou
Nona.
Gaming who get the pick'ems
Sekejap, guys,
results in their favor. Doesn't
Lafal!
necessarily mean that they're going to take it, but Nice, that's a strong side. The audience is with Guangzhou this time.
Strong prediction there. Again, give True Rippers some more time to prove
Yeah, Guangzhou
themselves.
nampak
Both these
75%
teams
tu.
have amazing stories, though. The way they made up
Amazing.
here, you know, and I got a
Nanti
chance to
photoshoot
even
berdua
see
dengan
part of
Rain.
the journey for Guangzhou Gaming
ada
through
dia gambar
NCT
dengan
stage
Rain.
to get to
Wah,
here.
bila kita
And
nak
so
photoshoot
hopefully
dia, bang,
one of these teams can make that story come
Gambar
true
profile,
after
profile.
a game win, but unfortunately one has to go.
I mean, like, we gotta talk
Okay,
about
kita alas
mentality
sikit
because
lagi,
I
sikit lagi
like
bagi aku
looking
kurus
at the
sikit lagi.
Guangzhou
Sekejap ya, okay,
video
kita
just
tunggu.
now.
Thank you for the follow Hesatsu
Like,
Gaspard.
we're strong, the other team is trash,
Lorraine
right?
baru
So
feminine.
I
Tak nak
really
feminine
want to
tu
see
Frankie.
them actually use
Dia
that
nak
kind of
berpetak ke
energy
apa?
here going up against True Rippers because I legit feel like they have a very
first game
strong
dah
early
bye-bye.
game. It's
Yeah,
just
first
that
game
you
ada
don't
satu
know
team
how to
akan bye-bye.
maximize it. If they can maximize this one, then they can survive another day. Because I do want to see them succeed because they've been here for a while. They haven't got that success just
Gara-gara
yet.
abang tadi
Women's
sekarang
got there
masak ayam
first,
kamyong.
but hey,
Oh, ya
maybe
ke?
they can get there
Bye,
further.
love dikit.
Sa ayam
Before we
kanjong.
get into the pressure, it's pretty high
Bang,
for
apa
both of
faktor
these
SRT
teams
boleh
as well.
kalah
And you can see the
semalam? Banyak
emotion
faktor.
welling up.
Banyak faktor.
To me, that
Draft
is
pun
just
ada
more
faktor
of
ini,
what it
pendapat
looks
saya
like when you
sendiri,
give your all.
Draft
Thank you
ada
for the
faktor.
follow,
Situation
Mansto.
itu pun ada faktor.
Finally, after that
Hari ni
work
match
that
Malaysia
feels like
apa?
you're toiling
Vamos guys,
Dan
vamos.
faktor
through the
enemy
heartache,
kuat pun
through
yes.
Vamos,
this
vamos.
disruptive and
Vamos
sometimes
lawan dengan
detrimental choices to get there and maybe make a
Team
mistake.
Spirit,
But
guys,
finding
eh?
your feet,
Love
finding a
dikit.
way to get back
Tengah
and then
masak,
suddenly
bang.
saying,
Weh, maksudnya
man,
semoga
we
tim-tim
did
kita
it.
ada money
After all
Malaysia.
that, we're
Good
here.
luck.
Guangzhou
Semoga
Gaming looking to
masakan
keep
awak
that
menjadi
feeling
antara
going.
yang
True
paling
Rippers
sedap.
hoping to keep
Tak
that
nampak
feeling
Jolai dulu
themselves.
ke,
It
Bang
is
Lord?
going to be a
Tak
great
nampak.
competition. One
Nak
going
bagi
through.
Pukul berapa?
Jolai
Dalam
dulu.
6.5 lah guys. Dalam
Let's get it
6.5.
started.
TS memang jodoh
Wow.
kuat dengan Vamos. Ya.
Abang ni. Siapa yang main ni?
Let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you for the gift Haziq, Alan, Sun. Thank you for the gift guys.
Jangan saya vitamin.
Rain nak kopi? Nak.
Crazy how
Tajudin.
fast time flies, and today
Alright,
things heat
nampak
up
dia
here.
letakkan mesin crushing tu.
Vamos pukul 6.30 Mila.
Jaya, jaya, Bang Zau.
Right, Milosh, right now,
Bootcamp kat Malaysia
we are
jumpa tim Malaysia.
actually
Ya, tu
by
pencerita
the
isukan.
Key Crushers,
Rain nak paus
where
nak. King Kong
today,
nak.
Two teams, Dreams, Hope,
Tak wa-
and
YT kan
Peace
korang
Tak
tak
malu,
payah
guys,
tanya tak?
That's the beauty
siapa
of it.
lawan sebab
Every
dalam
single one of
saya
our
punya
16
Tampil
thumbnail
forward, guys,
ada
jujur, kita
MSC
jujur,
PWC
dah ada
2026 have
jadual.
come in with
Okey.
a
Rata.
set
Thumbnail
of
saya
these
dah
keys.
ada
This is the
jadual.
heart of these keys.
SRJ ada esok.
Now, these
SRJ esok guys.
heart
SRJ
of
esok.
keys is the main reason why they are still here
Sebut alam Famos satu kali dulu. Okay. Sembah. 1, 2, 3. Alam Famos. Tapi belum match Famos lagi guys. Sekejap lagi aku alam Famos banyak kali. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the gift, Jai. Saya kacap lagi besok match win or go home ke? SRG sekarang diorang dah it's now or never lah orang kata game tu. Kena all out dah. Kalau diorang kalah diorang terkeluar guys. Kalau diorang kalah diorang terkeluar. Yang sekarang ni masih ada 2 nyawa.
Tunjukkan siapa Nona.
Adalah Vamos. Vamos masih ada 2 nyawa. SRG tinggal 1 je nyawa guys sekarang. SRG kalah lepas ni balik.
Dia tak kenal siapa Nona kan. Dia patut dia mesti marah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Vamos kalau menang layak playoff. Kalau menang layak knockout stage.
Saya tengok thumbnail fokus kat abang dia sampai tak dapat
today
dia.
we will be witnessing 4
Rainbow
best
hitam
of
putih
3s and
bukan
2
bang
teams
Rainbow
and their
7
journey
hati.
here.
It's a lot on the line for squads because 2 of them, in the middle of the day, they'll be playing to qualify on and move on to the playoffs. 2 of them will be eliminated, however, as that tension will build a little rapid, which is exactly where our first game is going.
You are
King Kong dah
right,
makan
and to
ke?
kick off
Korang
the
semua dah makan ke
first
guys?
elimination of
Viewer saya.
MSC
Ring kat Paris ke tak Izham?
2026,
Warga YT steady warga YT steady
join me in welcoming
Lepak warga YT lepak-lepak Belum. Pergi makan dulu guys. Asal kau tak makan lagi? Tak pun sambil tengok match kita makan. Sekejap lagi game Vamos ni.
Nampak macam Benzema
Game Vamos energy kena cukup orang cakap.
Fix pergi Paris ke? Tak adalah. Fix nak farming.
SRG kalau menang lepas ni jumpa Oni atau Aurora. Betul.
Farming followers.
Betul guys.
Dia ada KPI dia tu. Aku suka dengan cara dia.
Siapa bang?
Fix.
Oh, Fix.
When there's a lot of
Fix
pressure on
bagus
the
lah,
line, it can really get to you. Let's welcome their
Dia
opponents,
tengah-
Guangzhou Gaming.
Senang kita tak FYP lah. So ini time lah untuk bina dan lagi.
Guys yang boleh follow dulu guys Sempat tak masak nasi goreng? Sempat. Sebelum game Vamos sempat guys. Top 3 nasi goreng Rain. Sudah Rain. Okay, baik.
Bang, team favourite abang yang pertama kat NPL team apa?
Nasi
This is the match
yang pertama
goreng paprik.
underdogs, two
Okay, nasi goreng
regions
paprik.
that are quite new to the MLBBC.
Nasi
Battle it
goreng
out and only one
go.
can remain on
Adrian
top.
Shah.
USA.
Ian.
All right, it's time to get the show started, please.
Oh,
Guangzhou
Guangzhou
Gaming.
Okay, nasi goreng
Dia
USA.
boleh bertanggungjawab.
My friends, you may
untuk player
place
yang
your
Nasi
teams and
goreng
captains. Remember to shake
Kampung.
hands or fist
Tiga ni,
bumps
guys.
or
Vamos.
even
Tiga
do
ni,
a
guys.
little fadeaway
Waalaikumsalam.
before you
Insan
get
istimewa.
over to your seat.
Nasi goreng ikan masin sedap juga guys. Nasi goreng belacan pun sedap juga lah.
Between our two
SRG
teams,
besok,
let's get
bang.
our first elimination match on their way.
Bro, rasa SRG ada peluang ke? Nampak sedangkan dia.
Vamos menang nanti jumpa. Taklah serius tak.
Dukung ni.
Kita tak akan jumpa. Vamos tak akan jumpa SRG guys.
Day 2.
Ya,
Vamos game
kita
open 6.30 guys. 6.30.
The unexpected fall.
Yang baru masuk bantu tap screen guys.
Good
Team
morning,
Liquid
Jam.
Philippines and
Grand final kau rasa team apa Rin?
unexpected
Kita mana
rise
kejap
of 2
tengah
contenders
berasap.
now between Aurora Gaming Turkey and of course
SRG Vamos.
Tengok Alif Rakib malam ni. Siapa Alif Rakib tu?
Mana? Dah masuk ke fans Indonesia? Belum Dah masuk ke fans Indonesia? Belum. Kalau aku cakap macam ni nanti orang bergaduh lagi guys kat ruangan komen aku guys.
Waalaikumsalam. Mat.
Betul ke Rin? Kiowe dah tak ada tinggal kick bomba betul? Belum Rin belum. Okay tak masuk lagi
Alamak, ada call masuk.
Dua monster population fight. Population fight.
We expected to win because we can beat any team in this tournament. We're not afraid of anybody. Actually, they need to be afraid of us.
Ya.
So the loss is
Bila SRJ akan jumpa tim Beria semalam tu coach. Tim Beria
and we know that we are the
dekat
better team.
dekat knockout stage lah. Dekat grouping dah tak akan jumpa dah.
Losing the first game of
Kick
our
bomba
bracket.
padu ke
Of course,
biasa-biasa?
It's a surprise
Kalau
to
tanya aku
most,
padu
but at the
guys.
same time
Padu.
this
Betul.
bracket is so stacked, right? Anyone can beat anyone in
Ada
the
toys.
current level of competitiveness.
Ready ke bulan kalau gaduh-gaduh meh macam SMS control sikit Tak dia kalau macam nak gaduh cakap sekali tak apa meh aku beritahu awal Tapi yang mana spam-spam
You nak pergi muka WhatsApp?
dekat aku punya orang komen yang mana spam-spam yang mana sedap-sedap spam-spam dan sedap-sedap memang ke bulan. Yang main-main aku ada ameh yang main-main
Dulu nak join kemudian.
memang ke bulan. Ke bulan aku cakap yang spam-spam yang sedap-sedap memang ke bulan.
the least
Gaduh dapat skin tu. Kau orang tak tengok gaduh semalam pecerita sukan. Kau tak lepak live aku.
Payah risau.
Semalam view waktu game SRG 1.1k.
The question I want to raise to you is
1.1k.
these losses okay?
Lepas tu
If you
ada
can take some of
pergaduhan
that, is it
benua
worth
dekat
it
aku
here
punya ruangan
to
komen.
bounce back, or are you looking at today with a different
SRG ke bulan
sense.
keren.
Is
Jangan.
there
Janganlah SRG ke bulan.
What's the approach to this
Tak ada
draft,
redeem
and
code ke
how are
MSC
you
dia.
looking
Redeem
at
code
these
tak
two
tahu
teams
King
next
Kong
season?
macam tak ada.
You know, it's always something that we think about. Like, what are
Malah
the
Havoc
coaches
siap kat sini.
say
Tahu
to
pun.
players here? Let's say
Aku
they
sampai
had a
tukar aku punya YT guys
devastating
YT aku
loss,
yang
whether
ruangan
it was
komen
game
tu
or series.
aku tukar
How do you
kepada
approach that?
subscriber
You know,
only
how do you reset
Hari ni aku ada function
sebab
tu.
ada
champions, the
puak-puak
multiple
masuk untuk
champions
berperang
that
kata tak.
either won MSC or the
So,
World Championship all have to go
Memang
through
memang Rio rendah kan? Memang Rio rendah.
Dengan
even
untuk
last
Vamos
year's
dan juga
champions
Vitality.
here at EWC
So aku nak pergi
face a
lewat.
loss, a devastating loss. So the
Biarlah
reset
dia orang
has to
makan dulu
happen,
apa
and I
semua.
think
Ya. King Kong,
Ramai kat
kau jangan lancar perang King Kong. Kau jangan lancar perang
So nampak tak?
Lapar lah pergilah makan. Rin orang penat jelas kat community. Kenapa Fox? Jelaskan apa? Kau tak boleh paksa community faham.
Whatever it is right now on the screen, and 5 winners win 10,000
Pertama kali abang
diamonds each.
tengok
Remember, this
MPL,
is
abang
live
minat
until
tim
July
aku. Oh, yang tu
27th. So
Waalaikumsalam.
make sure to act fast.
Yang nonton 61 yang like 11 orang aja.
elimination matches,
kasih like
it's a
warga
good
YT.
test for the
Yang
coach
mana
as
yang
well as
belum
the
Semua
players.
tempat Rio semalam. Ya Amiza, ya. Pergaduhan semalam, huru hara duk. Aku penat duk masuk ruangan komen semalam. Aku caleraikan. Dah jangan gaduh. Jangan gaduh, jangan gaduh.
Jangan lupa pencet like.
Moderator aku semalam OT guys. Buat kerja lebih orang semalam.
And for people that works very well under pressure, that's where you make them lock in. That's where you make
Haters
them
dah keluar gua.
extra
Tap guys, tap orang baik, tap orang baik orang-orang baik, tap abang kakak tolong tap abang kakak Sabar ya apa-apa Hala Vamos. Yo Hala Vamos. Kau bayar tak moderator? Aku bayar dengan skin, tapi aku tak bayar lagi Cuma moderator aku memang aku akan bagi skin nanti.
Nama dia apa Daniel. Muhammad Daniel ke? Betul ke aku baca?
Wasn't there some advice out there like, yeah, what would you say to the people that want to
Makin
now
lama
play?
makin lawak dia.
Muhammad Daniel ke?
Just
Mana
remember,
dia?
you're
Kau
not
salah
on
baca.
for a game.
Aku ni
Warga YT dengan warga TT pun nak bergaduh semalam. Okay guys, ini satu disclaimer awal aku beritahu awal. Warga TT dengan warga YT jangan bergaduh guys. Jangan bergaduh. Tolong jangan bergaduh guys. Tolong jangan bergaduh. Biar kalau ada orang region luar nak bergaduh tak ada hal guys.
Bukan bos tu dah. Abang
Okay? Korang jangan bergaduh. Please guys, please. Kita kena bersatu hati. Support Malaysia, support Vamos, support SRG. Okay?
Ya Daniel tu. Alhamdulillah betul aku baca.
Kita jangan bergaduh. Kita jangan bergaduh guys. Tolong tolong
If that seems to be the plan, let's say ban it out because
Asal
that's
nak gaduh
been
chill-chill.
the
Diorang
trend.
tak
I feel like
chill.
so far,
King Kong,
just
diorang tak
like we
chill.
saw
Nama
weeks,
dengan
you
aku
know, the
tu,
past
Daniel.
couple weeks here, even back
Serius
in
nama
wild
abang
card.
Daniel.
Rain, can you say please fighting to SRG and Yangon? I am Myanmar. Okay, to Myanmar community and also to SRG community, to Vamos community. Let's hoping that our team will do their best. We wish them luck.
All the time, right? The Claude and the Hirara is
Okay.
plus that Freya.
So these three teams guys SRG, Vamos and also Yangon will be top 3. Top 3 MSC guys. Atlas first pick. Atlas first pick. Valentina open. Belleric open. Belleric ada. Valentina ada. Ling ada. Eudora ada.
I don't know how other teams are gonna do with that information because Moscow is just one of those heroes.
Valentina satu. Valentina copy Alti Atlas. So ada dua Atlas dua side. Ling ambil satu.
Jenuh tu nak cari nama kan.
Okay.
Suka nama deck.
Kiri boleh Eudora. Moskov. Moskov.
Nama saya Daniel. D-A-N-I-A-L. Daniel.
Good luck. Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam.
I really want to see Eudora here because then you basically have two counters for the lane.
Rafa, tak Rafa tak ada guys. Dah boleh give lah. Ya boleh give. Thank you for the gift Apo, Helmi, Namiro, Yus. Yang bagi gift semua terima kasih guys. Terima kasih guys. Eudora, okay, Eudora kena. Kanan akan balas dengan Belleric ya, Belleric. So top 3 so far predicted guys. Top 3 so far semua
I
predicted.
almost thought that Troopers would want to secure themselves the Moscow, man. I mean, that was the best performance we got to see. From Garcia,
Ling
you know,
Laris,
again,
Ling
if I
Laris,
remember, he was like
Belleric
6-0 and 10. He didn't die in that game too, and that was crucial for them.
Atlas
But
juga Laris.
Dorang boleh ban.
as you banned out that Claude, the Moscow gets
Kanan
taken.
tim
Oh, dorang nak buat utility guys So kalau dorang nak buat utility, dorang akan ban Gwyn Akai lah kalau tanya aku.
Being placed into the gold lane the past couple days.
Yeah, I mean, double fighters has showed up randomly, right?
Vamos pas ni guys main. Betul-betul guys. Vamos lepas ni guys.
Trying to see if there's something
Alice.
sneaky.
Kalau dorang ban Alice kiri, kemungkinan dia ada dua kemungkinan. Sama ada dorang nama Esmeralda sebab Alice good match up against Esmeralda. Esmeralda, ataupun diorang nak main Yi Sun Shin, sebab at least counter Yi Sun Shin. So either one. Okay.
Kami nak Rafaela mid lane.
Thank you for the gift, Masli, Helmi, Sun. Yang bagi gift semua, terima kasih guys. Macam mana aku nak onkan flare aku?
Saya sound in game
Aku dah claim
ada yang
flare tadi.
Saya turunkan.
One stun and then you're done. And
Flare
there's a lot of
yang
stuns
boleh
here that
bagi
flag
increase
for you.
view.
So I'm looking at something like
YT,
a Ruby
TT,
alongside the Belloc as
TT.
well as the Valentina just to create a
Nice.
lot of space so the lane feels
Baru
much
mulai
safer to
kat?
go
Ya,
in.
baru mulai.
Yeah, that's the
YSS
problem
ban?
with the Ling right now is
Oh,
anyone
YSS
that's
ban lah
going to
guys.
pick
Sorry,
him up,
tak
draft
perasan.
the Ling into their composition.
Esme ban, nampak? Betul tak aku cakap tadi guys? Diorang ban Alice, Uranus, memang Esme lah.
Hero for people to showcase, but
Warga TT
you need
bagi
the
tahu
team to
sound
support that.
game
The
kurang
same thing
dengar.
we've
Okay,
been saying
wait.
about the hero
Warga
pick,
YT,
and your team really has
how
to
is it?
support you to be able to do that. Now, obviously, she's got a little
Suka
more
main apa?
iframes
Cloud,
to work with, a little more
Harit.
mobility. But Ling, same thing. You don't want to feel
Pakito!
pressure in your jungle, your buff
Yelah, tak ada
being
Esme
stolen,
dah
you
guys.
need that space.
Tapi kiri mas, oh
Because
4Vs
otherwise
pun
you
dah tak
just end
ada.
up split pushing across the
Just
map with the rest of your
little bit
teams trying to
naikkan.
fight.
Kau nak main
That's
apa
not
ni?
where you
Kiri?
want to be. So this
Like
Pakito
sama
coming up
subscribernya
adds a
gratis
little
juga.
bit of
Iya,
a layer
gratis
to the
guys.
damage profile. This is most
Uranus
likely
pun
we're going
tak
to
ada.
expect just go in the
Next
gold lane. It is still possible
Lapu-lapu
that
ke?
it could
Barat.
could
Kiri boleh main barat untuk body.
We saw
Kalau
this in
diorang
the
main
gold
jungle
lane
damage, diorang kena ada first tank.
If I
Dua
remember
from
correctly,
Suka
maybe a couple
Tank
more
Content
times,
Aiman.
but, you know,
Welcome
Suka
back
tengok konten
guys
Aiman.
for today match.
Aman,
This first
alright,
match
thank
will
you.
be start with a fun match before real match begins.
Sibuk!
Let's go.
a surprising pick.
Hey, but it has been in my head, but I don't think anyone would be crazy
Ni bukan
enough to
fun
do
match
it.
tu. Janganlah
But
bagian macam tu.
honestly, this is
Suka
the kind
tengok
of
konten
lineup that I
Aiman.
think you would be crazy
Ini bukan
enough
fun
to do it
match
because
tu.
going up against the
Yang kanan
lane,
Gongzao.
Saber might not have enough damage early, but when you
Yuzong,
have
eh?
a Eudora alongside
Badang.
you, you're gonna have enough damage.
Pakito
Because
golin.
he has changed a bit. He's not full
Badang
force.
Rom,
He's got
Belleric
going
SP
in
lah kot
and
guys
out, in and
aku
out,
rasa.
in and out.
Belleric
Now,
SP,
Tripper's finishing with the Badang here, so
Pakito Gol, Badang Rom.
interesting. Badang EXP or Belleric EXP, so
Not sure, yeah.
I think it's
I'm not
Belleric
sure what's gonna
ESP
happen
Lafel.
here,
What do
but
you
I
think
gotta
about
say,
this? What's
I'm
your
liking
opinion
what
on
I'm
Belleric
seeing from Guangzhou
at
Gaming.
ESP lane? What do you guys
It's
think
going to be
about
a
this?
Belleric.
Rain, I think.
Yep, on
Beta
Rahan's.
Saber.
Kimmy's
Sebab
got
dia
the
nak counter
banana.
I think
Garcia on Paquito, so
Saber dia
another
ambil
I
gold
think
lane
it's a
sekarang.
carrot.
fighter. Marksman coming in
macam mana
thinking
dia
Belleric
they
goal
have to
dengan
have
kat tu
that.
guys.
We're seeing
Dengan
this
Link
back
XP
evolve
jangan
to
situ guys.
where,
Selamat sore dari Kono.
Can we
Ha.
keep tempo? Can we keep pressure?
Tapi
Both of
besok,
these
bang,
teams
besok, bang.
suffered quick defeats in most of their games.
Dia bukan macam
Trying to set the
NWI.
pace this
Ada
time
dia semua
around
yang
as we
dia
have our
perlu lawan.
first
Hip.
series of the
Betul
day kicking off. It's
Steady.
True Rippers versus
Untuk MSC
Guangzhou
kali ni
Gaming. Let's
satu
get
hari
it
4
going.
match
Mix
sahaja.
it
Kalau
over
hari
here,
ni Vamos
casters.
main, besok SRG. Dia takkan ada.
I can understand a little Malay because I'm in Malaysia now. That's why I support both SRJ and Yangon and YG. You are the best. Ted Pine, welcome.
But the surprise is
Hadir,
just
mantap lah bangah. Hadir bangah Welcome to the stream Sudah mari dalam sak biru.
But how are you
Betul,
feeling
saya
about
beritahu.
this,
Saya jadi
especially the
marah.
Saber?
Adakah SRG patut ambil pure tank je main semalam? Tak, aku rasa diorang patut main EXP tank. EXP second tank. Macam yang Kram selalu main dulu. Terizla, Ruby. Sebab Sekais main damage. Sebelum ni Sekais main Fanny, Link kan Kram main hero-hero macam tu. Bukan hero damage macam Yuzong.
It's all about aggression.
Okay.
So that's what we know right now for Guangzhou Gaming. I feel like they're trying to double down on already very bad early. We saw one of the glimpses. Well, Orhan May, again, speaking of that aggression early on, a steal from Xing, but again, for Guangzhou Gaming, they did well against Falcons in the early stages, so if they can actually do better by punishing and capitalizing even more in the early game, I think they should be able to close things out.
Yeah, I guess early game really is the name of the game right now,
Counter
especially in the current
Saber,
meta. The way
SRG bila esok guys SRG. Kejap lagi kita Vamos guys. Hari ni kita Vamos. Hari ni Vamos.
It's looking
Dia selang-seli.
really aggressive. If there's anything we could use to describe Recall, because he picked up a
ini
Saber
apa
and now he
Gushen
even
TikTok
went
sangat
for
suka tu.
Master or Weapon
Eudora.
Master.
Yeah, not
bukan.
even the
Eudora,
seasoned
Saber,
hunter to
semua hero
help
dia
him
ni.
clear.
Betul juga.
I mean, he's gonna
Kalau
do
ada
much
Eudora
more
memang
damage
EXP
when
kena
he gets his
tanky
items,
untuk
but
zoning kan
damn.
Rin? Dia tak semestinya EXP. Tapi kena ada role, kena ada hero yang boleh makan damage dia guys. Kalau macam dekat SP yang aku rasa sedap sekarang nak makan skill Eudora macam
cara dia rotate dengan farmer
Uranus,
macam dia boleh main.
Ruby contoh. Lepas tu kalau you roam, aku rasa yang sedap nak makan skill dia
Ambil kata English
Atlas boleh juga sebenarnya. Sebab Atlas senang tangkap Eudora juga. Eudora flicker, dia takkan modify.
Lagi
Grok pun boleh. Grok pun boleh lawan Eudora ni guys.
Lapu-lapu.
Angkat. Gone.
Lapu-lapu pun boleh sebenarnya, yes. Lapu-lapu pun boleh. Kau kena pandai main pasif. Pandai main pasif, pandai timing ulti. Oi. Sebo! Habis. Oi, tak sempat pasif. Tak sempat pasif. Mati. Oi!
Almost lands Ians. Sticks to the recall.
Terkejut aku, guys.
2-2, but it's Guangzhou Gaming with the turtle.
Sibuk. Kenapa Vali tak guna? Vali lawan assassin susah, guys. Vali ni sedap lawan dengan jungle tank. Bukan jungle tank lah. Basically teori dia Vali sedap lawan dengan hero-hero tanky, hero-hero berat. Roma tank, Roma badan, jungle badan.
Especially as you see they're not really being punished.
Kagura sekarang boleh masuk meta tak ada? Aku rasa Kagura boleh masuk meta, guys. Sebab Eudora tengah meta, lepas tu hero-hero yang kaki setup macam Chow, Atlas tengah meta. Cuma tak ada team yang pick lagi, guys. Tombak ni Jepun.
Saya warga Kokas sokong halaman melbang lawan. Terima kasih.
Mantap mana? Kenapa Haya tak meta? Okey. Hero yang macam Hayabusa, macam Lancelot, kenapa orang tak bagi priority? Sebab sekarang ni ada banyak lagi jungle yang lagi kuat, guys, yang open. Contoh Link, Hirara, Nolan, Queen, Akai, apa lagi, Harley. Selagi hero-hero ni masih open, selagi tu Haya dengan Lance akan kurang di pick. Akan kurang di pick.
Kills if we're talking about the mid trio who by the way have been doing a great job here.
SRG esok. SRG esok, guys. Pukul berapa? Nanti aku check balik, guys.
Folks, you gotta remember, this is an elimination match between Guangzhou Gaming and True.
Sebab sekarang meta fleksibel, guys. Ada team yang main double fighter. Contohnya diorang main fighter kat Golem, main fighter kat Espilin. Lepas tu main jungle yang boleh hyper. Yisun Shin, Link. Ya bang?
Group stage ni kan BO3.
Okay.
Knockout nanti kan BO5.
Okay.
Yeah, and you see, hold on, that's a finger.
Huh?
Yeah, disconnected. Oh, big fatal link.
BO7?
Another big links as well. Now, Blaze gets locked in. Ian's running down the wall. Now it's Rahansha isolated against the rest of the team.
Tapi kalau BO7 ataupun game series panjang-panjang ni, saya confident bang dengan SRG bang.
Yep, the disconnection is.
Ini memang diorang punya.
Kepalanya nak kena lepas dulu pergi ke.
Itulah tu. Nak kena bagi lepas dulu, guys. Bagi lepas dulu. Meta sekarang paling susah keren. Dia bukan paling susah. Meta sekarang paling fleksibel, guys. Tu ayat dia.
Siapa dapat?
Pakito.
Gila tu table.
Dia paling fleksibel, guys. Maksudnya macam-macam composition kau boleh main. Kau boleh main jungle tank, kau boleh main jungle assassin, kau boleh main fighter golem, kau boleh main marksman golem, kau boleh main Roma setup, Roma badan, jungle fighter pun kau boleh main. Mid support, semalam diorang bawa mid Rafaela pun boleh main. So macam-macam meta sekarang. Orang kata meta sekarang ni unpredictable. Susah kau nak predict hero apa yang enemy akan pick.
Right now, it's not really happening just yet, but May is not gonna go for the set.
Betul, Rin. Asalkan reti pakai. Betul. Ayat yang betul dia sebenarnya, dia bergantung kepada identiti pasukan, guys. Ada pasukan yang identiti dia lebih ke arah ESP damage, jungle tank. Ada pasukan yang identiti dia lebih kepada jungle damage, ESP tank. Ada pasukan yang golem dia lagi prefer main hero-hero late game, scaling, hero-hero marksman. Ada pasukan yang golem dia lebih suka main hero early, hero agresif macam fighter, Freya, Pakito. So bergantung kepada strength pasukan korang apa, identiti pasukan korang apa. Macam aku dengan Abang Lot.
Ini kena angkat ni, ini nak kena angkat ni.
Betul tak bang? Macam saya dengan Abang Lot. Saya dengan Abang Lot, pool hero kita orang besar. So macam-macam meta kita orang boleh main. Betul bang? Tak support langsung orang tu. Woi! Mati dengan pasif dok. Pasif Yuzong ke? So saya reti Angela. Angela goal ngam tak Rin. Senang rotate. Ikut kau lah Frost. Ikut kau lah Frost. Kau main lah apa-apa kau nak main. Penat lah aku dengan kau ni. Belmont boleh jadi meta ke Rin? Belmont boleh jadi meta guys. Dia ada dua hero yang aku nak tengok. Ada dua hero yang aku nak tengok keluar tapi tak keluar lagi. Satu Belmont, satu lagi Mia. Dua hero ni aku nak tengok keluar guys. Tapi tak keluar lagi.
Group stage semua BO3.
Belmont, Mia. Dua hero ni aku harap akan keluar dekat EWC, guys. Oi, Bellery, ulti flicker. Flicker ulti. Betul keren Angela senang rotate guna ulti je. Tapi tak juga, guys. Tak juga dekat goal lane. Kenapa Mia Rain? Sebab Mia sekarang broken lah, guys. Aku rasa Mia sekarang dia ada purify. Dia ada purify. Orang kata berbelas second je. Kau bayangkan cooldown purify kau katalah 15 second. Cooldown purify kau 15 second. Kau bayangkan.
Ini negara mana?
Sunfrost tak join Nova ke? Tu Frost. Masuk Nova Frost.
Aku lupa loh.
Moskov tombak tak kena dah susah. Angela ulti je sambil split. Come on lah si coach ni. Ikut kau lah Frost. Kau kan coach. Kau buat lah dulu meta Angela golin tu. Kau dengan meta. Oi. Sangka badan.
Recall. It's Ayuh with the pick. CY with the damage. Now it's Modi. Black Dragon form flanking for the back as Rahan's just going to be isolated for the rest of the team. The pressure by lands.
Leslie meta tak? Leslie conditional, guys. Situational hero.
Guangzhou Gaming going to go for the chase. A stun from Xing.
Frost masuk Discord lah, Frost. Masuk Discord lah.
Can you get away?
If he actually gets away from this, I don't know, but he won't. It's a killing
Mia, D-Rod, Zilong, Eudora, Angela. Ya Allah. Korang kena tengok itu, guys. Draft tu balance ke tak? Siapa nak buka map kalau meta korang macam tu, guys? Kalah balik ke? Match yang ni kalah balik, guys. Match yang ni kalah balik. Abang Rin nak tanya sebab tak tahu kenapa MPL Malay tak ada studio atau tempat khas untuk cast MSA. Itu aku tak tahulah, guys. Yang tu aku bukan orang yang sesuai untuk jawab benda tu, Isha. Yang tu dekat orang-orang Muntun lah kau sebenarnya. Orang-orang MPL. Tanya Sunfrost ke? Sunfrost ada ikut dalam ni. Tunggu ada Angela Gold dulu baru aku masuk DC. Tak payahlah masuk. Putus kawan lah kita. Aku blok kau lah.
Thank you for the follow, guys. Guys yang baru masuk.
Belmont boleh combo sama hero apa ni? Belmont dia strong dekat objective secure, guys. Kalau dekat jungle. Retreat. Tak boleh mulut kena zip. Tanya dorang. Oh, ya ke? Mulut kena zip tak boleh jawab Bagus gila meta sekarang banyak hero boleh tengok. Betul? Setuju? Angela Ling boleh tak, Rin? Aku rasa Angela Ling boleh. Zinedine Bidan.
From Zinedine Bidan, Modi tengah tutor Yuzong dekat Kram ke coach.
Janganlah petik-petik Kram korang ni. Jangan nak menjatuhkan moral player-player Malaysia Zinedine Bidan. Kau jadi bidan kampung je. Kau tak payah nak Zinedine Bidan sangat. Support macam OP ke sekarang ni? Tak, bergantung kepada composition pasukan, guys. Okay, aku cerita korang. Apa problem composition SRG semalam? Diorang main jungle damage, tapi diorang main SP damage. Lepas tu, Roma diorang set up. So, hero yang boleh buka semak diorang dekat... Ui, baik tu. Dekat Roma seorang je. Thank you for the follow, Kopi. Tak ada tebe, betul. Tak ada body. Tak cukup badan. Macam mana nak set up draft yang perfect, coach? Dia tak ada istilah draft perfect. Tapi kau kena balancekan draft. Draft yang bagus adalah draft yang balance, guys. Apa maksud Rain draft balance? Contoh, damage output dari segi physical damage, magic damage, balance. Hero early game, hero late game, hero mid game, balance. Hero positioning, hero mobility, hero yang laju, balance. Hero range, hero melee, balance. Ada beberapa elemen yang kau kena balancekan dalam sesebuah draft. Hero yang tadah badan, hero yang bagi damage, balance. Draft tu kena balance, guys. Sebab tu kalau selalu korang perasan, orang yang main jungle tank, XP diorang akan bawa damage. Sebab apa? Sebab diorang nak balancekan draft tu, guys. Tim Myanmar pun pernah buat, diorang bawa jungle tank, XP tank tapi damage dekat roam. Diorang main Hellcut roam. Maksudnya balance, kena balance draft tu. Saya buat draft tu guys. I believe lah buat posting pasal draft ni. Diorang tak ada habis nak sekais out. Guys, cukup lah cari kambing hitam. Setiap kali ada orang kalah, kalah je suruh seorang ni out. Cubalah kita upgrade sikit mentality kita guys. Apa benda lagi Sunfrost ni. Aku block kau betul-betul kan. Coach, Hunter Strike boleh counter Balearic tak? Boleh buat tebang pokok pakai sabit.
Sokoli ataupun outplay kan. Aku lebih suka tengok benda-benda tu.
Aku expect lebih dari kau tau Sunfrost. Kau jangan
Kenapa kau tengah gaduh dengan Sunfrost ni, Rin?
Tak bang, dia buat lawak-lawak bapak-bapak tu bang.
Bila dia jadi bapak? Kau nak arahkan dia nak buat lawak apa? Budak 18 tahun.
Muka dia bocah. Dia kena buat lawak bocah baru kena dengan muka dia. Tengok dia buat lawak apa? Okey, abang dengar dulu lawak dia. Abang dengar dulu lawak dia.
Okey, lawak apa dia?
Okey, dia cakap, Rain, Hunter Strike boleh counter Balearic tak? Rain.
Apa dia?
Okey, dia cakap, Hunter Strike boleh counter Balearic tak, Rain? Buat tebang pokok pakai sabit.
In usual terms, when we see it from Hiko, when we see it yesterday as well, it was a Paquito into a claw. It was a guarantee.
Kau tunggu. Anak kau dah besar. Aku buat lawak ni kat anak kau. Kau tengok. Aku tengok kecewa anak kau dengan kau. Kau tengok dia. SB!
2 from Zindin Bidan. Selalunya seram padu in passive calculation, tapi semalam sekadar tadah damage untuk mati.
On the other hand, Guangzhou Gaming who constantly punish true rippers.
On top of the fact
Semalam
that they
sekadar tak ada
also
damage untuk mati.
prioritized
Sebab
the valid
tak ada orang lain nak tak ada
steady
damage
score,
guys.
which was also actually available
Dia bukan masalah damage
alongside the
calculation.
lane that
Tak ada
they
orang lain nak tak ada
decided to
damage lain dia.
prioritize the red side. Oh,
And dia main hero yang nature-nya bukan tak ada damage. Korang tengok game yang dia main Uranus. Okey ke tak okey? Okey.
You probably would have for this entire game. It feels bad. It feels
Sebab
bad
nature
for
dia
sure,
tak
but
ada.
we hope to see
Kau
them
main
get
Yuzong,
back
nature
on
Yuzong bukan
track.
tak ada damage
And we have
guys.
to break that down, so
Nature
we're throwing
Yuzong
it
pergi
over to
backline
our
enemy
panel.
cari kill. Faham tak guys?
As well, a quick game and a good game if you're a Guangzhou Gaming fan. 75%
korang jangan expect hero yang bukan tak ada badan. Tapi korang suruh dia tak ada badan. Tak boleh kan? Abang Lot masih tengah cuba proses lawak tu ke? Tengah gelak sampai terdiam. Sunfrost tanya bang. Abang terdiam tadi tu sebab abang tengah cuba proses lawak dia ke?
Bukan. Memang lawak.
Again, it's nice to see where we are with our meta. You can bring something
Elok
like
kawan.
this, make it
Elok
work.
bapak-bapak punya lawak. Betul lah lawak bapak-bapak. Aku rasa aku kena jadi bapak dulu baru aku boleh faham lawak tu.
Tak kau dah minum kopi takkan tak boleh jadi bapak.
For the 3 days that we're here, I hope
Jangan libatkan kopi Abang Lot.
My favorite
Main kasar
so far. Not favorite MNC.
Lawak bapak-bapak.
Favorite international of all that we've had. This has been the best.
I love
Sunfrost tengah stress coach kena bahan dengan fix malam. Fix bahan dia apa guys?
So we're gonna go for this.
Thank you for the follow Thank you for the gift Nafis IB, Kai Kaiser.
We gotta talk about the idea coming into the draft here because the idea for True Rippers is they want to
SB
2 from Zindin Bidan. Itu yang saya maksudkan. Yuzong tak patut begitu. Anyway, nak bersalin leh Roger.
Kau sempat promote pula. Nak jadi bidan. Dah lah Zindin Bidan. Yelah, draft composition tu lah. Draft composition tu.
Everyone else is distracted by the other 4 picks, but look at Guangzhou Gaming. This is about engage. It's about starting.
Tap 50k like guys. Ya guys. Bantu tap screen guys.
This says
Kau tulis apa ni Frost?
Engage. Dia tulisan engage.
Okay. This is engage plus crowd control. This is engage plus crowd control. This is engage plus crowd control. And this honestly can be engage plus crowd control and damage. And then when it comes to the Moscow, we've seen this happen yesterday where the Moscow can 1v1 the Ling and it's not that big of a problem. We're going to be looking at some of the
SB, someone!
From someone, draft yang paling padu komplit bagi kau apa Rain? Anyway, Vemos Bowl menang tak Rain?
Nombor 2 dulu. Aku percaya Vamos boleh menang. Okay. Draft yang paling padu pada pendapat aku
we can
Semalam
counter
Sukas
engage.
kena
But
tutup
look at
Dia
all
tak
the
ada
different
istilah
angles
draft
that
paling
is coming
padu
up
untuk
from,
spesifik
Guangzhou.
satu pasukan,
From the
guys.
side here, we see Saber is about
Sebagai
to
seorang
jump in,
coach,
and from this
engkau
side,
kena
from
faham
this side, we see that the
kekuatan
attack
player
is
kau
jump
apa,
in, so there's layers to who
and
goes
kau
in
kena
first, second, and
utilize
third.
strength kau player
There's
apa.
an
So untuk
order.
menjawab soalan kau,
Nanti abang Malaysia
Two,
tetap masuk
and
grand
then
final.
three.
InsyaAllah.
This
untuk
makes it so that
sesebuah
someone
draft tu
is
jadi
completely
draft yang paling
punished
padu,
when someone
dia
misses
adalah
someone.
draft
We're
yang
gonna
kau
play
boleh
it here and see
memaksimumkan
what happens.
potensi player-player kau.
And then when he brings them
Faham tak?
together,
Tambah lagi
they're all
Holland.
bunched up.
Macam contoh ni, aku bagi contoh lah senario untuk korang faham.
Able to
Katalah
get
aku
the
coach,
proper target
aku masuk
despite
tim blacklist.
everyone,
Dekat tim blacklist ada
coming
All My
there.
Venus, ada
What we
Wise.
like that whenever they fight,
Kalau
there's
aku
always
paksa
a change
Venus
of crowd
main
control.
hero
There's always a
tank,
change.
hero
You
setup,
get the wave.
sedangkan
Looking
strength
at
dia
the
lebih ke arah
on
hero
here,
support, aku
where
not a good
this is
drafter.
again showing how
Dan draft yang aku bagi
devastating
pun
it is
bukan draft
when
yang paling
one
padu.
Kita on paper.
Sebab aku tak boleh memaksimumkan strength player aku. Faham? Sebab tu penting untuk coach tahu strength player dia apa. Kadang-kadang korang tengok, line up ni player dia bagus, tapi coach tak utilize lah draft dia. Contoh macam last season team AC mainan guys kan. Season lepas kita nampak Arlot banyak Momo banyak kali main Arlot, tapi last season tak ada langsung diorang main Arlot.
Amin.
Faham tak?
Rasa
Sebab
masuk
diorang tak utilize strength dia apa.
on paper TS guys.
And as a coach, aku tak boleh cakap aku bagi kau 5 hero ni, engkau main 5 hero ni kau main confirm menang. Tak boleh.
Pertukaran satu
Sebab
player.
hero mastery engkau di level yang kita tak tahu apa. Lepas tu draft enemy pun berubah-ubah, kita tak tahu apa. Dia takkan ada satu template draft yang sesuai lawan semua hero guys. Takkan ada.
Banyak di international stage main MSC.
Faham guys So untuk menjawab soalan kau, draft yang paling padu tu adalah apabila coach boleh memaksimumkan potensi player-player kau. Itu adalah draft yang paling padu.
Gameplay TS sebelum ni lebih kemas.
I am now with Coach
Lebih
Sunday
kemas
from
daripada
Guangzhou Gaming.
Vamos.
Pada pendapat coach Ballon d'Or, siapa patut menang selain Mbappe dan Sanford?
Dua from Diego mana bola.
Sanford
Coach
takkan dalam
berdasarkan
pilihan.
rumours yang coach dah tahu, Vemos season depan okey tak?
Diego
Dan
mana
kalau
bola?
era cuti satu season, besar tak efek bila dia nak main balik?
Lebih baik daripada apa yang mereka tunjuk di first match hari tu.
Going into the match.
Aku rasa diorang still kuat. Aku rasa diorang still kuat.
As a whole team,
Bukan
hanya
and line up
mengharapkan Bocil.
untuk Bocil Bocil kalau dia comeback balik, yang tu aku tak sure guys. Kena tengok.
Tapi kalau mereka boleh
Kita pernah tengok season yang Bocil berehat jap, Chibi ganti kan.
mampu untuk mengalahkan
For sure,
waktu tu,
because I've been hearing that you have a lot of
lepas
experience
waktu
in
tu
MOBA.
Bocil comeback balik, dia still
And, you know,
perform.
with that sort of
kepada
experience
Bocil
and that sort of
sahaja.
knowledge, what is the strategy?
Maksudnya still okay. Aku rasa tak ada masalah. Bocil boleh je. Tak faham soalan ke selain tu apa? Tak boleh lah. Sebab aku nampak nama kau kat situ.
Saya tak ada jawapan untuk itu.
Nama kau ada kat situ. Dia jadi macam tak fokus. Dia macam mengganggu konsentrasi aku nak jawab soalan.
So saya harap korang boleh terima saya punya
我觉得 MOBA
pendapat
游戏的
tanpa
整体的
berdebat.
风格都是差不多的，但是有一些细微的东西是
Aku
关键
pilih
特别是在这种高强度的比赛里面，越是那种细枝末微的
Tak tahu
东西，
Mbappe juga
然
tu.
后能决定比
Tak
赛
boleh
的胜负。
selain. Aku tak nampak orang lain. Kenapa kau nampak siapa selain Mbappe?
Games are quite similar. However, I really needed to pay attention to details, and those small details sometimes are crucial. That determines who wins the game.
Okay, so was that one of the reasons why, unfortunately, you had
SRJ
to
esok
lose
guys,
your
esok
first
main.
match up against Falcons PH?
Punca SRJ kalah
那么这
semalam
个是不
kenapa?
是有
Rin
一
dengan
个你
Ripo
就是在
mesti
第
pakai
一
sama.
次
Serius lah,
在
Ripo
当
pakai baju
中
ni juga guys.
Perhatian
focus
aku,
这样的一个原
pemerhatian
因呢
aku.？
我觉得是
pertama
的，
adalah
你们看
tidak
我们比
respect
赛
Lu kau
依
vote
据
Sanford
前期
masuk
能
oh,
力打得
ya,
不是
dah
但
nak.
是因为中间的一些
nampak
小
dia
失误
pula, guys.
导致我们输了比
Enemy
赛。
link tu
Yes, that's
betul-betul.
right. That's what I think. Because
Dia
at the beginning of that match,
dengan
we
Angela
actually
Golin dia,
were
boleh- boleh
in a
jalan.
more advanced position. We were in a better position, but unfortunately,
role
because of
ataupun
some
lane
small
Diego mana
mistakes,
bola,
we
Diego
lost
mana
the
bola.
match at
Asal
the
banyak
end.
player bola hari ni guys.
Okay, were there any other
Zinadan
challenges
Bidan,
in
Diego
that
mana
match?
bola.
那么在当时的那个比赛当中，还有没有一些其他的挑战呢？
Sekas juga kalah dengan jungler.
主要
Timber
来了这边
Battery
之
pun
后，
semua
我们
boleh
的训
katakan
练时
hampir
间也
semua
比较
kalah.
短吧，
Adalah
然
satu
后
dapat.
训练赛打的可能比较少，然后可能选手还没有当时没有进入状态，
Youth
但是我们
memang
昨天
dipunish
前天说
kau-kau.
完比赛之后，昨天又
打了一整天的训练赛，然后现在大家的状态应该还挺好的。
SRG macam belum adapt dengan
I
the
think
new
we
meta.
got here and we didn't do enough preparation. The time was limited. So after we lost that match, we practiced a lot yesterday.
Paling saya terkejut apa tahu siapa yang kalah Lin bang?
Now I think all the
Kram.
team members have got this confidence.
Dia orang yang paling saya tak expect lah. Tu maksudnya guys, ESP Pro Esport tu betul-betul kuat.
All the best, all the best. But what do you think about the meta right now? Do you think it's like a little bit difficult? Do you think it's flexible? Do you think it's more rigid?
Dia masih lagi membuat keputusan untuk join the team fight.
So decision making 啊 decision making 啊。
方式是怎样的呢？你觉得是可以的吗？是很容易适应的吗？还是说整个的比赛这种形式就是让你有点无法适应，会觉得很激进呢？
不会，我觉得我们可以适应这种问题，无论是我还是我们队伍。
Yeah, I think it's fine and it's flexible and we just need to adapt to these methods.
Okay, they just need to adapt to the meta. That's amazing things to know. And before I let you go into your next match, I do want to know, what do you say to the players before you get into this elimination match to motivate them?
Kita borak pasal apa ni guys?
我们非常期待呢，在我们正式进入下一场这个淘汰赛之前呢，你对你的团队有什么想说的吗？让给他们更多的这样的这个精神激励，让他们能够更好打好比赛。
SRG yang gagal maksimalkan Crown First 2 turtle tu bukan salah Crown.
Well, today's match we definitely will win.
SRG
Not
tu siapa?
only today,
Kram
for
bukan
the
SRG.
match in the future, we will win too.
Dua from Fernando Gores. Harap Serang menang esok. Penat nak scroll baca post and komen dekat grup Lini nanti kalau kalah.
Tak payah baca guys.
Sebab saya rasa
tak payah baca lah guys. Biasalah. Sekarang ni kita dah ada community yang at a point kalau kita kalah auto kena condemn. Auto cari salah nak buat macam mana guys. Decision satu tim lah. Faham.
You know, I think they can take the approach from Coach Sante. You know,
Tapi
basically we're going to win
Sky
this match.
susah. Dia perlukan item. Dia mesti nak farm dulu. Dia main league kan.
That's a great way to look at it, especially when you need to go
Paling
ahead and bounce
rotation
back and
dua
you're
mid
your
lah.
backs
Kalau
against
nak
the wall
menangkan
right
dia.
now.
Tapi dua mid tu kena
Putting your
punish.
life on the line for this tournament. So yeah, you go with that mindset and maybe they replicate it and they get a sweep here against True Rippers.
Dan dah release ke line up SEA Game. SEA Game lelaki.
Walking
Tak tahu
normally,
tu.
you don't have to think about it. You just move your body. When you do stumble and you
Salahkan
then
Rin
correct
kalau
yourself,
SRG
you're
kalah.
much
Betul.
more concerned, Lefel, of the little things. Maybe that's going to help GZG.
Ada setengah orang
Oh, yeah,
salahkan
for sure.
aku.
Looking
Simple.
at the little things makes you appreciate as well
Aku
the
kadang-kadang baca
timings when
komen
we're talking
tengok
about in
Skies
game here.
out, Skies
Which,
out.
by the way, just to add on onto that interview, I really feel like if anyone is interested to play Mobile Legends, this is probably the
I'm
best
back
time
Ren ni
to
Daniel
play
Haikal
because
second account mak.
this
Kau
is
banyak-banyak
such
account
an
pula.
open meta
Daniel
where if you're
Haikal.
from other mobile games, whatever
Condemn je
logic
hari
you
ni
have
dah lah
there,
tak
you can
sebut
actually
Ronaldo
transfer it
untuk
here
Ballon
because
d'Or.
in just the 3 days, we've seen healers work, we've seen counter engage work, we've seen split push work, we've seen strong engage, strong dive work, we've seen like what siege work. Basically, all the draft
Okay, let's go.
philosophy.
Essential Link, SB.
Dua from Syahrul Idlan padahal sokong tim bawa nama Malaysia.
But I think that's more on Aurora showing how strong early game is.
And maybe that's the biggest thing to look at. If that continues
Syahrul Idlan padahal.
buy time, well, it's like that card is declined.
Time is expensive.
There's no time to buy, you know. And so at this point, we'll see if True Rippers changes things
Betul,
up.
aku setuju. No Syahrul Idlan padahal. Support tim yang bawa nama Malaysia guys. Support tim yang bawa nama Malaysia.
during the live.
I like this too. Wings not going to come into contention at least for this one. Banned out here. And also, again, if the priority is just going to be the Atlas.
Follow guys, follow lah saya, follow Abang Lot, subscribe saya, subscribe YT Abang Lot guys, tolonglah. Counting lah sikit guys.
If they want to. Again, they can
Eudora
use
ban
picks to bounce back. I mean, if you look at what they had last time as the Atlas, they lacked a lot. Like the concept of that draft lacked a lot. I think, you know, so he starts here with 2 picks.
2.99 from someone. Aku rasa nak tak nak salah Sunfrost lah.
Right now. And
Aku tak cakap Frost. Aku tak cakap SB aku yang cakap SB aku yang cakap. Aku minta maaf kalau kau terasa Frost. Tapi aku tak cakap, SB aku yang cakap
Yeah, but here's the thing. I like the
Thank you for the follow, Elvis Fist, Joseph.
Before they had an opportunity to pick up the Eudora. Eudora in this current meta is a great position to hold this tree because she has great destruction.
Tak ada. Dok kan nak salahkan kau.
The thing is that it's so easy to do even if you're distracted.
Eudora dah tak ada, kau nak ambil apa sini? Link dah ban.
With that Moskov, I do want to
Akai
see
ke?
where Guangzhou they will change it up. I feel
Gwyn
like they
ke?
need to pick up the Nolan now because if not, the
Kau
Nolan
nak main
will
Assassin
be
juga?
out.
Assassin,
I mean,
Nolan,
it's
Harley.
for something like a Saber, but the thing is,
Vama bila dia? Lepas ni
Moskov
guys, lepas ni.
dealing with that Saber is compared to
Lepas ni guys,
something like
Baba
Nolan.
Aira
Even if
TT,
he gets
lepas ni.
pushed back, he can just jump back.
Zushin! Okay lah.
Guangzhou
Satu sama.
picking up that
Satu sama guys, satu
Zushin,
sama.
and it looks like
Sociopath.
this philosophy.
Pukul 3.10 from Sabrina SGD. Bang Ren Napa Bang Lot comel sangat.
We want some crowd control, and now
Tak
that's
suka
the same
kopi,
case here with these
kalau
first two
pilih
picks. Plus
kopi.
they got themselves the Claude, which again was banned out in the previous game. So this is already. It looks good on both sides. Harley comes through though for True Rippers.
Salah video panjang
This
sikit
is
guys.
one of those cases where, again, similarly to the Ling and the Harara, you need to make sure that your Harley is able to go ahead and scale up. We've seen it before
Vamos
already.
balik pukul berapa?
Where if you
Iva.
get delayed hard enough,
Ada je lah nak respect korang.
Abang pernah main Saber jadi robot.
Asal SB aku crack sangat hari ni guys? Korang kenapa ni?
Dulu main Saber tapi Saber jungle.
Harley Saber.
Sociopath.
Dua from Atlas. Aku lagi kena main. Bagilah aku rest dulu.
Tak boleh, kau tengah meta sekarang. Kau tengah meta, kau tahu tak? Orang first pick kau. Tak boleh nak rehat-rehat kau ni. Kalau kau tengah meta, biarlah orang pick kau. Waktu orang tak ada pick kau, kau bising.
Honestly, looking at their lineup right now, it looks more spread here because they have, I would say, still the position one being Moskov. Moskov's going to take most of the farm, but then they have Harley as an assassin, and also I do have to say here, Rayman, all three heroes that True Rippers has.
Mingalaba guys. Welcome Myanmar community to the stream guys ya.
Trying to make this team fight messy.
Uranus. Okay lah, Zusin Cloud.
To avoid the Atlas.
Ni sepatutnya Uranus ni mendunia guys.
Minimize the
Kiri apa?
effect that they
Esme.
have with their AoE crowd control.
this is interesting too, man. The Uranus comes up. Remember what Lootby was able to
Esme
do
ke?
yesterday? Just basically when you have that kind of lead.
Esme Dairot.
This is again, if you're looking at the screen and maybe you haven't tuned in.
Esme Dairot ataupun Bahasa Fanny ya. Nolan.
Whoa, what is this meta? Look at these bans. When
Boleh
did
lah,
we think
Atlas
we'd
Nolan
see these
combo
kind of
boleh lah.
bans, right?
Angkat
The
bus, angkat
Eudora,
bus.
the Saber being banned out.
Kalau
Ayuh
nak
on
dengan
the other
Zusin nak
side.
combo
Like,
apa
there's
guys?
just so much open right now for this draft. The Nolan does come through. There's the Yuzhong. Might as well pick it up again. Make
Thank you
use
for the
of that.
follow. Harum
Just like we
Manis
saw in
per
the previous
list.
one, and a
Dan juga
Guinevere
Carl Shah.
is that last choice here for True Rippers.
Wait, so the Guinevere is going to go Rome. That's going to be
Guinevere Rome!
I got to say, Rainman, Guangzhou, they have easier to
Betul guys, aku rasa
execute
Guinevere Rome
draft
pun
when it
still
comes to
boleh
True
bawa
Rippers. Like I said, a lot of
Still boleh bawa.
individual skills is there, but if they miss their abilities, that's GG. They will either look
Vamos ke berapa Rain? Lepas ni Kal.
or
Lepas ni.
like Guangzou says,
Habis match ni terus vamos.
Sociopath.
SB.
Dua from Safi Bali. Kenapa sekarang jarang nampak Innocent gendong kau-kau Atau memang trio mid yang lebih berimpit?
Fan and rooting for India, you would hope, okay, maybe we have a chance.
Safi
If
Bali.
not, Guangzhou Gaming will be moving on with a 2-0. True Rippers will end their MSC run here.
Safi Bali.
We'll see if they can even it up
Tak
as we throw
guys.
it back to
Kalah
your
semalam
casters
bukan
to get
masalah
Guangzhou
individu.
underway.
Faham tak guys?
True Rippers and
Kalah
their
semalam
last
bukan
chance
masalah
at
individu. Tolonglah faham.
being able to get
Dah lah kita nak
protecting
cakap
their key
Akram tak
and
perform,
thus
Stormy
ending
tak
their
perform,
tournament
Sekai's
run
out,
right here,
Innocent
right
tak
now
gendong.
against
Cukup lah guys.
Guangzhou
Kalah
Gaming.
semalam as a
We're
team.
seeing
Kalau tanya aku
a bit
menyeluruh,
of a
baik dari
shift in
segi
terms of
planning,
the draft
drafting,
America.
daripada
It's
gameplay,
not
menyeluruh
entirely-
guys.
Hold on. Okay. It's still the Yuzhong though.
Baik,
It's only
Safi
hands
Bali.
that you are going to see, and I feel like True Rippers are putting a lot of
Hantar
respect
ke
to
bulan,
their
mantap.
seeded
Hantar ke
first
bulan.
rotation.
Aku dah kata. Dekat dalam komen section aku ada dua pihak yang kena hantar ke bulan. Pertama yang spam, yang kedua geng sedap-sedap. Memang korang kena hantar ke bulan
Almost get that game 2, a very close
Belen.
nail biting game 2 with a simple composition. So I like the
Sociopath.
fact that they're going
SB.
Dua from Airul Fahmi cek mata. Cepat habis nak tengok Vemos.
as well. This
Ya
time nothing too
Allah.
crazy.
Macam
It's
mana
still season
banyak
100
dapat
for
idea ni, guys?
recall. No more of that weapon
Dia
mastery.
macam
But it's still master assassin for both the goal laners here. CY
Cepat habis tu guys. Semoga kita boleh
Dua
tengok Vamos guys.
from Carl Z. Bang lepas terceduk saya tengok Eiffel
Yeah, it
Tower.
seems that there will be a lot more of the micro plays
Okay lah tu.
coming in for our goal laners
Tapi
here.
kau
And
good
they
tu,
will
Kak
have
Tizi. Kau tak
definitely
boleh
a
nak
very
fokus tengok
big
Eiffel
task
Tower.
to
yang boleh
fulfill,
dibuat.
considering
Fokus
this
kau untuk
game,
champ.
I think would give a lot more room for them to operate around the map. But that was close. Rehansha.
Ui, abang Lo explain
at
game
least
tu.
he doesn't get caught there by recall right before the objective. But they're on a much more balanced lineup right now, as we've been talking about.
On the way jadi analisis.
Yep, he's going to have to fall. May, though, the frozen. Ians gets away with the space escape down below. Kimmy with a potential gank on Modi. Reads it out. Great stuff from TRX in the mid lane to CY. This time is actually trying to zone Garcia out. Garcia walked up to try to get that cannon minion. He does get it, but he's going to lose out in the trade in the end.
Okay.
Apa dia?
Guangzhou Gaming are yet to find
Chain CC.
what happened just now for
Chain
XCA.
crowd control.
But Asuna will be quick to react though. And it feels like True Rippers have really taken
Stun
control over this.
berterusan.
Hilang lagi.
Stun bertali arus.
For Eons across these winning lanes.
Semua bahasa aku
Exactly
bagi
what we wanted from True Rippers from Game.
Diorang meta kau atau sekadar hype? Memang meta guys. Diorang memang meta. Song. Nolam pula. Uranus ni jadi god tu guys game ni. Bermain tu Uranus ni guys. Tapi Gwyn memang boleh roam tu. Aku tak faham kenapa orang tak nak bawa Gwyn roam guys.
They've completely turned around the situation. We were not expecting this heading into game number 2 after what we witnessed in game number 1. But True Rippers have reset. They've completely changed their draft, and now they're showing us how it's done. Even that Black Dragon Form stolen by Asuna was such a huge thing to consider.
Thank you for the follow Ayap Mayap. Ayap Mayap.
Sociabus.
SB.
Dua from Big Bandit. Tolong Rain. Mi tarik ke mi celup sedap.
Jangan nama pelik-pelik tu guys. SB tolong jangan nama pelik-pelik guys. Jangan nama pelik-pelik guys.
0, 2, and 0.
Mi tarik ke mi celup Mi tarik.
Ian wasn't able to do this in game number 1. You know that for a fact. On the Ling, he was just limited, but now there's no one stopping him.
Recall gets away. That's a Purify out for Rehansha as Kimmy gets away in time, but Rehansha now is going to be copper Lance Blood again. Recall the walk up, but not enough damage by Recall to take Rehansha down. This is
tolonglah janganlah satu sama. Memang satu sama guys. Tim kiri ni ambil Zuxin. Satu sama.
Okay, aku dah faham dah kenapa Rin memilih untuk kanan menang.
But the fact that even the Yuzhong is pretty much shut down in his lane is really not helping.
Tak bang, dari segi draft pun tak ada siapa boleh burst Uranus. Satu. Lepas tu Harley easy target Cloud dengan Zuxin sebab dua-dua pakai Purify. 2. Valentina ada ulti Atlas. 3. Laning Boskov boleh fight dengan semua hero kiri late game. 4. Itu pendapat saya bang. Itu pendapat saya. Kiri ni Atlas kurang combo. Dia boleh combo dengan Nolan sahaja. Dengan Zuxin tak boleh. Dengan Cloud tak boleh.
So di kanan ni sebenarnya tak perlu main combo pun. Dia cari satu belah.
Betul.
Do you get the head of
Diorang main apa lah? Nama tu pick and roll. Tangkap satu caw.
Doesn't land though.
Kiri ni contoh pick and roll. PICK roll. ROLL. Zong. Nolan dapat. Atlas dapat.
Ini combo yang aku cakap tadi. Ini combo yang ada sentuh sebelah kiri ya. Ini kita tak boleh tengok dekat belah kanan. Ada melainkan Valentina yang
Dua from Bukan Angah. Best EWC ada fun match.
Bukan fun match guys.
Don't tell me that's
Sila hantar ke bulan. Dah. Fatimah dah hantar ke bulan. Santai guys. Thank you for the follow
taking control, because if you take a look at the replays, it was just a single Black Dragon.
Bukan fun match guys.
The Petrify into the Fatal Links as well.
It was just W Ren. Mingga lapar Kyotet.
To us by Guangzhou Gaming, catching
Gwyn
almost every single member who
guys, Gwyn dia lompat angin ke?
So there was no way for them to get out of that. They were all
Janganlah sebut nama Rasi dah guys. Rasi dah tak ada dah guys.
Wait, spatial migration on May? Modi gets away right now. God, Rehansha walks on SOD.
SB, Erling Haaland.
Here for Vemos. Haaland VAMOS.
Haaland. I love you Haaland. Norway.
Able to make it work now. The clear from Guangzhou Gaming onto those
Haaland vamos Haaland vamos.
Minions to stop the turn from being taken away, but Garcia stays true in the bottom lane again on this Moskov.
Okay, be careful. Gotta be careful.
Belis ni guys dapat dua apa fee?
Dua from Erling Halang saya masuk rumah. Akhirnya season depan ada banyak hype coach lokal. Sora, Ren dengan Angah.
has significant.
Bila masa aku gak ada pula ni.
I feel like even
Erling halang saya masuk rumah.
Dua from Ciku guys. My lovely coach, kenapa dia orang tak pick Mia Ha?
Sebab diorang bukan kau, Cik. Diorang bukan kau. Kalau kau aku suruh diorang pick Mia, Cik. Apa benda SB aku ni guys? Asal banyak sangat penyamaran kat SB aku ni.
Dua from
SB
Chat
relax
Padu.
tu.
COACH TPLH akan TRUSDENGGLE10 DIEORG kuat JGLE10.
Boleh jadi. Ada possibility. Ada possibility diorang bagi role carry tu dekat Sunford balik. Diorang biar Carl main jungle tank pun ada possibility.
That took a bit longer than it should have.
Teringat
At least
Green
Guangzhou got a turret though, because if they did not, then I feel like True Rippers really got the better trade. It was a turtle that they were able to secure, no contest whatsoever on Ian's. And they barely
SB aku tak relax hari ni guys.
took a one raid if ever that were to be the case. But right now, you're starting to feel how Garcia is becoming a lot more active across the map. He's also a level ahead of Sai, by the way. So I think it's been really great for True Rippers, at least for their laning phase so far. Now we take a look.
On paper siapa lagi kuat, TS ke Vamos? On paper
Kenapa bang? Saya masak.
Sejujurnya on paper TS.
But this is
malam ada
dengan experience international tournament yang diorang ada, on paper TS. Tetapi Vamos tengah on fire selepas first match diorang. So kita ada peluang guys. Kita ada peluang nak kalahkan diorang.
They gotta be careful. The only purify they have is on their main front.
Salah, Rain. Habis ni faham. Betul.
So that's the problem for True Rippers, right? They have to split up. They have to be very careful of this
Abang Lord.
from main.
Ada viewer saya complain.
It almost guaranteed them.
Dia kata Abang Lord masa cast awet hari tu tak berhenti review awet. Bila laki main slow je cast.
At this point, I think spatial migration on main doesn't even sound too crazy.
Hari tu waktu MWI abang review awet ke?
Takkan aku nak review jantan dalam ni?
Tak adalah review gameplay ke review muka?
Awet.
Muka lah.
Which is great because I think they're splitting up their positioning.
Tadi asal someone tu hantar aku RM2 tak cakap apa-apa guys.
We see Kimmy really putting himself and trying to scout wherever Guangzhou Gaming could potentially come from, but just the same. Seems like there seems to be a bit more reaction coming from their side. Garcia has had no trouble opening up the map.
Abang Lord mudah distracted
True
dia.
Rippers, they haven't been able to pay
Someone
as
tu
much
malu ke dia? Tak, dia hantar RM2. Lepas tu dia diam ni guys.
Potential problem for Guangzhou Gaming, especially now that we're looking at the first Lord spawning on the map. And it's the far lane who has been, or which has been really dealt with.
Kalau Vamos kalah, next jumpa PTR atau Falcon. Ada possibility guys, ada possibility.
They have no idea he's doing this, but
dia bisu. Ya Allah, jangan dia main macam tu guys. Jangan guys, tak baik.
He knows exactly where he needs to be. And Guangzhou Gaming doesn't feel like they have a composition to burst this neutral objective down. Oh, May with the fatal links into Kimmy as well, but he's able to escape, and now it's all the resources burnt. The dragon down, the fatal links as well. Garcia already dealing with the wave in about top lane. Rahansha knocked out. Fatal link from Asuna takes them all into the Vile Requiem. Now it's Garcia to miss it all with the SB, tearing them apart as Asuna picks up a double, and TRX take full control over the game.
Uranus ni guys, apa nak kacau Uranus ni guys?
Only able to zone out Kimmy. Now they lose tier 1 in mid, but at least Guangzhou have secured the objective. But now it's
Vamos kalah ke tadi baru on belum Idin. Lepas ni baru Vamos lawan Idin. Lepas ni. Rain, ya Mason kali. Ya.
Much more happier with the exchange. They
Tak ada
get so
jawapan
much
tu
control. They
Uranus.
only lose an objective, and now they might also get recall. If it weren't for that one dash, it would have been really close.
Big spear of misery. I agree with you.
Tak guys, itu masalah bila diorang keluar mid dengan goal awal dekat atas. Lepas tu diorang tak ada DPS burst ataupun continuous damage yang boleh shred Uranus. Diorang keluar Uranus terus tak ada jawapan guys.
Because if they backed away, it would have been completely chopped. Spatial migration of the Vile Requiem now on May. Eon's with the deadly magic. May is got her. Modi can't even find the petrify. Eon's got away now. The blazing red doing nothing.
Kau tengok nyawa Uranus tu guys. Kau tengok je nyawa Uranus tu.
Eon's taken out by Modi. But in the back line, it's the SOD. Garcia.
GG. Satu sama pula. Orang nak tengok Vamos ni.
Lantern flare to escape by Xing with the Crimson Beacon, but Modi here, it's just a delayed pickoff. He's going to try to buy as much time as he can with the passive procs. but it will be inevitable. Modi,
sebab Zuxin, sebab Zuxin, guys.
The Furious Dive again. Wait a second. Wait a second. Uh-oh, Asuna with the melee range again. Now it's 3 against Modi. Dude, he bought so much time.
He did. That was initially a highlight for Garcia that we were just about to talk about, but it's been all Modi from that point onwards. He was just sustaining 2 members at the same time. They had to call in another member from True Rippers just to finally take him down. And that's only
macam Lunox. Dia kena ada DPS atau burst yang tinggi, guys.
But take a look at this team fight once again, and you kind of worry.
Tapi the correct word sebenarnya bukan setakat burst lah. DPS, dia kena ada DPS yang tinggi. Damage per second. Damage per second yang tinggi ni. Contoh macam Carry, Lunox, Beatrix.
In his hands, we can take a look at the items just to confirm whether or not that's actually true, but he already does.
2.99 from Islamic Ronaldo as Ayuh. Jom kita lepas maghrib ni kita buat solat hajat agar serang dan Bemos dapat fokus betul-betul dan dipermudahkan urusannya. Kita boleh, guys.
Amin. Boleh guys. Siapa nak buat solat hajat?
2 from Kailan map ikan masin. Siri kali ni menarik. Banyak hero dah keluar ni. Harap next Biggie Jungle.
Kailan Bape ikan masin, kau dengar sini Kau jangan ajar viewer aku nak main meta yang bukan-bukan Biggie Jungle. Kailan Bape ikan masin. Lock dance, tengok lock dance, guys. Kiri tengah stick 5. Moskov akan main long lane dulu atas. Uranus pegang Lord. Moskov tak show lagi. Kanan pun ada yang tak show lagi ni. Diorang nak burst.
5 from moderator Keshingan Daddy Rain. Macam hand video assignment Duket Let's Turun.
Ada orang cakap aku nampak penat. Itu sebelum aku pakai ini. Man,
stay afloat in this elimination match while being a game up in the match.
Okay, that was a more step-by-step approach that they took, which is great for them, benefits them a lot because they had a lineup who could really just be just as strategic when it comes to the objective takes. So you saw how they just
macam mana boleh terlepas slot ni, guys? Apa cerita ni?
There was a Black Dragon form to start things off that was not used as early, by the way. So it was just perfectly set up, and the SOD not landing too allowed for Guangzhou to just commit to the bit. They were not
asal semua Ayuh, janganlah guys share Ayuh aku dekat aku punya SB ke.
Rehansha has the purified backup. The deadly magic comes around.
Loud!
In the back of the blazing duets.
2-0 guys, 2-0. Let's go.
Cloud dah jadi 2-0 ni, nampak. Uranus tak tahan dah ni.
Guangzhou Gaming are looking at
dah siap Trinity ke?
And that's the blazing duet, which dealt a lot more damage than we thought. Spatial migration, but Kimi gets bursted.
Xing in the back now with the Crimson Beacon and the Lantern Flare. Garcia with the win of nature, the Purify out, but Xing will still fall to the deadly magic. Just a matter of time. Modi almost trying to get that Furious Dive and the Petrify, but he spaces out perfect, and now it's Rehansha who is holding the Lord, able to defend for now. The mid lane coming out as well. Modi gets taken out by
apa ni?
They should have went back a bit more earlier.
Hilang, nice one.
With a shutdown, the Spear of Misery side shuts Garcia down with the BMI and the blazing duet straight to the face.
So was that bait all along? Were they just setting up for that play? Because as of the moment, it seems like Guangzhou Gaming have gotten back in this siege. They will at least take down one or more turrets down bot. When in fact you would think that
Gwyn suka lock Nata, itulah guys. Gwyn ni suka lompat angin tu guys.
Successfully defended it from that point onwards, but that was the play. This was Recall and Sai working together to make it look like it was still Guangzhou getting the better trade.
Gara-gara duk layan live abang Lot lah saya terjadi pencinta
nightmare. Is the reality.
SB
2 from Juljen Kulop. Okay lah, last. Semoga dimurahkan rezeki Rain. Hala VAMOS.
Hala vamos. Thank you Jurgen Kulop. Kau adik Rani Kulop ke? Terima kasih for the RM2 Let's go guys. Lepas ni kita support Vamos guys. Lepas ni kita support Vamos guys. Vamos lepas ni Vamos lawan guys. Lepas ni Vamos lawan.
Som just get bursted down earlier.
Warga YT okey ke warga YT?
Guangzhou Gaming, I think there's
Senyap je.
less to think and worry about apart from maybe just the winter crown for
Dua
Ians and
from
the
Nat God. Kapan mau habis game ni? Guga sabar bantai TS Pakesan Golden ni.
Natko, sabar Natko. Kau relax dulu. Dapatkan moral. Jangan overconfident. Jangan overconfident Natko.
That's a crazy position to hold
right there. Ians.
Uranus ni.
Kimi the back, find his space migration, but it's only on
Tapi
the
kalau
side
dapat
with
tengok
the
Sun kau
purify.
membantai sedap juga. Sun kau.
It's even locking Ians
Hilang.
down.
Okay. Moskov dulu. Okay, dah.
Aduh, sayangnya.
Baik tu guys, recall ni boleh main.
10 from moderator Keshanan Dadi Rain. Kasih panjang sikit video.
Macam tu je.
Ada orang cakap aku nampak penat. Tu sebelum aku pakai ni. Mans Pure Bright Expert. Dengan 5 kali vitamin B3. Hilang terus tompok hitam.
The first team. Reapers. Telapor di Rebuild.
Start to the international debut, to the international run.
Gelo comeback
for India, for True
Siapa yang post Yus Yus engkau Yus.
Tapi
moderator kesayangan aku siapa
Tapi dah
So siapa?
Dua from Skiff, Natko, Boch Asteris, Jom Magic Chess Jump. Macam sempat je ni.
Akib, jangan overconfident Akib. Jangan overconfident Akib. Jangan magic chest. Okay. Warga YT okey. Speed donation tu besar sangat. Kadang-kadang tak nampak fight. Sorry tu guys. Tapi memang kena besar. Tak boleh kecil sangat.
And the region as a whole, I feel, is a lot more proud of what they're achieving right now.
Janganlah guys, sia-sia Ayuh aku dah. Apa korang ni? Dah kita fokus support Famos guys Yusri KRU mana Rin? Senyap. Ada. Yusri KRU ada. Kau berapa Famo? Lepas ni? Lepas ni? Kata Zutsi ni kekalahan tapi boleh menang pula. Bukan dia yang buat menang pun guys. Bukan dia pun yang buat menang guys. Yang ni enemy yang bagi dia menang guys. Dengan Gwyn lompat tak kena-kenanya. Bukan saya. Bukan Fatimah. Fatimah behave Fatimah. Bagus Fatimah bagus Aku rasa antara Yus ni. Selalu moderator aku yang nakal-nakal Yus. Siapa lagi Siapa lagi moderator aku yang nakal-nakal?
Okay, kat sini apa jadi? Boom. Kena angkat macam tu je.
And the micro decisions also really paid off.
Moskov confident pakai flicker.
Who now are moving on to the next stage here in the lower bracket.
Razi pun baik guys. Razi pun baik.
Baik Gonza Gaming. Yes, Emsa please catat. Salam lagi dari Kono Abang Lot. Kita mesti tahu ni
Okay, let's go Vamos.
Ya betul, saya sangat setuju dan sepakat.
Semoga hari ni ada manis-manis untuk Vamos. Ya guys Ada hancur kunci ke? Ada hancur kunci guys.
那么女士们、先生们，欢迎来到看我们采访的我们广州的电竞团队。那今天我们首先采访的呢选手，首先想问你，为什么在这个比赛当中选择的是赛博剑圣这样的一个角色？
Ada satu game lagi tak ada dah habis 2-0
剑锋是 counter 目前版本的双边体系的，然后为了选这个英雄，我们教练也做了很多准备。
Sepatutnya ada hancur kunci guys. Sepatutnya ada. Sebab ni dah low bracket guys. Thank you for the follow Lukman.
That's very cool. Unheard of. We're hearing new metagame being built as we speak. Speaking of which, you're one of the more experienced players in the Chinese MLBB scene. I want to ask you about how do you feel the region is developing.
Thank you for the follow Alif Najmi. Yang baru masuk bantu tap screen guys.
那么我们呢，整个的这一个游戏项目在中国地区也是发展的非常蓬勃的。我们想要看一下您的意见，您觉得这个游戏在中国地区的发展如何呢？
其实中国玩 MLBB 的人还是比较少的，但是对于中国电竞，我一直觉得中国电竞会很厉害，所以我们 MLBB 项目的中国选手也在不断变强。
Well, at the moment, there are not a lot of people playing MLBB in the Chinese region.
Terus
However,
team pertama
we
pulang,
think
betul-betul.
there will be more and more people playing, and that's why we are getting stronger. And all of our players are practicing hard to make us to be a really strong team.
Comeback guys, comeback.
superior representation here.
Lepas ni guys, vamos.
In the future now.
Standby ya, lepas ni vamos guys.
You'll be playing against the loser of Team Spirit and Team Vamos. Who do you think you'll be facing off in the lower bracket?
是的，我们相信也会如此。那我们看一下，在未来的话呢，您将会面对的是 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两个团队当中的，他们是这个属于失败者。那么你觉得你将会面对的是哪一个选手呢？哪个选队？
Vamos boleh makan.
我觉得 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两支队伍都是很强的，他们一个来自俄罗斯赛区，一个来自赛区，都是其中的1、2号种子。然后我觉得我们会对阵到 Vamos 战队。
Well, I think they both really strong teams, and one of them is from Russia, and the other is from Malaysia. So I think they really both strong. However, probably I guess we will face Team Vamos.
Team Vamos. All right, we'll see how that ends up. That'll be the case. Prediction for
later
on today.
Vamos kalah,
You got those Chinese fans, those players that are looking up to you right now. Do you have any message to them to support you through your lower bracket run at MSC?
那是的。那么最后一个问题呢？我们可以看到您也是有非常多的粉丝的。对于您的粉丝，您有什么想说的吗？他们一路支持您。那么在我们的这个电竞赛上，您有什么想告诉粉丝的？
其实我很感谢支持每个 MLBB 赛事的粉丝，然后也感谢大家的观看。其次，我特别想针对中国的粉丝说，就是因为中国赛区的成绩一直不太好，但我觉得我们这次可以碾碎对手的钥匙。
Well, in fact, I really appreciate all the fans' support all over the world, and I would like to tell our fans that maybe in the past the Chinese region's scores were not that good, but this time we have the confidence we wanted to win.
I mean, it's showing very well. One more time, our victors Guangzhou
On paper saya rasa Team Spirit.
Thank you for joining us, but it's time for
Tapi
you
kalau Vamos dapat hero-hero
the
dorang,
honors.
contoh
Our
macam
first
Link
key
ke apa
crushing here
ke,
at
saya rasa kita ada
MSC
peluang nak
is gonna
menang.
be in your hands. I'm going to invite the rest of your team to join me in
Bukan itu
here.
saja.
I want us
Tidak,
all to
Vamos
go
ni
back
kalau
together. Thank you very
bermain
much again to our
bukan terlalu
translator June.
mengharapkan
Come on
dengan
over with me,
musuh.
my friends.
The other four also
We're
have
going to
to
open
step
up
up.
our door.
Betul. Setuju. Tapi boleh ni, boleh. Kita ada peluang nak menang.
Big piece, my friends.
Okay,
walk on in and crush the first key of MSC at EWC 2026. Go on in, all of you. You can choose whoever wants to crush the key together.
我们现在呢可以来看一下我们要做这样的一个仪式您可以选择一起的来做这样的一个。
Ada keluar ke glue sekif? Harap-harap ada guys Glue dia glue menggendong tu guys.
That is the True Rippers key.
Ada ni. Welcome guys. Welcome to the stream guys.
From MSC.
这是我们 MSC 方面的第一个这样的奖牌。
Pushing deeper, and there's the key, and it snaps in half. Our first key crush at MSC and EWC 2026. We talked about it earlier this morning. Everybody comes in with their own key, their own heart. And at the end of their
dorang
run,
akan crash sama-sama ramai-ramai
like
pergi
here
guys.
in the group stage,
Best gila.
their key, my friends, will look exactly like this. Feast your eyes upon it. Destruction has come, but that's only the beginning here for Guangzhou Gaming. Back to our panel.
Yes, it is only the beginning for China here at MSC, and with $65,000 guaranteed at this point, even if they lose against their upcoming matchup, they've got to be happy with what they've done so far. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Rain Day, joined by my boys Naisu and LaFell. Guys, that was a great showing. I think if
First
you're
key
GZG,
crash, guys.
you
First
had a loss, you come
key
back,
crash.
you win 2-0.
MSC guys
Yeah, that was
What's up from Myanmar? What's up Myanmar community? Welcome to the stream guys. James.
This has happened a couple times now for them.
Welcome guys.
I guess we're chalking up as a learning experience. It's the first time on the international stage. We even saw this before, with our new teams coming into internationals, and it seems to be just part of the process, I feel like, and hopefully they come back stronger in the future.
Yeah, there's nothing to take. I mean, to me, when I look at a team that comes here, their first time representing India at an international stage, you have to be proud. You're representing so many people, representing so much accumulative effort. And to be able to be here, yes, you didn't win, but hopefully you're taking something back that improves the region. And next time, when you show up, you have that to lean on.
I mean, here's the thing. I think they can do it because
yang belum follow dulu guys lepas ni kita nak tengok sama-sama game Vamos.
Why they weren't able to get the win there.
Yang dekat YT subscribe dulu YT, warga YT subscribe dulu
a-hole. They saw the mistake where True Rippers were trying to set up the map for the upcoming Lord. They were taking it slow, but there was no one surveilling the area. And because of that, Guangzhou was able to take the Lord right under their noses and then re-establish the map for themselves. And at that point, True Rippers weren't really sure how to adapt to that. So it really is just becoming a thing where coming to the internationals, quite a lot of culture shock.
Lawanan dua jungle rookie coach. Bocil lawan aku tak tahu nama ni Zaur Egois. Zaur Egois.
At a moment like this, you get to see the best of the best going toe to toe. GZG, TRX. It was a close game. And True Rippers actually led in terms of kills. Nice, you.
Yeah, they had a lead for a part of the
game
early
pun dah
game
habis,
into the
korang
mid
bukan
game,
nak tengok semua ni, korang nak banyak bertanya. So tanyalah.
Aku rasa Onyx
in the game where
better je Onyx.
Lord was started up by Guangzhou Gaming, and I thought with the lead that they had, the True Rippers would be like, hey, okay, we're not just going to give this away. And I think they expected a Lord dance, like we like to call it, but GZG was like, no, we're just going to take this from you. And that was a big swing in favor of what started to turn the tide in that game too.
And if I may, this is kind of a Rome diff, but not because of the players, but because of the hero. Because Atlas basically does what Guinevere does, but much better. Part of it is because the cooldown on the special migration from Gwyn starts off at 14 seconds. That's such a long time to wait for a set. That's kind of why we see Gwyn more popular in the jungle or the EXP, just because you get your levels faster, so your cooldowns actually get to a point where it's serviceable. And then we saw once Kimi jumps onto someone,
Vamos guys, lepas ni kita tengok Vamos lawan dengan Team Spirit.
Compared to the Atlas coming in from Guangzou Gaming, even if they purify, it really doesn't matter. There's multiple ways for them to go on the fight. So compared to both of them, True Rippers didn't have, I would say, a reliable way to start the fight compared to Guangzhou.
I mean, Atlas was picked twice. They led it through twice. And the issue was
Valentina
came up as a
Salah Ray, long time no see brother. Welcome to the stream guys.
Valentina responding
Megat
to
loko
Atlas
lama
also saying that we're not going to take Eudora.
Sehat ke Megat?
Eudora, part of the play.
Thank you for the follow,
draft,
Hellboy.
Also another part of that play that
Warga YT steady pergi ambil makanan dulu, ambil kudap-kudap dulu, letak depan TV. Ada game penting ni. Kita nak bersorak ni.
So jangan tanya selepas ni apa, selepas ni apa. Kalau tak nampak lagi tak tahu lah Bang Lloyd. Itulah. So sambil-sambil borak, jadual ada. Kan? And then kita pun tahu sedang apa yang berlangsung dekat sini. Ini jadual. Kan? So bila dah masuk game, kita akan pergi ke sini.
Well, it's a great showcase from
Vamos, rasa boleh clean suit ke Ray?
Kita akan borak. So waktu borak ni.
Boleh. Tengok draft. Aku rasa boleh.
True Rippers going down, a first team to exit this tournament to Guangzhou Gaming. Like I said, they've upped their prize pool to $65,000 as a result of that, and another $65,000 on the line for our upper bracket in Group A. Our first match, Team Vamos versus Team Spirit coming up next. These two teams, juggernauts in their own right, representing EECA and obviously, I believe, Malaysia. And that is a great showcase of two teams who have been playing well, who have nothing really to fear as well, LaFell, because even if they lose, they still have another chance.
And here's the thing, I feel like for all of us here, this is the match that's very difficult to call because Team Spirit, we expected them to be strong, and they are. For Vamos, we weren't expecting this kind of play, and then suddenly they just showed up. So the factor here that's making it difficult for us all is how strong Vamos really is. Because I feel like even going up against Team Falcons Mena, they didn't really show everything just yet. They showed they were strong, but they weren't pushed to their limits. So it really is going to be quite difficult to call Team Spirit and Vamos.
I like that even it was hard to call when they Malosh was asking, exactly who would you want to face up? Yeah, face up against. It's really difficult to call that because depending on who wins this and of course who loses and goes down to the lower bracket, that's a hard game to call because you also now in this one with Vamos and Team Spirit, you've got two promising young talents, young junglers looking to battle it out. And this is, people have been asking for, obviously the meta has shifted now where assassins seem to be more of the move for a lot of teams. And these two junglers that we're going to see here in the next matchup are some of the best on these assassin type junglers.
Yeah, he's talking about Arrow 404 and Zauer Egoist, not just the young jugglers, the third youngest and the youngest here in this tournament at MSC. An exciting matchup underway. And if you think you know who's going to win, make sure to get your pick'ems in. That's right, scan the QR code, take part, you will be a part of this broadcast.
From suka teng konten Aiman, Man kami perlukan gambar anda yang lama-lama baik lagi. Tolong buat konten yang macam ni lagi, Man.
Make sure to get your pick'ems in, we'll show them once we get closer to the start of the match. We'll be right back back in just a moment, but we want to remind you that Acecraft is a game, if you haven't played, there is a new way to play in We Fly Together. Some new co-op for those who want to get involved. Check it out.
Macam ni. Okey. Okey kan? Nampak besar lagi kan? Cukup soalan tu One more
Aku pakai macam tu dulu.
question. You will be out from my life. Or my stream.
Aku pakai macam
Lower bracket macam easy route je Bang Lot. Ya. Mungkin ya.
Entire family.
Nasib baik YT ni boleh zoom screen.
Hero apa patut ban?
Oh ya.
Depends. First pick, second pick, and also depends hero apa yang Vamos nak priority ataupun trade. Kena jawab juga benda tu. Vamos nak main hero apa?
Tyler won. You're done.
Predict final bang. Tak boleh predict.
Tu di zaman FB.
Saya rasa ini adalah antara tournament international. You can't predict anything. Alright, so untuk Vamos, kedudukan Vamos dan selepas ni game Vamos. Saya nak bagi tahu korang satu perkara. Andai, okay, macam ni betul.
Let's go, Vamos, let's go.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind.
Okay,
and we're here.
Andai, ini cerita Andai ni.
Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming.
Vamos menang.
Rara ni wajib ban tak? Sebab dia jungle rookie pro main Rara. Depends lah, siapa first pick, siapa second pick lah.
Kalah.
Tapi dia pick or ban lah. Dua hero tu pick or ban lah katanya.
Yang menang tadi.
Tengok setupnya, setup draftnya macam mana.
Andainya di situ ada ruang bukan?
Diorang nak main Freya ke tak, diorang nak main apa lagi, Atlas ke tak. Tengok setup draft macam mana.
Siapa tim jahat tournament kali ni? Tak ada siapa yang jahat. Annoying. MPL masih 18 abang predict tim mana boleh di playoff.
Oh, Club TZ.
Dari tengok list nama player-player. Oh,
Carl TZ. SRG.
Saya rasa
my team
yang layak pergi ke playoff semuanya akan pergi.
Vamos dah berapa ni guys, nak start dah ni. Ren suruh EWC cepat sikit dulu guys. Sabar guys. Lepas ni kita nak start dah ni.
Takut tak lepas.
Who's that baby? Well, he goes actually the answer kid bum was like, what? No way. I love the surprise there. I love that segment too. We got to see more kid picks there on the broadcast. I love seeing it.
Siapa main Vamos guys? Vamos.
When their parents were looking at them all cuddly.
Ya boleh ke lepas ni kalau orang tanya pasal Vamos ke pasal apa boleh aku orang jawabkan guys. Aku rasa kalau tak sepanjang hari ni aku akan jawab soalannya guys. Tapi boleh ke bantuan guys?
Something about them. Yeah. I don't know, man. Every time I look at
juga juara World Cup. Kenapa tidak halal
and I've seen enough to confirm my suspicions.
Thank you, Ayuh. Thank you.
Rata kanan atau kiri.
The Rain Man. It's Rain Day, man. Come on, man. Hey, by the way, let me just say, I think they could have gotten Hiko if he was wearing glasses. That's the big difference. You know, the baby wasn't wearing glasses. See, deceptive.
Thank you for the follow.
And you gotta watch out for babies. That's the lesson here from LaFell as well. I know. I gotta watch out for my baby, otherwise I won't sleep. That's the one thing I need to watch.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm so excited to introduce this matchup because when you look at these,
thank you for the follow. Wait.
These are juggernauts, and the juggernaut matchup is really between the youngsters here. 17 years old in Error 4.
Oh, ini bang bocah-bocah berlawan bang.
Team Spirit. 16 years old, the youngest player in this entire tournament. Two future superstars. I don't know, Naisu. Two current superstars.
Menjadi lebih
right
kuat
now,
disebabkan
there's something about, you know, that gets junglers get excited for the meta, and then the audience gets
Sawo.
really excited to see what these junglers are capable of doing.
Sawo.
Again, that's why, you know, Rain Day, I know you probably didn't get to see it too much, but we were back in the day.
Yes,
we were in this utility meta.
Zaur
It was
goes.
very slow paced, very tanky based. But now you have all the flashy heroes coming up, and you get these young stars like this to go ahead and showcase that, and that's what people get excited to see. And it also works really well currently with that adaptability or that flexibility of what you can do in the draft with so many different styles of play when it comes to the draft. Can I just say, I don't even remember when I was in 16. I don't remember 16.
It was that long ago.
16 is
Kenapa
literally
buntal mon? Saya
I'm
mute ke
literally
moderator?
double his
Jangan
age.
mute.
Wow.
You're double his age.
Let's go chill, let's go chill.
Wow. Has that brought you double the experience?
Let's go Abalot.
Oh yeah, for sure. Actually, no. Now I remember.
Let's
I
go.
think at 16 is where I got my first friend.
Let's go.
Because at 15,
The first of many.
Hala, vamos.
How did it take so long, man?
Because 15 then I learned how to talk.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had 14
Apa nak
years,
vamos
so I did
champion
not
kan?
talk. Autism, you know. That's quite delayed. That's
Belum
quite
start lagi
delayed.
lah.
There's a lot I'm learning here, and the storylines continue as we look at Team
Belum lagi,
Vamos'
dia belum masuk lagi. Santai.
roster
Dah masuk,
and
nanti
starts to
kita terus
dissect
buka.
their journey. Arrow 404, the jungler, of course,
Okay,
but
korang tengok ni. Alright,
Clockun,
let's go.
Zkeef, Nako all have their
Team
own
roster.
individual stories to make up a team that many
Arrow
consider
Clockun,
to be
Zkeef, Nako.
potential champions at MSC. Can they
Kunci
prove them
kemenangan
right?
pedang aja.
Can they
Kick
prove the
bomba
doubters
kerana
wrong?
dia
Tepat
We'll find
error.
out, because their journey,
Baik,
like
baik,
many
baik.
others here,
Soalnya spirit
really
lagi bagus
is wanting
tu,
one to
Iya,
be ended
saya
with
juga.
a
Okay,
championship.
kita tengok draft kita tengok draft kita review draft guys kita review draft sambil match nak start ni kita on draft.
So
let's go Sepat.
Team Vamos started at
Weh,
season
Angah mesti
14
happy duk
MPLMY,
tengok
and
Sepat
then
di interview
we
duk, bukan
qualified
Sepat
to
cakap
M6.
duk.
When I left,
Di
they never
di
qualified to
dunia tu.
international tournament anymore. I'm joined back to Team Vamos
Angah
middle
happy
of
gila duk
season
tengok
17,
adiknya
and we made
bercakap
it.
di pentas
We
dunia ni.
go to MSC right now.
Kita sekarang kalau jungler kuat lah tim kau. Tapi kalau jungler kau biasa-biasa boleh awal lah. Setuju.
For season 17, Team Vamos is a last minute roster, right? For me, I think going to EWC is a miracle lah.
So when we qualify to MSC, I'm
Baik,
so
Zkeef.
happy and
English.
also proud lah for my team.
Tepat tak baik?
We expect that Team Falcon Mana
Itu
will be a
biarlah
strong
dia
team
puji.
also. Because they make it to the main stage and we just
Ya
focus on our
Allah,
strength.
We will not
Allah.
underestimate them. We treat them like all other teams, and we will give our best.
Just
Zkeef dulu
keep
Todak Legend tu.
improving in our practice. Yeah, bring a new meta.
Claim juga
We
Todak.
always get the podium right in top 3 in every tournament. Number 2
Habis
of
takkan aku nak cakap
Malaysian
MAB
team need
kot.
to step up to become like them. If we doesn't have SRG, then Malaysia is like nothing, right?
Keep improving and keep
Nanti orang
climbing
kata
slowly.
claim.
Just prove them
Tapi dia pernah
that
main
we
tu
can
buat MAB.
be a strong contender in this tournament.
In the grand final of MPLM Boys Season 17, we are losing to SRG 4-0, and that time Arrow 404 was crying. I feel disappointed with myself because I think I can do much more better. I always had a dream to help my mom, especially about money, right? So being able to be here at EWC is like dreams come true. The prize pool is so big. I think that is big enough to help my mom.
So just
Baik, laki.
keep believing
Baik,
us
Doki, kau.
and pray for us also.
Kau memang
Dia cakap pasal prize pool tu, mata duitan tu Zkeef.
The journey and the dream of
nak
helping
tolong
your
mak dia
parents who,
bang.
like when we saw Iko as a baby,
Itu je yang abang
no
nampak
idea they would be in this position, but
Ya
that is the
Allah.
life that they are living right now. What a great opportunity here to move forward in the prize pool.
Love you, Rain. Please reply. Love you guys. Love you guys too, man. This is so cute.
Going home. This is truly a matchup that's going to teach both these teams a lot as to how they need to succeed moving forward.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Vamos, honestly, like we won't have enough time to talk about all of their stories, but there is a lot.
Masuk
As we
je
saw in the
Nak tolong mak
interview
dia
earlier,
guys. Nak tolong mak
he
dia.
was a star, but then you know he dropped his
100,000
performance and he had to
USD dah
go
menunggu,
play in the amateur league. He had to prove himself, and then once he did, he got
Jujur dan
back
telus,
into the
Zkeef.
pro scene and now back
Let's go,
in
Zkeef,
MSC.
Zkeef. Kasih
That's the
faham lah,
crazy
Zkeef,
story. And then Zkeef, like if you know how
Sebenarnya
tough he had it before becoming a professional player,
Let's go, Masyo.
he has a lot of motivation to be here and hopefully to go all the way to the championship. And
Zkeef macam Yum, apa-apa dia tolong mak dulu dia first. Mantap, mantap guys. Mantap. Aku suka tengok player-player yang ada mentality macam ni guys.
A lot of these players, you got to remember, even the audience out there,
Mentality
that
nak
a lot of
bantu
these players here
keluarga,
are
nak
not just for
ubah
themselves, but
nasib
like for their
family.
families. You know, that's one thing that is
Itu-
such a big deal. It's life-changing
itu
money. I know we
mentality
have
yang
that
patut
with the
ada.
EWC
Yang patut
2026, and for these players competing here, they all want to help family or their own selves excel in
Bau-bau
life,
Gatot
and
Zulkif
that's
keluar
kind
ke
of
ni? Tak
also
sure
what's
guys.
at stake here when we talk about these matchups.
Tengok composition draft enemy
they're
apa.
going up against what some have referred to
Sekejap lagi kita review. Sekejap lagi sambil start draft kita akan review draft guys. Guys, yang waktu drafting aku rasa SB relax dulu lah guys. SB kemudian lah. SB lepas draft lah guys. Kita nak borak draft dulu. Okay. Hope the best team win. Ya, betul guys. Betul guys. All in glue, all in link, all in sepat kita.
However, we had a chance to speak with Hiko about his expectations going into this matchup against Team Vamos, who no one is underestimating.
Oh, Lafay boleh speaking.
Spirit jangan keluar juga. Betul-betul.
We are with Hiko from Team Spirit. Hiko, how are you feeling coming to this next matchup?
Yeah, I'm very confident right now.
Very confident right now. I mean, it
Thank you
shows
for the follow,
in your gameplay. We saw yesterday that there was a
Kunci siapa yang rusak bang? Kunci Team Spirit. Tapi ini gak ada. Yang ini di upper bracket guys.
Fighter gold laners are back.
Kalau siapa yang kalah akan turun ke lower.
Yes, because like yesterday, TLPH was beaten by Aurora, and Sibum also was playing Paquito Freya, so that's it.
Ah, okay, wait, but like, is that the reason? Like, why are fighters so strong in the gold lane
Paquito
now?
pun dorang boleh consider ban juga guys. Vamos boleh consider ban juga. Sebab dorang flex lah Paquito. XP boleh main, gold lane pun boleh main. Draft dorang flex, draft dorang flex.
Freya can do something versus them, and you cannot kill easily these fighters in gold lane.
Okay, so they're a lot less vulnerable to the assassins in the meta right now.
Yeah.
But
punya gold lane ni boleh main fighter juga guys Hiko ni.
Or the fighters, because I mean last time around we saw you at MSC, you were so good on the marksman.
I'm just adapting, like, I don't care anymore about playing fighters or marksmen, so I'm just adapting. I'm playing for team, and you know, I'm just doing my work.
Ada tak plan nak record restream setiap record? Saya punya ada lah dekat saya punya ni guys.
Maybe.
Dekat saya punya channel ada je setiap kali saya habis stream.
See you in match.
See in the match, because you're head-to-head against Natko.
Yeah.
And I think Natko is also pretty good on the fighters in the gold lane.
Yeah.
What do you think about Natko?
I think he good marksman, good fighter gold lane player, so we'll see who better right now.
Okay, so we'll see in the game later. So you can't tell me now who's better.
We'll see.
We'll see. But I
Baiklah,
heard that
Hiko ni
you've met
guys.
Natko in scrims. I heard that you are scrim partners with Vamos. Is that true?
We screamed like 2 times maybe.
Okay, 1 or 2 times. Does that mean you have more information?
Welcome back,
on
Apo.
Vamos?
Welcome back.
Does that give you an advantage maybe in this matchup?
We'll see. I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know.
Safe answer.
But you did boot camp in Malaysia.
Yeah.
How was that for you? What did you learn from there?
We learn a lot. We adapt to Asian meta, like Asian
Asian
playstyle, and we have some good information, and we have great preparation for this EWC, so we're very confident in this tournament.
What do you think will be your main challenge against Vamos?
Kaki pancing juga ada ni.
To play
Itulah.
discipline.
To play discipline?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that that's a problem for your team?
No, but you know,
budak
team
baik.
like Vamos, they like to fight, and in these fights you need to like stay calm and like maybe dodge some fights and just play your play style, not like enemy play style. Yeah.
This will be a very interesting match.
Maksudnya
And
tak
coming into
terlalu
it, do you
ikut
have a
opponent punya
message to
rentak guys
Vamos?
Dia punya strategi ni
Good
guys.
luck and have fun and
Tak terlalu ikut
enjoy the game.
rentak opponent, fokus
Okay,
dekat
thank you so
rentak
much,
team
Hiko.
sendiri.
We'll see you later, and of course, back to you guys.
Hari ni Najee speed dari Coach Vandu ke ni? Tak sure guys. Itu yang kita nak tengok tu. Itu yang kita nak tengok tu guys. Draft.
Saya dah ada air dan saya juga dah ada
That's the start of
Enjoy.
I have nothing to say.
That's the standard.
Let me go.
Let me go, Eterna. Stop asking questions.
This interview has so much to say. I just want to
Aku ada
play the
important
game.
question Abang Lot.
He did give us some really good
Apakah
insight onto the
Tigo
goal
akan
of
join
why we were
MPL
seeing
boy?
fighters
Enggak.
more. It's their ability to deal with assassins.
Yeah,
Taklah dari
they
tembok
need to
80
survive
dulu.
because otherwise, if you do pick a traditional
Asal Vamos boleh
marksman,
main tak
you
guys? Boleh guys?
see
Boleh guys? Kita
Tidak
tengok draft.
akan
Kita tengok
join
draft.
they're going to go back for that lane.
Based on draft
try
kejap
to
lagi
keep out
aku
picture,
share dengan
and,
korang
you know, Hiko
side
is
mana
nyamuk
aku
di
rasa ada
players
advantage
on the
lah.
gold lane. When he was introduced to us in the
Bila nak masuk
international
dia
stage,
sabar
he became
dulu.
Hiko Mania because he got an like, he
Guys,
was
yang boleh
the first
follow
one
dulu
to
guys.
spend
Yang boleh
6
follow
seconds
dulu.
with
Siapa nak
the
belanja kopi?
Savage. Honestly,
Dekat
I
YT
feel
yang boleh
like almost
subscribe
every
dulu guys.
interaction that he's
Yang
in,
dekat
he's
warga
got
YT yang boleh
challenges.
subscribe dulu please.
And honestly,
Slot latih.
when he played
Korang akan membantu saya membina portfolio saya, guys. Minta bantuan, guys.
Why'd you do that?
Yes, I'm alright.
He's already bizarre.
I mean, like, here's the thing. We even saw yesterday in the Onyx matchup against 57 how Doom was using the claw.
Kasih faham 17%
You could not do
Geng Vamos semalam Aurora pun berapa kerat je dorang menang dengan tim Liquid. So inilah masanya Vamos, saya nak buktikan. Inilah masanya Vamos.
Except for Moskov. Except that Moskov, you can protect yourself.
Well, he's got that pushback, right, on the second ability, and I think that helps to clear out maybe an assassin that's jumping at you. You got him in 83% for Team Spirit. That is lopsided. Team Vamos, are you surprised by this or pretty expected the way you think this matchup's going to go?
Roughly expected just because, again, Vamos coming in, people are saying that in Malaysia, the only threat is long-range giants. Vamos is not a big deal, especially because maybe they thought, hey, you know what, maybe against Falcons Mena, they had a bad day, so Vamos just took advantage of that.
I mean, that's one of the things nice they
said they
Vamos. Everyone thinks that it's SRG, they've won
everything. Faham Vamos. Lagi orang underestimate, lagi kita membantai ya.
A lot of people just put SRG, like Lefel mentioned, as that big threat. Well, this is a chance, an opportunity for Team Vamos to take down who a lot of people put in the top 5, you know, power rankings.
Kalau power hero boleh je nak prayo. Kalau power betul-betul
we call them the gatekeepers for a reason. Such an incredible squad, but you cannot ever count out error for 04.
Wala bocil let's go wala bocil.
They belong in the top conversation of teams here from Malaysia and at MSC. We'll find out in game 1 of this series if it happens.
Kalau gak lawan Indo, serumpun kita lawan.
We already sent one team home by
Spirit
getting
kuat guys. Nobunaga udah. Spirit dorang banyak pengalaman international. And most of the tournament dorang end up dengan top 5 Most of the tournament lah. Most of the international tournament dorang end up top 5.
Until game number 4 because 2 and 3 are all about the upper bracket. Whoever
So kalau ikutkan tournament favorite untuk match ni sebenarnya orang akan pilih Spirit lah sepatutnya. Tapi kita mesti nak Vamos menang guys.
And as we enter the second match of the day, we are battling for the first knockout stages tickets.
Salah jadi MC bukan, itu bukan salah guys.
It's time to
boleh. Sama international tournament, local tournament.
Alah Vamos, let's go.
M6, their journey got
semangat.
And as they meet their former foes once again.
Thank you for the gift Ajib. Ini masa untuk kita fokus kat Vamos guys Abang-abang kakak-kakak yang depan TV tu berhenti dulu buat apa yang korang tengah buat. Fokus dekat game guys. Support Vamos. Just be realistic. Confirm Team Spirit wins. There's no such thing as confirmed thing in this world, man. Even Team Liquid lose yesterday, man. Let's hope Vamos can win this match.
And you know what, Milosh? I think that in the Land of Dawn, this will be a battle of the junglers.
Hospital Ampuan Rahimah, all in Vamos. Let's go, Hospital Ampuan Rahimah.
I can't believe it. This is the head-to-head that we've been looking for, and you're only getting this here at the MSC 26 group stage. So please, gentlemen, Team Spirit, please go ahead. My friends, Team Vamos, place your keys, captains. Remember to shake hands.
Waalaikumsalam.
Because there's a lot on the line. I know there's a lot of respect, but still, there it is. Respect between both of our teams and our captains who can advance to the knockout stage.
Satu kelang, all in Vamos. Satu kelang, all in Vamos.
We'll send it back.
Narko!
Dah siap.
Zakif!
Sebelum ni kan dia pakai topi bang.
Cepat! Budak taman all in Vamos. Hospital Kuala Lumpur all in Vamos. Let's go. Jangan bagilah budak ni link guys. Link dia boleh ya.
Bukan hari ni, tahun-tahun sebelum ni.
Tengah driving ni. Hati-hati memandu OS RTM Hati-hati memandu Lawa baju ni. Support lah guys. Vamos ya belilah. Selai 2 lai.
Maybe no cap and head.
And of course,
siapa first pick, siapa second pick, siapa first pick, siapa second pick guys. Kita nak tengok
I want to remind you that there is a new interactive effect. Happy Rhino.
Kemola Vamos. Jadilah tim Malaysia pertama yang secure knockout stage dulu guys. Tolong Vamos
Orang Indonesia.
Rhino Day.
Putrajaya all in Vamos. Let's go.
Although I do have to say, we talk a little bit about the jungle matchup, but when we're talking about team
Tak
spirit,
sempat beli dah sold out. Oh, dah sold out ke?
as well as Kid
Sekolah
Bomba,
Pondok Darul
show
Iman
up
All In
every
Vamos.
single
Mantap. Sekolah
international.
Pondok
Like,
Darul
I
Iman.
would say like most EXP laners as well as gold laners, they've been quite vocal by saying it's very difficult to go
Maldives.
against them. And even though Kid Bomba in the interview, he's already
All
said
In Vamos,
he's not
Maldives.
thinking about winning the lane anymore. He's really thinking about how he gets out of the lane and actually help out his team. So that's something that we have to see because
Kalau menang 2-0 akan jumpa 2-1. Diorang boleh pilih. Lagi-lagi kalau match tu habis cepat ke, diorang boleh pilih. Haji Taib.
We still got Hiko. We still got Kid Bomba.
All In Sunset Lover. Jangan jadi pengkhianat kat sini Syed Anwar. All In Vamos.
We're talking about Vamos too in multiple win conditions.
Let's go. Flying Cloud. Okay, meta gaduh guys. Flying Cloud, meta gaduh
Especially in a meta where he's got some EXP, right? He's been an EXP laner before, now in the gold lane, but having a chance to play a fighter in a gold lane, these are pretty familiar heroes for his pool.
Honestly, I hope so. I
Let's
hope
go,
so
Vamos.
because day one.
Iko, jangan main bata-bata Iko. Hari ni kau downgrade sikit performance kau.
And his clock was okay in the gold lane, in the lane itself, but once you get into the team
Buktikan meta Malaysia. Yo, buktikan meta Malaysia guys. Let's go.
by the jungler, right? So we saw that Nako didn't have that much of an impact, but like Hiko said, it's so hard to survive as a marksman. So I hope they do it just.
Thank you for the follow Dan Malo. Yang belum follow dulu, yang belum subscribe dulu guys sampai kita layan
Okay,
Okay, let's go draft review. Marcel Pakito. Good ban. Betul lah guys, itu apa yang aku cakap tadi guys. Ban Pakito sebab Pakito ni hero flex untuk team spirit. Diorang main Pakito gold lane, diorang main Pakito SP lane. Aku rasa good ban. Aku rasa good ban.
But you can already see too, the Pakito is going to be banned out by Vamos
Pakito
here.
ban.
Now for Coach Coldstar and the rest of Team Spirit here, we'll see what they're deciding to lean towards, because now that's the case with the meta, because before it was almost so standard that you'd be like, this first
kau nak first pick apa?
here comes right away the
Sebab diorang boleh dapat dua ni, diorang boleh dapat juga Belleric Eudora ni guys kalau korang open dua. Kalau kau open, contoh kau first pick Link, enemy akan ambil Belleric Eudora, ketiga diorang akan ambil Hirara. Tapi kalau kau ambil Hirara, diorang akan ambil Belleric Eudora, ketiga diorang ambil Link.
It's not as easy to call off those first picks other than the fact that yes, you might have an Atlas come through if it's open, a Eudora, the lane obviously still contested, Herrera hasn't been banned out yet, so that could pop up here in game 1.
Fovius open Kau nak main Harit ke? Sebab kau ban Esme.
I think that's a smart ban as well as the Fanny. Atlas taken
Respect
2
ban,
games in a row
Esme respect ban
and 2 wins for them.
Tapi kalau respect ban Esme pun guys, aku tak sure adakah itu tindakan yang berbaloi untuk open banyak sangat hero ni. Contoh, kalau dia nak first pick Hirara, enemy akan ambil Belleric, Eudora, ketiga dia orang akan ambil Link. Banyak open ni. Thank you for the follow, Roy Star.
Jungle TS baru ke? Jungle TS. Zara Egoist baru. Ni yang
Eudora ban.
Pas guys. Dekat apa?
Kau bagi Link ke? Freya. Okay, boleh trade jungle. Jungle boleh trade. Diorang akan Belleric.
Okay, jungle boleh trade. Diorang power gila Hirara. Diorang pede gila Hirara. Ni. Vamos.
Obvious. Okay lah, patutlah diorang open Obvious guys.
Hirara power pick. Vamos power pick. Kita dah ajak trade Link.
How do you feel about the Phobius? Nice.
Link Belleric ke? Vamos.
Kalau dia main Isun Sin pun logik kak. Belleric confirm sih.
Link dah ambil dah.
Link pula. Hirara Belleric ke?
Isun Sin Belleric atau Hirara Belleric?
Tapi kalau trade Hirara Link lagi mahal sih.
And he's going to have to deal with ashes, and this is one thing too. You know that potentially if you guys are planning to take the Ling, that Hirara is going to go on the other side, so then again, you're utilizing Phovius to like max capacity here.
And over here, I gotta say, Clockwood is going to play a pivotal role because he pick up this.
Okay, tak apa.
Sedap sangat ni kalau Belleric long Phovius.
But they gotta make sure they
counter body tu guys. Belleric long Phovius.
Okay, tak apa. Kita masih positif. Kita masih support. Kita tengok dulu. Diorang ambil Belleric ni.
Ada Zusin ni.
Tak apa, kita tengok bagi habis draft dulu bang Kita tengok bagi habis draft dulu.
Dah, kau biasanya tak akan tunggu habis kalau ada Zusin, kau dah bagi tahu dah.
Masih boleh glue tau kiri. Relax. Kiri masih ada boleh glue Zusin.
Akib boleh glue, betul. Akib boleh glue sini. Akib boleh glue.
Diorang kena ban Belleric glue kalau diorang tak plan nak ambil salah satu.
Glue Akib boleh menutup kelemahan Zusin guys. Serius guys.
Yeah, it was tough for Asuna.
Nanggung ke main glue? Nanggung apa kocak? Ini kan boleh double fighter kalau main glue.
Bila ada lane, Zuxing ni sangat sesuai. Dia akan buka ulti bila Link datang serang. So dia boleh selamat.
Moderator tolong mute moderator. Geng sedap-sedap ni moderator. Hantar ke bulan, hantar ke bulan. Hantar ke bulan ni moderator.
Hero mid yang lain.
Thank you moderator.
Cuma gayanya bang kalau dengan Jusin ni macam tak double fighter. Boleh main Jusin ni okey. Cuma tak susah sikit nak double fighter lah sebab damage ni dah kurang. Kecuali kalau Akib ada idea nak main damage yang lebih sikit. Mungkin dia glue tu kalau dia dapat selesa sikit. Tapi diorang ban barat diorang pun still expect ni double fighter juga untuk Vamos.
Aku harap diorang tak ban glue tu. Aku harap diorang tak ban glue tu. Aku harap diorang tak ban glue tu guys.
Spirit masih boleh Beleric sendiri tu.
Coming out from Vamos. Right now I'm looking at Ruby because Ruby is a potential.
Beleric ban ke Valdo? Beleric ban ke Valdo lagi satu?
Having the Phobias as well as Ruby, there's a lot of crowd control making it easier for the Link to go in and out. But Vamos are already banning out the Moskov because looking at the trend here in Ayuh, honestly there is a chance for both teams having marksmanship.
Oh, diorang betul-betul all out ni tu.
Aib ke kanan yang nak ambil glue ni guys?
Tak logik Arin.
Feels like if either one of those
boleh buat apa glue lawan Freya Hirara?
has a better answer. What do they need to do? I guess
Still big.
Vamos to have an answer for what this Ling is going to bring on the side of Zara Egoist.
For Vamos, I feel like they got to pick up an Alice.
Kurang.
They want to play double.
Salah satu jawapan kalau nak main macam tu main glue main Beleric lah. Kalau main glue tak lepas lah nak main double fighter dua damage. Lagipun diorang expect ni confirm Freya goal sebab takkan Vamos nak ambil first pick Freya ada 4 lagi kalau jumpa laning.
I can't see what else they would want to plan to
memang expect Freya goal ni.
Just because again,
sekali plot twist
Freya goal.
Plot twist Phobias goal kan.
That's good. So now
Beleric ban.
Question, what do you pick up in the roam here? You
Diorang sendiri ban.
Akib please Akib. Jangan pick glue.
Akib memang nak glue sangat.
Spirit jangan pick glue. Spirit jangan pick glue Bagi glue kat kita orang, bagi glue kat kita orang.
So maybe that could also potentially be an answer in case they want to go for a lot of bursts. Then the Minotaur with the Flash of the Oasis is able to help them out survive that initial burst damage and then eventually just
tapi kita boleh bersyukur Gaut kalau tak menang hari ni.
As well as the Herrera. This is telling me in a prolonged fight we will win.
Tak boleh kan nanti kena jumpa Vitality atau Falcon eh. Tak boleh lah kalau kalah turun bawah lawan Falcon atau Vitality kan. Oh masalah oh sebab jumpa sebab tak cross awal Minotaur.
Akib glue ke Akib? Akib glue ke Akib?
Think about it. The Minotaur with the Jushin that paired up, that amount of crowd
jatuh
control
sama
that comes with that.
Akib glue ke Akib? Akib glue
A
Akib.
whole lot to try to burst through, especially
Berat
if
sikit
you're
glue lawan Mino. Ada healing poking kat rasa.
window of opportunity to jump in, Tempest Blades, get the damage off. So really good to lock
Tapi
that
tu
in.
je
Wait to see what
choice sekarang.
end up
Ada
playing
4
in
views
that gold
lagi.
lane. And so now these last two picks.
Khalid pun okey.
I feel like Alice would be a pretty good answer going up
Khalid,
against Team Spirit for now. And then
Kalau
in
Khalid
terms of
4 views ni bermain tu. Kalau frontline enemy
I
Khalid
think
Freya.
Cho could still be serviceable. It is difficult because there is a Phobias.
Satu hero tu lagi kena jawab Phobias ah.
Main power hero je duk. Glue duk. Sumpah.
Melissa satu, okey.
Opening go power hero je tu.
Hylos dah.
Melissa?
Melissa Hylos.
Jawab
Phobias ni. Dua-dua jawab Phobias ni.
Okay. Sebab Hylos Zuxin orang biasa lah main composition Hylos Zuxin ni. Orang biasa main composition Hylos Zuxin ni. Cuma aku nak tahu Kiri ni nak jawab pakai apa ni.
Bila diorang main Hylos Zuxin?
Apa dia? Aku cakap composition ni orang biasa main Hylos Zuxin.
Oh, orang biasa main. Kalau Vamos jarang tu.
I guess we see the Cloud, so there's no longer any mystery to my question. But
Cloud
Melissa, in this kind of like heavy, approach where there's a lot of
Let's go.
heal that a little bit.
Yeah, honestly she does.
Korang main Zuxin dengan Hirara guys Early try dah pakai advantage tu.
Hi, welcome guys. Thank you.
Tak teruk sangat lah ni.
Sendiri dalam
2 or 3 hits she's
live
going to
streaming
die.
ini yang mana yang belum follow, belum subscribe, sila tekan
Sebab late game kalau kau tanya aku late game seram kanan lagi duk.
untuk bagi saya like.
Late game serang kanan lagi tapi early pun serang kanan lagi tak sih?
Diorang kena utilize lah dengan Zuxin ni. Kalau early diorang kalah Vamos susah guys So kalau based on draft macam mana Rain? Pendapat aku draft kalau game ni drag ke late game advantage dekat Team Spirit guys. Advantage kat Spirit. Tapi apa-apa pun kita support Vamos guys Kita support Vamos
Trio mid kena ni lah.
Kena utilize hero ni.
Trio mid kena menang sikit lah. Kena masuk-masuk lah ni. Kalau tak masuk-masuk level 2 ni susah sikit ni.
none of their keys are going to get destroyed, but truly looking for that
Cepat, kau kena utilize,
qualification
cepat.
spot has put enough of a spotlight on both of our teams.
Tapi start dekat belah sana tu.
Facing up against Team Spirit for anyone
sana.
just
Diorang
tuning
tak.
in. Welcome.
Rotation tak contest settle.
Even though there's no pressure of being eliminated, that
Siapa?
qualification spot,
Ni,
the
Team
first one
Spirit.
to knockouts, that's going to be massive for them as they get to watch.
Tak juga ada link kan?
With no pressure, having all the prep time in the world.
Dia confident dia boleh 5 dekat Lizard Vamos.
Tapi gameplay sekarang memang kebanyakan assassin malas contest tu.
I'd say
Situational lah, tengok space lah, tengok space.
Sekarang tak start awal lah. Kalau assassin lah assassin.
Another thing you guys need to know though is the flicker choice, not the inspire for the Melissa.
For
With the
obvious
new
lawan
Melissa, you go for pull yourself
Ini
down,
rasa
you
aku.
rack up those
Freya ni
assists,
pun good
and
pick
you get
lah,
the
kan.
cooldown on flicker very quickly.
Nice.
That's exactly what you want here. Is
Baik.
already looking for the early invade.
Dapat ke? Dapat doh tadi tu. Dapat lagi doh.
Not going to contest the Little Wanderer. Let
Error
him
main
have
lagi
it,
satu.
play for the later half
Chill,
of
main
the
lagi.
game anyways.
Baik. Sikit lagi. Ai, dielak pula.
Hold up. An early flicker.
Nice.
Baited out, actually forced out.
Advantage early, advantage early.
Pretty
Kau minit berapa, Frost? Kau minit berapa?
128, 29, 30.
Again, it's to pull yourself together for
Cepat juga
Natco.
sikit.
All about
Times
picking
two,
up
times
those
two,
assists,
times
getting
two.
to
Times two,
on
times two.
super low cooldown, and then just surviving throughout these skirmishes. Being a consistent damage source. Zaur, already level 4. I don't think going on clock on is wise right now. With the flicker up and with the race fight, probably not the greatest idea.
Aku dah 42, 43.
Sama dah saya.
I like the fact that Sapat has opted to
tak,
go for the
darab
weakness
dua
finder
lagi,
just
tapi
to
dah
say,
sama.
you know what, as much as I love Warcraft, I want to punish Kid Bomba in the lane as much as I possibly can, and they're looking for it now.
Cepat ambil bat. Nah, alah. Siapa yang dapat? Skip bomba pula.
Careful. Up.
Rotate over as well. Kid Bomba with the dark
Ini
flame.
boleh tu. Bantai bomba sikit.
Safety for the
Bantai bomba sikit.
Wih, cepat. Jaga cepat.
Sapat's gonna get baited under.
Mati dah
First blood
cepat.
away. Zaur with the
Tapi
blind
okey je tu.
Okay,
Okey
baik.
je tu.
Nice.
Nice.
Dapat trade.
Okey je tu. Lagi satu. Lagi satu. Sikit lagi. Nice. Nice. Nyawa kita pun okey. Cepat dah back ah.
Topside, Natco doing a pretty good job in this lane.
Kita kena dapat ni guys, dapat ni.
But with everything that has happened, at least for Kid Bomba's side, hey, we delayed
Take advantage
this, now
early.
we
Take
have to
advantage early,
refight
vamos.
for
Take
it.
advantage early,
Wave
vamos.
again, now the glorious pathway stolen by Sunset Lover. Wreck tree coming out from
Nice
Zaur.
one.
Zaur was
That's
still
why
on the
keep,
purple
gerak
buff,
dikit,
and
gerak
it's just
dikit.
a good escape
Baik
as
tu, Zakif.
Zekif lays down
Baik
the
tu.
carpet to get them all out. Yeah, but this means it's an instant invade on the side of Team Spirit, right? They're not going to give this up. They know for a fact, hey, Zekif has the recall. He already used the glorious pathway. He's not going to be here for a couple of seconds. So let's take what we can get
Terima
and
kasih
quickly
for the
rotate
hand
back
hug.
over to the
Ini
mid lane.
berani
Maybe
ke?
give some pressure over to Hiko, because so far it looks like he's getting punished. Zekif's been playing
satu
an
kill, satu
amazing
give,
game, man. Getting these
Ya,
long
aduh,
orders.
sebenarnya
Ini dua jungler paling muda dekat MSC guys. Ini dua jungler paling muda dekat MSC.
Aku risau link dia tu sebenarnya.
Yesterday, and now they're already putting the pressure onto
Dua
Zaur. Hiko is giving error 404 all the
pemain
space
paling muda dekat MSC tu.
to take control of
Zaur
every
egois
aspect
dengan
of
error
the
404.
advantage that they have technically already built up with that first hurdle. Honestly, the one thing I'm really happy
Sebab tahun
with the
lepas
meta
Zaur
right now
egois
is the way
ni
that
player paling muda.
is tended to go vertically against each other in these moments. I mean,
Murisan
obviously,
dia,
Ling is super quick, but at the same time, if you make some decisive
Mana ada
decisions,
kenapa,
more importantly, you actually struggle to fight for the tempo. You can get first movements in certain parts of the map, and you can tell with the side laners, they want to keep it as neutral
Sorry,
as
aku dah
possible
upgrade
to
dah,
punish
aku
the
dah
opponents,
upgrade dah.
but
Korang dah
those
boleh
mid
slow
lanes are
guys sikit dah.
constantly moving around. And that was the reason me and you, Gideon, during the draft, were talking about a choke
Salam dari
instead of
Kelantan,
this Minotaur for
Waalaikumsalam,
Zaur,
Kelantan.
something that could guarantee
Welcome to
them
the stream.
to rotate around the map. That right now, Vamos have complete control of. Look at this. Error.
Oi,
Oh,
chill.
it's a rotation now with the stun of the law and order.
Baik.
Error again.
Oh. Nice combo tu.
Cryo down below. Zaur and Natco for the
Yusin ni
retribution.
raranya baik tu combo guys.
18 seconds for the turtle. Vamos.
I like the combo ah.
Kita lagi sekali dekat apa ni?
I think overall, I think it's
Bagi tahu Karin.
all right.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's
Baik tu, Yusin dengan Irara tu, what a pick tu.
in a pretty decent position, and at the same time, his retribution is going to come back up just slightly earlier, 5 seconds worth of difference between the two. So let's see how TS is going to delay this, right? They're all descending.
Ren tengah cuba cari ayat.
So well played, but
Nice, Rachel.
Baik
Baik,
tu. Depan 4 orang tu.
As Bomba's not there to do anything. Zaur will go back
Baiklah,
again.
Nice.
Spear the flicker backwards now.
Nice, dah bawa flicker, Nice.
Oh, the bundle's doing damage.
Dorang nak mid. Cepat. Gaya tak ada mid.
Tapi bawah easy tu. Gana. Okay. Error dah ambil ikat besi ni. Awal
Baiklah cepat. Bermain dah cepat.
We were talking about initially getting the Cho just to kind of maybe force out purifies and also have a quicker rotation overall. Every side
Vamos Mitras guys. Vamos Mitras. Malaysia. Demi Malaysia.
Tarik. Stop. Oh. Nice.
Jangan kena panik cepat. Jaga cepat.
Kena kejang dengan Zusin Hirara ni memang susah tu.
This is great for Vamos and better yet, you can just tell it's all not only is it about tempo.
Aku rasa dia very good combo lah guys. Zusin Hirara kalau glue high loss pun dua-dua okey lah sebab dua-dua tak perlukan tunggu ulti ke skill ke apa.
Disiplin diorang bagus guys. Bocil on fire guys hari ni. Objektif secure dia cemerlang.
Lead dah guys. Ni okey.
Dia kurang after that statement they find the conversion on the turret up top. Now it's going to give him so much.
Siapa kurang setahun? Oh bukan. Jangan spirit lagi tu 1 tahun.
Thank you for the follow Star.
Error tu 1 tahun.
Eren tu
put that pressure while stealing these camps. Oh, it's about that mid control. Now the dive.
Up.
Nice.
Dapat satu ke?
Has him in his fury. Won't go for it. He goes with some damage right now. Sepaz able to pick up the turret down below.
Nice lah, Narco.
Spirit down. All of them clumping.
Baik Narco hari ni main perform tu.
Good early game guys untuk Vamos
Turtle. Luckily it's flying cloud.
Ini betul-betul Vamos dah lain tidak
mengarah. Kenapa yang Venus Finder kan?
Kenapa
tanya soalan macam tu
He's going to have to flicker out Minions Fury.
Careful.
Oh my god. Sawa with yet another knockup. Now
Okey.
Good.
Alah, hai clock. Balik tak ajak ke? Kenapa balik tak ajak
Door the flicker. Yep, got punished for it hard and now they lose tier 1 up top.
Zosin.
Apa.
Adamant on trying to break this mid tier 1.
Jerman kan. Bawah mid tadi hampir dapat dekat.
They're not completely out of this just yet.
Dia pasang. Tak, dia nak ulti nak cari tu. Tapi tengoklah tim dia kiting ke tim dia all in. Kalau tim dia kiting dia tak boleh ke belakang sangat guys.
Quickly by Zara Egoist, and that's going to cost some resources. Someone knows there's
position orang. Okay, ada yang tertinggal. Keep bomba dulu.
Nice.
404 picks up his first.
Let's go.
Memang nice.
Wants a bit more, just a bit of poke onto Sunset
Oh
Lover.
no! Aku lupa.
They need to get this conversion soon, or at the very least try and take away that purple buff, which has been a big contestation for the early stages of the game.
Tapi Melissa pick ni is a good pick guys. Cuma tim kena sentiasa cover dia lah guys. Tim kena sentiasa cover dia.
Every single time, and now he's got a level
Lucy pun
dapat.
Link nak cari susah.
Santai dapat.
1v1, he should do well against the Melissa, but with Z keep on the high lows, it's almost never 1v1. Sunset comes by the Dark Wave Vlad's error is caught. Now the PO for the rest of the team as Error
baik Error.
Mahal tu. Akib punya kolam tu mahal tu.
Okay, cantik. Nice. It's okay. Nice. Baik Cil. Yang mati tu Cil. Nice one. Alah, terbakar lah pula. Terbakar.
Good punish. It should have been a 1-for-1
Melissa
there.
bukan solo
Keep, jangan mati Keep. Jangan banyak
Melissa ni hero yang tim kena cover guys. Melissa ni hero yang tim kena cover guys. Melissa ni dia tak boleh gerak sendiri seorang-seorang. Tak boleh.
Boleh datang.
Dia nak fast slot ke?
Ban fast slot ni. Nice Akib.
Baik Akib.
Nice.
Dari 3 pun menang tu guys.
So upsetting. I mean, I can only imagine, like, especially if you're in our egoist position.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like, he comes back. I've tried my hardest to try and save it. And
baik tu Akib. Akib baik tu.
Oh, he did. Like, it was right on the border. He retreated right as he got.
Tak, dia dapat waktu dia yang kena stun.
That line is too thick.
Akib dapat waktu Akib yang kena stun.
Baiklah, bos Anan.
Lak. Rezeki.
Santai bang. Models placed down. Nako now.
Iko.
And the Lord is still very much healthy down below. Vamos. Playing this clean siege game against Team Spirit.
This is disgusting. We're used to the sieges coming in from like the
ada gerobak lagi atas bawah.
Zakif guna doa ibu ya guys. Zakif guna doa ibu guys.
And there's very little that Team Secret.
Kasih end awal lah Vamos. Aku rasa end awal lagi cantik ni. Serius. End awal lagi cantik ni Vamos.
Betul. Jangan bagi link tu main sangat doh.
Jangan bagi ruang.
Baik sebat.
Bomba dah silap. Bomba dah
Mana bomba. Kena pancing dengan sepat dok bomba. Santai minion next. Boleh pressure lagi tapi minion.
Vamos on fire tu guys.
Minion.
He's peeled for his frontliners more times than the actual supports.
Nice one.
Baik tu Melissa pick ni guys. Boleh zone out enemy baik tu.
Yes.
Tahu tu Pokin tu.
For Vamos, it's already a win. They wanted the far lane, they wanted that control. They didn't want
Link dia 102. Link dia still ada farm guys Tapi tak ada buff.
Shouldn't be able to. Alright, I think we need a quick item look here.
Lawan spirit guys.
Everybody top tier mechanics here.
Walaupun 17% je yang predict Vamos boleh menang guys.
Kenapa 17% je berani je diorang
Ya, diorang ingat Vamos team apa tu?
Against someone like the Claw, who unfortunately for Hiko hasn't.
Jarang aku support guys. Apa-apa aku support tim Malaysia guys. Diorang pick apa-apa pun, diorang pick Chang'e pun aku tetap support diorang tu.
Sangat berdisiplin guys.
The biggest problem I see right now is the fact that they just don't have enough damage, right?
Makro je guys tu. Ni dah game kita bangat dah ni. Game kita bangat dah. Jangan mistake je.
Zara's doing a pretty good job.
Wolves dah tak main tu.
Turtles that Vamos have taken, but Hiko on the other side. Because they've been trying to give all the farm to Sour, Hiko has suffered. He's only now.
Link ni masih kaya tu sebenarnya. Jangan bang, Link tu kaya gila tu.
Yeah, I mean, as much as
Link tu kaya gila tu.
Given his life in weird times, he's still a full item up in comparison to Sunset.
Yang problemnya.
Okay, makro kita ada advantage ni guys.
There's so much to stay on support unless he gets it on Nako.
Fast lot. Nice.
Nanti.
Makan ke bomba.
Tinggal tu, angkat je, mahal. Lagi sikit. Mantap.
And that's it on goal. Just put a kill on Bomba to get him a win of nature.
They've got the kill angle here. Nako has
already let's go Malaysia.
Even fully stacked with the
RFP. Satu tu bomba. Kena makan tu.
Golden wait, hold on. What do they have? They're just trying to muscle their way.
Nice lah Ayuh.
Sakit.
End ke.
Boleh.
Careful guys.
Enable.
Cepat.
Slow.
Guys, careful guys. Nice. Dapat link.
Mantap.
Jaga. Nako pemain. Jaga Nako.
Menang dah, Dok.
Nice. Nako.
Aku tinggal tekan.
Tarik.
Nice.
Dah.
So close to the
Halo Vamos.
of the base there.
Warga YT, warga Titi, mana suaranya?
Hey, no, I've got the damage.
Bomba dah 10 tu. Ada tak sempat bomba.
Alhamdulillah. Vamos memberikan aku sakit jantung guys.
Gila tu.
What a Vamos tu guys. Vamos mode MSC guys. Kasih faham guys.
Yes.
Cantik guys. Cantik guys.
Draft yang sangat cantik walaupun pilihan Zuxin itu menerima bu daripada Rain.
Bila masa saya bu.
Rain yang minta pula yang minta
Buat cerita pula. Tapi korang tanya aku MVP siapa? Cuba teka MVP siapa?
MVP.
Tak, bukan. Ada satu player ni, dia mainkan hero dia sebab hero dia tu semua team fight menang.
Tapi ada ke game MVP kat sini dia orang?
Zakif, betul guys. Zakif MVP guys game ni guys.
Eyeless ni.
Dah lah curi Lord. Dengar curi Lord. Jaga Melissa. Front semua damage. Timing revitalize. Memang Zakif tu MVP.
Yang call sempat masuk pun nampak sangat dia lah.
Ya. Baik tu dia main high loss guys.
Tapi Freya lompat.
Sebab dia tu Narco tak ada mati.
Memang balance lah. Jaga dan engage ni balance tu.
Betul.
Style gila kan. Style gila tu.
Tapi nampak
gameplay TS tak macam dia lawan SRG dulu
Yang senang kena bait tahu tak nampak siapa? Senang kena bait enemy.
Bomba.
Kick bomba kena bait senang je guys.
Sebab dia rasa tu game dia ke Mama. Tapi team dia tak boleh buat apa.
I like how the Melissa is just this weird pick right now.
Nampak guys, Pink Zuxin pun Vamos menang guys
especially against
meta bergerak guys. Bukan all the time tu. Sebab tu meta season ni paling macam seram guys. Sebab tim-tim kuat pun.
Relax jangan overconfident guys. Kita baru 1-0. Jangan terlalu happy guys. Kita tak nak case jadi macam case SRG. Tapi terus support guys. Terus support. Yang belum follow dulu guys. Yang belum follow, yang belum subscribe kat YT ada lebih 247 orang. Tolong subscribe dulu guys. Okay, kita approve Zuxin
dulu guys. Tukar player.
Apa yang tukar player ni guys?
Balok kata dia orang ready untuk season 18 tapi dia orang tukar player.
Alamak.
Dua tukar player. Satu tu upgrade besar.
Saya setuju.
Tapi kalau dia
main macam upgrade besar.
Kalau macam ni dia main.
Upgrade besar. Tapi pada saya Vamos di 19 lagi seram.
Get to a support marksman that we
can
really see
because
not only is her job to protect, which is already pretty weird, but also to siege because that's the thing that is lacking from
role yang dia ganti tu pun sebenarnya ada kelebihan dia tau.
Where the rest of them
ada lah kelebihan dia.
So harap-harap baik-baik lah, untuk Vamos lah.
This is the unfortunate thing because the one that was
okay.
Sebab Roam TS tak kena. Apa yang tak kena? Mino ni kena lah guys. Cuma macam cakap Vamos ni apa kelebihan paling besar diorang adalah satu tim yang paling pandai and main dengan power spike. Kalau diorang memang kena agresif awal, diorang agresif awal. Kalau diorang memang kena main pasif awal, diorang main pasif awal. Diorang bukan satu tim yang jenis memaksa template gameplay tau. Contoh kalau dia main Zuxin, dia tak versatile, dia tak second turtle, dia fokus farming. Kau tengok tempo game tu kill 1-1, 2-2, dah minit 7, minit 8 pun kill macam tu kan. Vamos memang pandai buat macam tu. Tapi kalau game ni memang kena agresif, kau tengok dia boleh je main agresif.
Tapi closing draft diorang bagus Yang diorang ambil Melissa tu, bagi aku Melissa tu pick mahal gak tu sebenarnya.
Betul.
Link tak boleh tak.
Dia dah plan nak lawan 4-base. Dia memang dah plan dah.
Ya, 4-base link guys. 4-base link. Yang baik tu Melissa tu guys sebenarnya. Ya bang.
Saya nak tanya pendapat awak.
Okay.
And see that for Team Vamos, once they see the ult going, everyone tries to go away. We even see Clockwood making his way towards the go away. We see the Arrow 404 run towards the go away, making it a perfect defense, right? This makes it so that for Team Spirit, they want to do something. They just can't. They were stopped short. And then we're going to be looking at the second clip here. And this is, I would say, an important thing
menjadi. Untuk game satu ni menjadi.
Apa komen anda terhadap Zuxin di
Bomba will always be the source.
Saya masih lagi rasa hero ni hero yang tak kuat. Tetapi Clockwood bermain dengan baik lah. Tu saya tak nafikan lah. Sebenarnya kena tengok composition dorang juga. Dorang main composition protect the king ni. So king dorang dekat sini Melissa. So nak tak nak, mid laner, diorang memang kena main hero yang boleh mandiri pun. Hero yang boleh main sendiri. So dalam kes ni, bila diorang pick Zuxin, at least Zuxin ni boleh jaga diri dia sendiri and pandai buat move. So, Zekif dekat sini fokus dia untuk jaga Melissa semata-mata. Revitalize dia pun untuk Melissa semata-mata. Sebab tu Melissa tu sentiasa tak ada mati langsung kan? Melissa tak ada mati kan?
Tapi satu lagi perubahan besar yang kita nampak, Vamos yang di match yang pertama dan Vamos hari ini di match yang kedua di game yang pertama ini, Vamos bermain as a team, bukan lagi orang kata
betul.
mengharapkan dengan bocil punya carry.
Betul.
We had a chance to actually catch up with the gold laner before this match.
So today they are playing as a whole team.
We're now here with
Tak ada
Natko from
letakkan
Team
macam beban kepada seorang.
Natko,
Everybody playing their role.
I'm very excited.
Boleh nampak sangat.
Why are you so excited?
So nampak lebih solid
after we win
hari
this
ini.
match, we're going to play
Even waktu sepat kena dekat SP awal-awal tu bang.
What does it mean to you?
Zuxin dengan Hylos terus sampai.
Yes.
That's our
Goal?
Yeah, that's our goal.
Okay, so that's your goal right now, but on the way there, you're going to have to go through a very strong team spirit.
Yeah.
And I heard that you guys have scrimmed together a few times. Is that true? So is that something that you can, use in this next match?
It
Ini
could
first
be.
time saya lihat sempat main Freya.
Let's see.
Dia user Freya.
Is there
ke?
any insider
Dia
info that we should know
di
about Team
MPLMY
Spirit?
grand finalnya
they're very strong
kalah sama
at-
Pakito.
I don't know, maybe
Kalah semua keram.
at team fight.
But
Yeah,
itu
they're
satu
strong at team fight.
Team fights. How do the scrims usually go? Do you usually win? Do you
Wah,
lose?
let's go.
Sometimes you lose.
Oh, okay, so 50-50.
Ada banyak lagi tim yang
50-50.
kuat
In this
bakal
next
Vamos
match,
hadap.
how do you
Vamos
think the
kena
game's
sedia
gonna go?
payung sebelum hujan.
What next
Good
match?
execution lah, guys.
Against Team Spirit.
Good execution guys, good execution daripada Vamos.
Maybe
Diorang
win
tahu
at-
diorang kena close game tu early guys. Kalau diorang bawa direct ke
So
late
that's
game
gonna
akan
be
ada
an exciting
masalah.
match, isn't it? Especially that you're going
Konon support
head-to-head
Vamos
in the gold
Terima
lane
kasih ya.
against Hiko.
Sebab ada Natko,
What
ada
do you think about
Klokun,
Hiko?
ada Valdo.
Hiko, I think he's a great player also because he can use fighters, he can use marksmen, so it's gonna be a good fight lah.
What do you personally like? Do you like the assassins or do you like the fighters in the gold lane?
Kita 2-0 cantik ni guys. At least satu tim Malaysia dah secure knockout stage guys.
Why fighters?
Boleh masuk playoff, boleh sangat.
Tapi tak tahu kan apa akan jadi kalau macam ni.
Apa akan jadi?
Vamos perlu pilih nak lawan TLPS atau SRG kan?
The team fight will be
sangat garang
very strong
waktu
at
tu.
fighters.
Aku better secure dulu lah.
But we saw
Ya, tapi kalau macam
yesterday that
tu
you
kalau
picked up
kalau
the
kan
Melissa.
Melissa, yeah.
Why did you pick the Melissa
Dia
then?
satu jalan dengan SRG ke?
Yeah, we train with
Pove yang
Melissa,
counter Freya, bang?
and
Pove
I
counter
think
Freya,
Melissa
okay.
also good against.
Dia satu jalan dengan SRG ke Frost?
Ya, ini siapa menang,
Nanti
sorry,
siapa menang,
siapa menang
pilih
dulu
TLPS.
So that's one of the
akan
reasons why I
berhadapan
picked up the
sama ada
Melissa. Is
TLPS
Melissa good against the
ataupun
assassins
SRG.
as well?
The assassins, yes.
Okay, so it's one of
Macam
the
mana? Nak pilih TLPS ke pilih
choices that
SRG?
you have when you
Syarat
want to go
SRG
marksman.
TLPS
Gila
menang.
apa tu? Pilih SRG, pilih TLPS lah.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Anda tahu
But
dia nak
compared to you and Hiko, who do you think is the better gold laner?
Pilih
Dan
TLPS
we
lah guys.
have the
Falcon PH
same
kalau menang dengan
gameplay.
Vitality kejap lagi
I think
juga
50-50
berpeluang
50-50. So it's all gonna come back down to this next
TLPS
match.
dengan ni. So
Yeah,
mungkin
So do you have
Malaysia
a
dengan
message
Malaysia
maybe
akan
for Team
bertemu
Spirit or maybe even for Hiko?
di quarter
For
final.
Hiko, I don't know, maybe let's give the best gameplay.
Malaysia PH ataupun Malaysia
Okay.
Malaysia
Maybe.
PH.
We're excited. We're excited for that laning. Thank you so much, Natko, for this
thank you.
interview. We're going back to you guys.
Right.
Ya dah, aku berasa macam tu. Dia akan jumpa Malaysia PH.
Well, just polite trash talk.
Tapi katalah,
Another thank you, good luck.
struggling
Falcon
You're an
yang
amazing
dapat
player.
It's just
pilihan
We
pertama.
love to see it. MLBB staying positive.
Ataupun
Now we get
Okey
Okey
Vamos
lah,
and
katalah
Team
Vamos
Spirit
yang
in
dapat
game
pilihan
one. It's a
pertama. Dia nak pilih
13-41
TLPS ke dia nak
guys.
pilih
Vamos
SRG?
takes the win. That Melissa does
TLPS
come
lah
out.
guys. Takkan nak pilih SRG?
Nice.
Yeah, it's
Tak, kalau kat tempat kau Frost, kau pilih TLPS ke SRG?
Tergantung lah. Dia kalau soal SRG atau TLPS, pilih
Wow.
TLPS lah. Sebab kau tahu SRG memang dah custom lawan Vamos.
I mean, like, I gotta say, even though the Melissa
Kalau
was kind of
aku
like more of a
pilih
support for that
SRG.
one, she still did over
ya
100,000
balot.
damage
Ya Allah,
in
balot.
13 minutes.
That's
mind
Sebab
you. It's ridiculous to get
do or
100k
die.
on Melissa, but in 30 minutes,
Dan
that
aku
just
nak
showed
salah satu
in
PH yang
lane,
pergi.
he was able to do a lot, and every
Sama ada aku
time
menang atau kalah itu soal lain,
Sieging, was
tapi
there
dalam masa yang
dealing
sama
that
aku akan
damage. I
pastikan
was
satu
surprised
PH
to
yang
look at
pergi
that
ke
damage in
next round.
30 minutes.
So ibarat yang tu buat qualifier lah. Tak nak dua-dua negara. Dua layak ah.
YT tak layak live guys, YT. Takkan abang tak confident dua-dua boleh pergi. Kalau contoh dia pilih TLPH, SRG lawan lain.
Abang tak nak gamble lah sekarang ni Rain. Abang tak nak gamble faham tak?
Nak confirm satu je pergi.
I mean, is it crazy
Nak at least ada satu confirm.
Nampak gayanya tim baik. Vamos tim baik.
Oh, that's a good question because there's just it seems like there's really good.
YT lambat sikit. YT memang lambat sikit guys. YT ada delay.
Then a Melissa, I think you just need to look at it as what do we want to pick to play against that Melissa. Yeah, to not get trapped.
Yang belum follow dulu guys. Yang belum subscribe saya punya YT ada 200 lebih dekat YT. Subscribe dulu. Subscribe dulu guys.
SRG susah nak menang.
Boleh tak guys? Boleh tak guys?
Onyx maupun
apa nama YT Rain? Raintodak guys. Raintodak. RAINTODAK. Kalau korang nak tengok kat TV ke, nak pasang dekat mana-mana, yang kat laptop ke, PC ke, boleh pasang kat YT guys.
Tak faham.
Tapi kalau korang pasang kat YT, faham guys. Komen tak rancak sangat lah macam TT.
Tapi nampak macam bukan meta TLP.
Esok ada game SRG, ada mah.
S tier, but the moment you
Sangat
have
bukan
one
meta
or
dorang
two
tu.
counters, he is like B tier, maybe B.
Ada Lee tu.
Probably garbage.
Jahat tu. Apa?
There's nothing I could. I had that experience multiple times. I'm like, you know what? First pick, I'm picking up Phobias. I have 3 counters. You know what? Have fun, 4v5.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything.
Well, that's important. I mean, it was really like this great setup where they had the Zushin finally let through. They allowed it to go. They banned the Fanny. They banned the Atlas. And then they were kind of teasing that, well, when we pick up the Freya, you're probably going to go Phobias because he's still open. But then with the Melissa as the final pick, it sets them up. And this is a good response, I think, if you're looking at Spirit. But also Vamos because
Phobias ban, kanan Freya pakai itu buang.
As well as the Paquitos. It looks like Coach Baldo is here is just saying that as long as we don't give them crazy fighters, they're still human. We can fight them. If they get a Paquito, they get the Freya, then that's going to be an absolute nightmare going up against Team Spirit.
Oleh Vamos tu sendiri dengan Paquito juga di bawah.
Boleh dapat dua ni, boleh dapat dua ni.
Both Team Spirit and Aurora bootcamp in Malaysia.
Vamos boleh dapat dua ni, guys.
So far. I do have to say, when it comes to bootcamping in Malaysia, it's not really going up against Malaysia teams. It's more about the accessibility. You know, there's a lot of good places where you can have the majority access for the Southeast Asia region, making it
first pick apa ni? Valentina ke? Spirit akan first pick apa guys? Valentina ke guys?
Berhadapan dengan Aurora maupun
oh, masih Atlas. Okay, Valen, let's go.
Favorite place to bootcamp, and he mentioned it was Malaysia.
First, a lot of people.
Valen ke Valdo?
That's true. That's easy. He mentioned the food.
Valen Hiraraka?
Valen Hiraraka?
You got to look at the food. I mean, if you're going to be there for a while, you got to think, guys, what are we eating after and before these scrims? Maybe even during these scrims. I don't know. A little snack here and there. Kind of hard to do on a mobile.
Valen Link kah?
Obviously, this Atlas going roam, but the fact that Atlas is available, it seems like it's a setup that they wanted to have in terms of an upper hand that was not in the pool last time. Harar and
Valen. Betul lah, Hirara Valen guys. Betul. Kena. Kiri akan ambil Link lagi satu. Zushin. Baik guys. Aku suka. Aku suka guys. Kali ni Vamos aku confident 2-0 guys.
Yeah, aku confident tu.
Very fast in terms of getting his HP. So going up against
hanya dengan first 3 pick
Hanya dengan first 3 pick.
Sebab dah keluar dua trio mid.
Dah keluar trio River Control kita menang menang besar.
Bukan sebab Zubsin pick belah kiri
Ya tu ya juga. Itu ya juga. Kalau saya tu
apa first 3 kau tak pilih pun menang ke kalah.
Kalau saya tu ya juga. Sebab tu Malaysia bang. Malaysia saya tak nak Malaysia kalah.
Free flicker. So the Harar Ling, we'll see that matchup. Zushin changes sides. And the Atlas is available.
Apalah season 18 FPL MIT reveal bila dia orang line up.
Right now, honestly, like the thing that we're seeing from both teams is there's
ada bau-bau diorang akan ban Melissa tu guys. Oh dah ban Melissa guys.
Melissa akan semua keluar nanti dia tengok je MPL lagi.
Not open
Call me the MLB expert up here, okay?
Kena mouse call ni aku.
Basically two heroes from Spirit has a lot of crowd.
Aku sudah Moskov ni. Aku rasa kiri akan ban sama ada Moskov Brody ya.
Sure has to get that Terrify off first for that to really happen. But Valentina can steal away the Fatal Link. So
tak pun carry, diorang combo dengan Atlas.
It is quite even in the sense of how much crowd control both teams have right now. So this is going to be quite the question because neither have shown any fighters or marksmen. They're still opening up the track.
Dua from Pejuang Sol 31 yang ni tahulah coach sekadar apa yang saya baca tim 2 hingga 0 boleh pilih tim tapi dia ex-mention yang boleh pick dari sesama grup sendiri. So Vemos layak still boleh pick 2 hingga 1 dari grup A.
So tak kisah grup sendiri atau tak
Yeah, we did see it was Team Spirit in the last one where they waited for that Hiko pick towards the end, and that seems to be the nature right now.
Orang apa guys? Brody, carry.
Now after a few days, where you kind of wait on to that gold lane pick if it's going to be a marksman or if it's going to be a fighter.
Brody, carry.
Changes things, I would say, especially, but you know, already waiting for the last ban here from Team Spirit. Are they going to go and hone in on that gold lane? Yeah, maybe the Moskov, just because then...
Yeah, Brody Moskov.
Open! Wow, they're going to go for the XP choice.
Yeah, high priority for Team Spirit.
Hey,
it's the second time they've banned Barretts, and Kid Bumba's been known to be a fan of it. And so that's gone and taken away. Ruby also has been gone and taken away. We talk about playing into this meta. Sometimes Ruby can be
kalau nak protect the king masih boleh guys sebab Valerie tak payah jaga Valentina sangat guys. Moskov laning hero 1. Aku rasa kiri ni Harit tu dorang.
Harit kena ban.
Harit kena ban sebab apa carry lah.
Tapi carry susah
Atlas carry.
The EXP matchup before really going for anything. They pick up the claw. So this is going to be a marksman matchup. The Esmeralda is still open. We'll see what is where Team Spirit is going with.
Uranus.
And they pick up the
Sepat main apa sepat? Esme ke sepat?
CC for more damage. They can pick up an Esmeralda just to have
Esme ke sepat?
front line for the team, which I feel like that might be where they're leading.
Esme best dulu sepat sini. Esme best dulu sini sepat.
Which also just basically makes that XP lane, you know, a no contest lane. They just do their thing and then they rotate.
It's just a toxic relationship.
Masih ada immune sepat yang boleh pulih ya.
We used to call it the eternal battle.
The eternal battle, never ending.
Esme apa lagi? Teris, Esme, Teris.
I mean, like, if you really think about it, both of them are kind of the same.
So they're going to rotate lane pretty quickly, right, to get out of that toxic relationship.
Alice pun not bad sebenarnya guys. Alice pun not bad sebenarnya.
Not really the pair you thought we'd have.
Don't have a lot of experience with that matchup.
Cici susah sikit Ayuh Uranus.
Maybe we have Patrick, so
that's true.
So
aku rasa Esme, Alice, Esme. Okay. Baik. Let's go.
Couple of bands.
Let's go, Babos. Aku bau-bau 2-0 nih guys. Kalau kau tanya aku bau-bau 2-0. Okay, kat sini winning condition dia macam mana? Satu, diorang kena fokus Moskov dapatkan item Trinity supaya late game dia boleh main laning dengan Link guys. Valentina sentiasa kena dapatkan ulti Atlas. Diorang jangan paksa team fight kalau Valentina tak ada ulti. So dia ibarat macam 5 lawan 4. 5 yang ada ultimate lawan 4 orang je ada ultimate. So Valentina wajib ada ulti guys. Okay. Lagi satu bocil, kasih faham tu bocil. Kau punya Hirara gila siap. Kasih faham tu.
For this upper bracket matchup, that would be, and for that we need to send it back over to our caster. Gideon, how we feeling about this?
Ya betul, setuju.
I'm glad you asked. We're feeling pretty okay about it.
Rasa 2-0 ke 2-1? 2-0 ni. Kalau based on draft 2-0 guys. Based on draft 2-0.
Keep in mind for those who are just tuning in, Vamos is currently 1-0 and match point. It's up to Team Spirit to turn things around. But let's talk about the lanes per matchup, right? The mid lane obviously is going to be a little bit difficult here overall for Qualcomm, but at least he's got Zekif on his side, but without any concussive blast. So really, it's going to boil down to how well can we trade.
Look at that. Perfect match already. A throwback with Lancer Flare. Great taunt from Zekif, and it will be the win for Vamos. That is an early trade, right? Gold lane should be Natco with an advantage.
Zekif on fire.
Early on with the trades. We don't talk about XP.
Yeah, we don't talk about XP. That's
Uranus.
Well, I think that the only thing that we need to highlight is the fact that Sapat might be susceptible to a gank. Keep in mind that this time we are seeing Zara Ego is starting on the bottom side of the map. He will end up on purple side. More hopefully it doesn't get stolen away. And he's
bocil datang.
War cry. So he's got
bocil, kacau dah bocil.
Yeah, Bomba's not gonna have
apa tu K-Bomba? Up! Yes! Baik error.
My goodness. The Celestial Being just got bonked by the exotic dancer's friends.
Yeah, and this is a pretty interesting gank opportunity. So clearing the bottom side, forward side of Air 4 opts to skip his entire top gank so follow along with Clawkun to enable themselves to get this first gank.
Let's see if he can go 1-for-1 with the trade. Nako trying to buy some time. The blades come around with the Purify. Just like up top, and Spirit are able to capitalize a bit better off of a kill with the entire turret goal, actually.
That's good. That's really what you want to see, especially for these economically hungry.
Agak-agak lah, gentle by one lah guys. Apa bawa kawan ni?
By one pergi main brawl lah.
Hey, brawl pun bawa kawan. Brawl pun bawa kawan. Bisa apa main Zuxin? Baik, chill. Let's go chill. Let's go chill.
Okay. Jangan trade tadi bawah tu.
Ya, SP cak ni coach. Tak ni guys. Yang Malaysia semua buat kita support. Kalau Malaysia kena kita condemn. Kalau Malaysia kena kita bantai tim opponent guys. Kita support Malaysia sekarang ni. Bocil. Baik. Zap. Cepat. Nice one.
Respect. Okay, I can respect that as well. At least, getting battle spell because the invasion might just be better. Look at that.
Cepat bermain.
Well, Sapat under turret has the Purify. Bomba with the chase now. They've taken the golem, and that should just be it.
It's definitely a show of force for the side of Vamos. This is a lot of conditioning. He might get a little greedy and call for help, but they're immediately on the opposite side trying to take away this purple buff.
Baik. Link tanpa buff guys
Dia paksa retry tu dekat orange tu. Baik tu Zaki.
It's great, right? And now they set up
the performance Zaki guys.
On that top side once again. Luckily Bomba is able to at least get the EXP grab at this point.
Calculated.
Starting to play this. Hiko with the advantage that he has put some great damage, structural damage even on tier 1. At the same time,
Link no buff guys Info. Link no buff guys
Unfortunately for Bomba, it was actually still Error who got it. Just that little tick of that retry, or the little tick of the jungle burn. Okay. Unfortunately for Bomba, unable to last hit it, so Error is just
wait.
2 levels ahead this time. A completely now it's 6, but 1 level. He's about to get 2 levels though as he gets a purple buff. It's a completely different. Where again, Zara was still able to keep.
Kalau dia rotate, okay. Buang ulti, okay. Berbaloi je. Okay. Hilang minion tapi Zuxin tak ada ulti
maintain this for a while until he gets his items. So this is what we should expect, especially in the Herrera versus
Cloud tak ada ulti juga. Zuxin tak ada ulti, Cloud tak ada ulti.
Seeing that Vamos are trying to tilt the scales into Natco's favor, give him a little bit of support. His top side is kind of done for at this point.
Kau pergi cari ulti Atlas dulu, Klokun.
And really opening up this map.
Opening it up against Air 404. Mobilized already. Pops the consecration. And then lane is going to be Sunset Lover with the Crimson Beacon. Still. It's
nice apart.
Turret's going to go in.
Baik, ulti tu keep. Baik tu.
Lock Sour down for the all in
for
Error.
Tu Akib. Bapak dia
Now they go into the mid lane and threaten the turret.
Keep ulti tu mahal tu keep.
Unfortunate indeed. Honestly, if that Wrath of Gyro just moved a little bit.
Tengok.
Subbot might be in some trouble. He just ran out of mana, but luckily he does get his item down. Error, you really still want to be here.
Nico's going to be able to steal that one away. Sour with a perfect match. Gets Error out as well. Spirit keeping the gold lead at bay. But Vamos have been outplaying them in a lot of these skirmishes.
It's really interesting to see.
Kalau tak Link nak ulti tu, guys, nampak Link tak sempat pakai ulti situ guys.
Timing cantik tu.
Timing baik tu Akib. Kalau tak mati tu si Klokun tu.
And I think they can be a little more efficient of it. The only problem is that now you're missing that bottom tier 1. You have to deal with Hiko already unlocked from the lane. Double waving now has to be the only way to kind of keep Natco up financially against Hiko.
Tak apa. Bagi Natco hidup sikit lagi. Settle.
Bermain cepat. Relax dah sempat. Mid tu orang Zuxin je duk.
I would love to see the items right now to see if Natco is ahead
or careful. Ulti balik. Klokun. Klokun kau tak ada double dash ke? Baik Klokun. Masuk Natco. Nah.
Mobilization from Error as well. Vamos
Tapi backup tim Vamos laju tu guys. Jauh beza tu. Gameplay diorang improve. Betul lah guys, korang perasan tak? Backup diorang laju gila tu. Semalam kita tengok jungler enemy ni menari-nari kan. Hari ni tak boleh buat apa-apa. Dia link dia guys.
Nak go tadi memang kemat tu.
SOD connecting to give that extra bit of damage that they needed. Luckily, piercing through multiple targets.
Zeno kenapa nonchalant sangat kat belakang?
Bersorak sikit Zeno.
Tak Zeno, bersorak sikit Zeno. Macam nonchalant sangat tu Zeno.
Macam tak ada perasaan tu.
Link dia dah kena. Nice one lah. Main lagi Zutsin.
Wow. Raja ni lagi mana ni?
Hai, Klokun ambil alpha link.
Mahal lah Klokun. Gila Klokun.
Macam main gila dengan Area 44 guys. Orang nak berani-berani nak cuba trade link dengan Hirara Kita orang ada dua-dua tu. Alhamdulillah, baik tu guys. Nampak siap Vamos. Zekif punya ulti mahal tu. Siap Zekif.
Backupnya baik, yang tukang backup, yang larinya pun baik, yang attacknya pun baik.
Betul-betul main as a team tu guys. Kali ni Vamos.
Jangan kenapa bro? Apa? Honor Magic 7 bro.
Dapat.
And now it's Cloak with the fatal links. Can he use
Boleh mati Klokun. Boleh mati. Nice. Nice. Tak, dorang ada masalah.
Tadi dia tak sempat kena outplay.
Dorang ada masalah nak hadap Hirara ni guys. Tengok ni. Baiklah Era. Let's go.
Era. 8 kill Jil.
Vamos solid tu guys.
Vamos aren't just winning this game. They are stomping Team Spirit. This is a team that is constantly
mana 17% je. Kasih faham tu.
This is their first for a lot of their players. Kwakun has that
Okay,
experience in 2024, but everybody else.
Hadir guys Yang boleh follow dulu guys. Yang boleh subscribe dulu guys. Kita tengah menyaksikan tim Malaysia membantai ni guys Kita menyaksikan tim Malaysia membantai guys
For a Malaysian team of this caliber, seeing them grow up throughout the local leagues and now seeing the next generation so eager, so hungry to take the win so early on. For now, I think Vamos still needs to check a couple of boxes. Has to be this Lord. They need that Lord to start cracking on through. There's the tier 2 down bot side. Ideally, they would like to get rid of it, but you know what?
Go. Fast lock.
To crack them through. The best part is that Team Spirit. They don't have great wave clear. They can delay those waves, but they can't clear it efficiently.
Solo load for Team Spirit. It looks like
tengok guys.
Steamroll out of control. Look at that level lead again.
Menari-nari Hirara dia tu.
We got a 2-level lead on Supat as well. Like Spirit.
There's
got to be something crazy here.
Ni kipas Panasonic untuk lawan tu.
He's making those decisions super easy. He's such a big tank here. He's opening up the map for free, and there's nothing the Team Spirit can do. I'm trying to think of an option. What could they maybe happen? They could bait with maybe Sunset Lover and get Zara Egoist in, but that's a really big, risky gamble.
Kena ada Sky Berser ke? Ada.
Are forced to play.
Tadi dia buat game 2 ni pun dia buat kan.
No chance to walk
timing careful.
Vamos gonna play the clean game. They're gonna freeze up. Maybe.
Careful nak aku. Allah.
Nak aku.
Allah.
Here's another one. Here's a door gift for you, sir. You know what?
Sedap macam tu nak aku. Tak sedap macam tu.
We should have known. It's Vamos. Like they're great. They're amazing.
Don't play like that, bro.
It's the classic.
Sabar guys. Bertenang guys. Kena disiplin je guys.
And now we're back.
Nak pecahkan benda tu.
However, 6.3k is still
Hold defend.
I don't know how they're going to close the distance here, especially if we don't see a steal from Zara Eagle.
Kau kena ingat. Baiklah, error. Boleh mati tu error. Error.
Main lagi. Pecah kepala.
Error.
Santai lu. Masuk ke
dalam. Baik, siap error.
Tak masalah. Okay.
Baik, dah bocil.
Satu lagi 10 ni.
Force 9-0 and 2.
Bocil hak carry tu guys.
Tak ada mati dekat MSC. Lawan dengan tim pernah nombor 4 dunia. Gila tak gila.
From Team Spirit with not a lot of options left, and even for Hiko, he's level 13.
Tim top 5 dunia dia kena ayam dengan Vamos ni.
Try to close this game out.
Bottom lane.
Akib. Taruh tak pecah lagi.
Kip. Tak ada minion, Kip. Kenapa tak ada orang cakap dengan Kip? Akib berkawan, Kip.
Guys, jangan mistake guys. Kita tengah menang ni.
Gila kesan gila tu. Ya, gila.
So far, Vamos have only lost players with no bounty, right?
Tak apa. Zaki first dead.
If error dies, then we have a problem.
Relax. Disiplin je. Bawah dapat ni. Dapat.
Dapat dah, ya Allah. Kenapa tak tengok Astagfirullahalazim. Team Spirit.
Cepat. Jangan masuk seorang-seorang guys. Tunggu tim hidup dulu.
It will be Spirit with a trade. They'll finally be able to crack
Tak
another
bocil
structure.
main lane bawah ni. Bawah kita menang ni.
If you're in Spirit shoes, where do you go to? Obviously you have to deal with that bottom wave every
Dia tak baca, dia tak ada sense tu.
Padu doh Hirara Aero Pokok. Ya doh. Tak kena.
Hirara kena bocil. Alah, kenapa kita main belah kiri bukan ke Boskov yang satu. Korang main 4 dengan Hirara lah.
Kena sabar je guys. Sumpah doh. Disiplin sikit je doh.
That's what we were talking about. I can't believe it just happened.
Yep, and now Zara is
Boleh
level 2.
Boleh hold ni. Hold je, jangan all out jangan mati
Enemy tak ada ulti ni guys. Valen pengalti Zuxin.
Cepat dah sakit nak menadah dah. Cepat tak boleh tadah dah. Okey, gerak Kip. Jangan dengan
Ya Allah guys, jangan macam tu guys.
Pasti Vamos dah on ke?
Jangan macam tu guys.
Relax kejap.
Santai. Boleh defend. Tak ada apa.
Ailong tiba-tiba je aku dah cakap Vamos kalau ada 1. Kau kalau kejap lagi menang 2-0 ni yang tanda kau Relax Ailong.
Guys, minimize mistake doh.
Let's pull up the item list. I want to see where the tanks are currently at, especially for Kid Bomba, right?
Thank you for the follow Icham Yang belum follow dulu guys. Yang belum subscribe kat YT, subscribe dulu guys.
I would assume that Kid Bomba is finally catching up at this stage, but he's been sticking with the rest of the team.
Mati dah ni kalau kena kejar.
Everybody's here though. Okay. I thought Vamos were going to be able to catch our egos, but he has the Finch poise, goes back to the purple buff, takes it as well.
Salam guys. Kita doakan Akib careful Kip.
Gets chunked to half HP. Sunset Lover.
Guys, main macam korang main early to mid game tadi guys. Main backup each other. Jangan depan seorang-seorang. Jangan mati seorang-seorang.
Just raw respect. Not only for Vamos, but even for the side of Team Spirit. They recognize.
Dia start yang Moskov mati kat atas tu guys. Lepas tu bocil pula mati.
Hey.
Mahal. Angkat apa tu Sawo.
Salah.
And the Lord will be able to charge in the bottom lane.
That's
the first tier 2 for Spirit
against
Vamos this game.
Yep, and with the delayed wave from that top side, they finally break the mid tier 1 here. Vamos is trying to make sure they don't
Ada
get
ketik
much
satu mate.
value.
Santai. Masih okey.
Be real careful.
Back skip.
That sets up for Sawo later on with the Purify.
Santai guys, kita Moskov good.
Wait, they don't know.
Jadi game ni kita punya bos.
Purple buff taken by Error.
Error.
Ada minus satu lagi kan? Dia dah.
Boleh reset dulu tak Vamos? Allah. Jangan mati, Lane jangan mati. Cepat.
Main dengan link ni. Okay, tolong aku defend. Aku kalau nak dapat satu tak apa, aku mid je pun aku kalau dah dapat tak apa.
Iko mati.
Iko buat apa Iko? Iko mati mohon. Baik deh. Main. Mana aku? Nak kena defend pula. Aku tak nyawa.
Cepat bermain cepat.
Chasing. Don't tak damage. 3 badan je tu. 3 badan je tu. 3 badan. Don't damage.
can't do this.
Kejar.
There's no point for the chase, but they're guaranteeing at least the rest of the members.
Jantung aku. Macam semalam guys.
Ambil mid ke tak dapat
And unfortunately,
Tolak tak dulu. Betul kau wave dulu. Nak lock ni, nak keluar ni. Betul kau wave dulu.
A 2,000 gold lead. This
kau wave dulu guys.
Kau cakap kat live stream lah Tai Long. Kau jangan sampai Malik turun Tai Long tolong dok.
Asal dengan Tai Long tu.
Tai Long ni dok dia cakap Vamos kalah 2-1.
Cepat pada depan sangat cepat. Allah. Dapat lock boleh back tak? Boleh back Akib.
Slow.
Tak boleh backup tu. 2-3 Yang lain jangan mati.
The timing couldn't be worse. The Lord just spawns.
Tai Long tu dari sini tadi coach. Ya ke? Dia cakap apa guys?
Overall, as they take their time, they need to make sure that this Lord counts. But I think that even Vamos
minion satu atas.
has now come to a point where now even Sawo is pretty difficult to kill. It's not like they were trying to stack up a high level of Sky Piercers as well for the side of Arrow 4-4. So there's no guarantees at this stage.
Look at Natco though.
Error careful Error Diorang boleh tangkap kau Error. Dia cakap Vamos pelengkap slot. Siapa cakap? Tai Long apa entah. Kau tukar negara kan kau tak payahlah duduk Malaysia. Tai Long.
Biarlah. Okey lah tu dia nak cakap. Saya marah dia.
Agreed. But now we
buat malu Malaysia je duk kau ni.
Maximum build already gone for Clawcon. One item missing here for the side of Sunset Lover, but he's almost there.
Orang tengah berdebor ni, guys.
The frontliners from the side of Team Spirit, especially trying to deal with this Atlas overall. But until we start seeing some more magic resist, it's going to be tough.
Sakit jantung tu guys, sakit jantung tu.
Jangan marah doh yang tak support Vamos, tak support SRG.
On Hiko.
Tak wajib pun
support. It's all about those item swaps now for Hiko up against Natco. Wind of Nature, Rose Gold, the Immortality, it's all about that.
Betul juga.
And it comes down to really just the frontliners. Can they bait out these skirmishes? Can they bait out these
resources? Suatu lah, goal lead dah dekat dah guys. Aduh.
It kind of becomes a battle of Sawo versus Clawcon and Ziki, right? It's all about those setting tools and how they utilize it.
Exactly. And technically, you would imagine that there would be more of an advantage for Ziki if Clawcon, because that's two.
Boleh kenirin, boleh. King Kong boleh. Macam mana winning condition Vamos raid. Diorang kena main dengan each other guys. Jangan main sorang-sorang.
Jangan kena baiklah bongok Clawcon.
Now it's Arrow with the
nak go boleh. Careful.
Nice doh main dia nak go.
Don't panic.
Nak go slow jangan salah nak go.
Nice.
Wait, inhibitor kena minion tak ada
This has been great stuff. This has honestly been
mati dulu ni.
Nice-nya minion nice-nya pun minion
But just throwing the ball at each other and catching.
Try mid, boleh try mid. 5 lawan 3 try mid.
And now Vamos looking to get one more inhibitor here. Could they stack this? No, Zara up in 13.
Eric gets away in time. The mid lane to the mid lane is looking good for Vamos.
Nico.
Okay, cantik. Tadi minion.
Bawa. Tarik.
Baru main. Crystal. Baiklah, Baba.
Nice. Vamos lepas guys. Knockout stage! Alah Vamos!
Gila Vamos!
Alhamdulillah guys!
Tai Long?
Suruh Tai Long tu masuk live aku sekali. Ui, alhamdulillah guys. Baik siap Vamos. Baik siap.
Ya guys, aku kena update.
Baik doh. Tapi aku cakap engkau Play Vamos guys. Hilang suara tu guys. Play Vamos semua on form tu guys. Zekif Clawcon punya tangkap tu. Bocil punya cari backline. Senaman jantung tu guys, nak pecah jantung sumpah ya guys. Yang belum follow tu guys, yang belum subscribe dulu. Esok kita tengok SRG pula guys
Bawah berapa ring?
Bawah sama je BO3.
Semua BO3 sampai knockout.
To erase the doubts as well that people have had for Vamos.
Baik siap. Baik siap Vamos, sumpah. Baik dia Vamos. Nice bocil. Let's go.
Especially with an interview with Rose up on stage with of course Arrow 404.
Alhamdulillah.
Is going to Team Vamos.
Alhamdulillah guys. SRG ada chance lagi. Ada. Diorang kena menang lagi 2 kali guys SRG.
Esok match apa
Low bracket.
Esok low bracket semua.
Yang SRG. Dia macam ni. Hari ni 2 upper bracket, 2 low bracket. Esok 2 upper bracket, 2 low bracket.
A little bit of history with Team Spirit as they were the one to actually end the journey of Team Vamos back in M6. After today's win, dropping them to the lower brackets, do you feel somewhat successful, satisfied?
Yeah, I'm super satisfied because
Hari Ahad apa tu?
it's like we have a sense of redemption against them. Yeah.
Wow.
Sense of redemption. Baik, Cil.
I know that a lot of the Malaysians are super duper proud of you guys entering this journey, especially back at home, even here in the arena. We have the audience. Do you feel extra motivated to have this kind of support here in Paris?
Tiba-tiba saja merajakkan suasana pula. Kalau tadi, kalau satu kau lah yang paling
motivated to win.
Datang daripada masa depan
I got a question, right? As you guys enter the knockout stages, you have the opportunity to actually pick your opponents from the lower bracket. I know it's still rather early, but who do you want to actually meet if that team does go to the knockouts?
There's a lot of choices, but I would like to face either Vitality or Falcons.
Oh, okay. You are right though, because after this match, Vitality and Falcons will be going up against each other, so one will have to fall. Is there any reasons as to why you want to meet either Vitality or Falcons?
Because both of the team have
cross.
idol jungler.
Kalau cross dia tak boleh lawan Vitality ataupun apa.
Both of it are your idolas, your idols. Okay, you know what, Air 404, I just have to ask you a message for the Malaysians watching here in the arena and back at home.
So thank you to all the fans that have came all the way here to Paris to support us, and
kalau diberi pilihan, ialah pilihannya bukan dia on
watching online. Thank you for all the supports, and we'll do our best in the knockout stage.
Congratulations once again, an amazing win. That's it from us over here at the stage, showing it back to you guys at the studio to break down what happened in this series.
Thank you, Rose. Team Vamos move on into our knockout stages. The first team to book their ticket, and that does mean that Team Spirit will fall to that lower bracket. They're going to be facing off against Guangzhou Gaming, who also fell to that lower bracket as well. It's going to be an interesting one, guys, because one of my favorite things to look at is the stories behind these teams. We talked about Malaysia, we talked about SRG being a team that is clearly out in front in terms of the conversation. But when it comes to this, Team Vamos, they had something to prove. And actually, I would say maybe they proved it just there.
Alhamdulillah, baik.
Sama juga dengan
SRG akan main Ahad kan. SRG akan main Ahad. Dia main Ahad, Sport main Ahad.
Dia boleh pilih dekat mana-mana. Even waktu itu cross apa Team Brave pun cakap boleh pilih mana-mana. Rupanya dia cross.
Semua player perform. Tapi kau tanya aku yang paling perform sekali Akib tu guys. Zakif. Baik, timing skill set dia.
I would say people look at Team Vamos and say they're going to be the first team to get knocked out.
Macam ni rasa boleh sampai top 3. Boleh tu Azim top 3.
They're the first team to actually qualify to the knockout. So that's a huge statement. And even in the interview, Vamos themselves said that they are also disappointed, ashamed the fact that Malaysia only looks to SRG.
Ini lagi solid dari semalam bro. Lagi daripada kemarin.
Vamos as an organization and the players playing on stage that they can confidently say like, guys, we are here to support us. We can make it all the way.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. And you look at how smart this draft was. I mean, you get Esmeralda, you get Herrera, you get Beleric, you get Moskov. A lot of times these 4 characters are banned.
Tapi kredit juga kepada coaching staff dorang guys
really good setup in both
baik tu, draft pun baik guys.
You have key picks here for the heroes, but there was some
dia bukan setakat draft tau. Macam mana dia prepkan dorang untuk play together as a team tu guys. Yang tu lagi penting
Orang lain punya bagus baru sampai dekat synergy hero tu ngamau. Tapi diorang dah sampai dah bagus lah instant hero baru dengan apa. Macam tadi dia tengok kau punya Jusin Hirara tu kan. Itu orang lain tak ada main instant macam tu lagi. Dia dah main macam tu lah. Ada hero baru.
To do your job well.
Tapi Hirara bocil pun seram
Clockwind definitely showed that one by picking up the Fatal Links, and the moment they got to our Egoist, I feel like the call was they won't have enough damage. There's no burst. Natko, you hit your SOD, jump in, everyone goes in, ends the game.
For the first time,
Clockwind, that was his MVP moment.
Do we have any
this is the best second team Malaysia though, the best
matchup? 2 junglers, at the top of their game. Arrow 404 was a
Rasa tak Kip Mabani selalu je lama betul?
But how do we feel about Herrera Link? Prioritizing one or the other?
Vamos dah selalu lost spirit
same spot.
Sebelum ni banyak kalah. Vamos lost spirit tak silap aku dah 3 kali 2 kalah.
Cooler things happen with the Herrera just because of the nature of her kit, you know, especially when
error pun pernah lawan juga.
Whether they have a Sky Pierce or not, the things you can do with Herrera are it almost feels like it's unlimited, but it's really dependent.
Orang baju baru langsung mana guys. Wah, baju baru dia tak nak keluar banyak tu. Buka-buka dah sold out, buka-buka dah sold out.
Making it easier for her to actually secure that one.
Tolonglah bos Hanan kenapa kedekut sangat tu. Buka banyak sikit bos Hanan.
It would be like Ling has a little bit more range, so able to get targets further away, but as we see, Herrera impacts the team fight quite
Next fight siapa guys
and I feel like that's the biggest point.
Yeah, she's blending in really well to these team fight compositions, and it was amazing to see.
Masalahnya laju sangat. Limited je pula
I mentioned earlier.
Guys, aku pergi toilet guys. Warga YT okey guys, steady ke warga YT? Warga TT semua okey kan? Oh, lepas ni pun game best lah guys.
Saya pergi event tu kan. Saya balik saya nak beli lah bang. Saya pergi event dia kan. Saya balik saya nak beli. Dah habis dah siut.
That's already more than MPL. In terms of what they got in MPL,
yeah, technically.
Kan dekat ni kat press conference dia kan, balik-balik dah habis lah.
For these players, they want to help their families, and that's how you do it.
Sabar tunggu MPL 18 tu.
Now that's a turn.
Kenapa Malaysia tak ada studio?
That wasn't really an upset because we did say both teams are like. It's hard to call for both of them, but the fact that Vamos won 2-0.
Tapi yang saya boleh cakap, jangan salahkan Munton lah. Munton tak ada kaitan dengan situ ni. Bukan MPL yang buat salah, bukan Munton yang salah.
Moving up into MNC because Team Liquid lost, SRG lost, and now Vamos is showing up.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, yeah, this MNC is turning to become a very interesting international.
I'm glad I didn't predict, by the way.
Thank you Pejuang Soul for the RM1.
In trouble there as well, obviously. Just expectations, just keeping things fun. Well, we got more expectations coming up. Let's take a look at today's schedule. Because, of course, we just saw Team Vamos and Team Spirit. We also had a chance to see Guangzhou Gaming take the win. They stay alive. True Ripper's our first team to go home. We will be sending another team home, but not yet. Team Falcons Meta Ignite Gaming is that one. And we'll have to wait to the end of the day to see more drama. Team Vitality and Team Falcons PH coming up next, though. Guys, that's going to be a banger as well.
I'm not calling that one.
Yep, we're not.
You're not even touching that.
No,
not with
I mean, like, here's the thing, like, I've been known for Cassacres, so I feel like if I say the team is gonna win, there's gonna be a lot of DMs.
They're coming for you.
So you know what?
Apa cerita ni guys?
Oh yeah, we're not
gonna be here.
We're gonna have lunch.
Two different guys.
Okay. I was gonna say, I think if Mirko was up here, he would say one to one.
He also got a guy. I think almost most casters have some sort of.
No, you have that year 1, year 2 naiveness where you're like, I'm okay, but then after year 2, you're like, never again.
I am scared. I have fear.
Frost, kau stream sampai kau apa Frost?
hesitant to make the predictions. That's okay. We don't worry about those predictions when you're playing.
Vitality Falcon.
The good news about it, if you've been checking into some ranked games like I have over these last couple of days, you'll notice in the shop there's a brand new collaboration with one of the oldest and most classic games of all time. That's, of course, Street Fighter and MLBB. Check it out.
Tak juga.
Jaga anak pula alasan kau.
Anak dari ni nampak sempat.
Singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Okay. Salam maghrib semua, salam maghrib semua.
It's time your chair evolves.
Maghrib dulu kan, maghrib dulu.
Kita tahu bahawa sana.
Maghrib dulu.
Apalah prediction knockout stage. Sabarlah bang. Sabar. Knockout stage baru ke satu tim layak. Alhamdulillah, Alawamos
Every move.
Daripada MPL Top Alawamos disebut, diangkat-angkat. Ren sampai Ren kecam aku. Ren marah. Abang terlalu ni. Hari abang semua dunia. Sampai. Mana dia hilang? Terus hilang. Alright, untuk baju Vamos Okey. Untuk baju Vamos EWC Edition keluar 300 pieces. Okey. Di mana yang hitam telah habis jual sebanyak 150 line. So, Ahad ni akan start jual yang warna putih 150 sahaja. Di mana di platform Vamos. Mungkin di platform TikTok Vamos, official Vamos apakah Team Vamos. 150 helai sahaja warna putih. That's it, habis. So total dia keluar 300, 150 yang warna hitam itu dah habis, tak boleh dapat lagi dah. And 150 untuk warna putih. So warna putih hari Ahad ni akan start jual. So korang boleh dapatkan siapa yang nak cari media sosial Vamos dan dapatkan pada hari Ahad. You got to fight for it.
We did it. Back-to-back champions.
Beres.
You think you can do it?
Kalau menyokong kuat Vamos sebelum Vamos kuat, respect. Tak duduk. Saya ni Glory Hunter lepas Vamos kuat baru saya start sokong. Mana ada saya sokong sebelum tu. Zakif dan Era masuk SEA Games. Vamos tu dah lawan tu. Dah menang dah Vamos. Tak pesanan 300 lagi. Bukan main pandang rendah spirit tadi ya. Dah kena 2-0. Ambil kau.
The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its third appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and one team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the third-place match. Here, one moment can change everything. One mistake ends the dream, one clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Welcome back to MSC at EWC 2026. We're here in France having a great time as two matches have just gotten underway as we begin Series 3. More upper bracket, $100,000 for that top 8 spot at least guaranteed. And that means one of these two teams are going to be very happy about this result. One team will go down to the lower bracket and fight the winners of the next series. My name's Randy. I'm joined by a new but very familiar panel to all of the MLBB community, Renmar and Trex.
Hello guys.
How you doing, Renmar? We were in the backstage. You were talking about those drafts. How you been feeling about today so far?
Oh, very happy. I think my sentiments towards the drafting and the unique choices still remains. People are still getting creative, but some teams proving that sometimes the safest, most viable pick can't go wrong, and they're doing really well with it.
Trex, you were down there casting a little bit. You've been on the desk. You've been all over the place. It's day 3. What have you picked up on heading into this match?
I think today things are starting to get regulated a little bit. Things are starting to calm down a little bit. Not as crazy in terms of draft as what we saw the past few days. But we'll see. We still have 2 great games ahead of us, and anything can happen.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see. And of course, today, and in this series specifically, our 3rd series of the day, there's a lot of important storylines. So important that we had to give this one our Crunchyroll storyline of the day. It's the Maestro versus the KDA Machine. Of course, when you talk about the Maestro, I mean, there's really only one person to say, Renmar.
Yeah, man, it's Moreno for Team Vitality, and you really see why he is the Maestro for the team. I think he really earned that, especially the previous season of MPL ID, where they became champions, how he placed the juice in, and how the symphony and the orchestra that is Team Vitality just looks so much better when Moreno's leading the charge.
Loyalty as well, a big name, finally getting them to this position. Talk to me on the other side of this matchup and this story with the KDA Machine, Trex.
I mean, he's got the name for a reason, and this is going to be a big match for Vitality, and there's a reason why this is the match of the day, in a sense, the anime battle, what we've all been waiting to watch. And it's even bigger because it's a deciding match, right? One of these teams will move forward.
Terima kasih pun tak ada.
It's going to be a big run and an important run as well. Every moment here can decide your fate. One draft, one pick, one setup for a Lord fight that goes awry or goes your way could be the difference between $100,000 and maybe even $1 million if you can make it all the way up. Renmar stakes are super high, but focusing in on this Vitality roster, you know, there's just so many players to pick up from that can make an impact today.
Yeah, I mean, we've already discussed Moreno, but I think you really have to look at Eman. Eman against Super Marco in the gold lane is going to be a battle for sure. These are 2 gold laners who do not want to lose the gold lane. There are some gold laners who just want to stabilize things, make sure they get their farm, but these 2 really want to win.
Well, I love that you highlighted Eman. We've got 5 players on Vitality that are going to hopefully make a big impact coming into this set. And whether it's Niall, whether it's Moreno, whether it's Eman, you know that Vitality's story is going to be very, very special. With a series that has so much money on the line, but so much pride for this organization and this team, we had a chance to sit down and talk with Niall about his impact heading into
Warga YT okey ke? Warga YT aman ke?
We're now here with Nile from Team Vitality.
Jago assassin juga ni.
Yesterday we saw, I think, a quote from you. Top 3 junglers in MSC. It looked like your name wasn't on that list.
Because they say it excluded me.
Oh, okay. But if we had to include you, what would your top 3 be?
1, me, Nanael. 2 is TNG. Rest of it, no one.
Oh, so not even Kyle, no Carl, no one, just you and TNZ.
I'm talking based on scrims, right? Based on scrim, for me, only
TNZ is matching my tim lain tu guys.
Scrims level. You know, like
dia cakap kalau ikut ranking dia nombor 1, nombor 2 TNZ.
Okay. So
yang lain dia rasa-rasa je.
You called yourself Nanail, so do we call you Nanail too?
Up to you
or
guys.
Niall?
Up to you guys.
Which one do you like more?
I prefer both. It's okay.
Oh, so both can?
Yeah.
Okay. But what do you prefer in the assassins in the jungle? I mean, we see a lot of Lings, we see a lot of, you know,
Indonesia.
But what if those 2 get banned? What do you choose next?
I mean, I still have Fanny, Nolan.
Wow, angkuhnya Nanail. Dia bawa karakter ni guys.
One more secret
karakter confident. Karakter bad boy.
Flashy also.
Oh, because yesterday, earlier on, we saw a Saber in the jungle. What did you think about that?
Saber?
Yeah.
Speaking of them.
The one before this match, I forgot as well. I have bad memory, guys.
I think Saber is not fit in this meta, I think.
Scrim level
okay. So more
scrim
assassin.
Yeah.
Do you think the tanks in the jungle still might work?
Absolutely, because if we play tank jungle, it will become more easier, I think. The game, like, it's not complicated.
Oh, okay. So, Niall, we got to ask you, I think someone's asked you this before, but we want to get you on camera here for the main broadcast. What difference do we have for you? Back from M4, and now you're here. What makes you you now?
First of all, I've been through a lot, like, for example, I'm losing my brother or something like that. So it gets me humble right now. It's just that. And maturity, yeah.
So does that mean that you're also doing this for your brother?
Yeah, of course. That's my #1 motivation right now since MPL.
Okay, so everyone's rallying behind that. That's a really good
motivation
motivation now.
Untuk menang EWC ni semua gempak-gempak guys.
You know, motivated. Are you confident as well up against
Ada
one
abang
of
yang baru
the
meninggal.
biggest teams here at MSC?
Betul Yus.
For us, whoever the enemy is,
Kecup perut tadi sudah hilang. Betul Yubi, betul. Jantung dah tak berdebar jantung dah relax Aku game Malaysia je berdebar guys. Korang sama dengan aku tak?
Okay, that's what we like to hear.
Game yang
By the way, you keep
Malaysia
coughing.
main je berdebar. Game-game lain aku tak rasa apa-apa langsung.
It's just cough, you know, because of that thing maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Best of luck. Get well soon as well
thank
for
you.
your next match. Hope I get to see you after. And there you have
Apa
it.
rasa SRG boleh dapat 4 teratas? Boleh doh CD. Boleh sangat sebenarnya. Diorang kena fokus dekat baki 2 game guys. Aku game Vamos, game SRG biasa-biasa je. You dulu. Aku semalam pun jantung aku nak pecah agak dulu. Esok hari 300 keren sebab hidup atau mati. You do use. Ren baru masuk live kau. Vamos menang. 2-0 guys, 2-0. Kita membantai guys. Bukan bercakap menang, kita membantai.
Says he misses competing against Super Marco on stage, expecting that it might be one of the hardest matchups that he's going to face, and maybe even hard to beat. So that's going to be on display. You mentioned that as well, Renmar.
Yep.
Just that matchup.
Tuh, sekarang kita fokus SRG pula guys. Vamos dah lepas. Vamos dah lepas, kita fokus SRG pula guys. SRG lawan esok guys Aurora ke Onyx Rain. Aku lagi prefer SRG jumpa Onyx. Sebab Onyx punya meta tak pelik guys. Onyx punya meta Malaysia dah biasa lawan. Onyx si Aurora punya meta ni pelik. Dia punya cheese pick dia tu pelbagai. Hero-hero pelik dia tu. Takut terkejut. So better jumpa Onyx lah kalau tanya aku.
I think we're going to see a slower pace.
Boleh guys, boleh. SRG masih boleh. Jangan risau. SRG esok kalah, balik awal. Kalau SRG kalah terus balik guys, tak lepas grouping.
Play style of what's going to win you games, and knowing Falcons and the way they like to play, even Super Marco, for example, sometimes it takes him a little bit of time. He wants to farm up until he's got those items he needs in. And then it's bulletproof Marco time, right? Then it's I'm going to come in.
Tapi game ni
Marco.
Game antara title contender juga ni guys. Vitality ni kalau kau nak tahu BTR kira champion MPL ID lah. Dengan naik juara Falcon. Game Malaysia dah habis dengan siapa? Aku tak boleh Imran. Aku kena nobar.
Ogun. What's
Aku kena
going
nobar.
on? You okay? Everything fine?
Tak apa. Korang yang mana yang nak pergi tengok game Alif Rakib pergi tengok guys. Aku fokus tengok dekat. Aku fokus nobar dulu
I don't think so.
Love you dia man.
Just the interview.
Just the interview.
Kau ni ada je lah. Awet mana kau nak hantar ni? Faham. Sorry. Santai jangan sorry tu. Imran santai je. Okay.
Oh, the surprise questions. Don't worry. All the questions are nice
Aku
today.
ada kerja.
Just for today.
Korang
But
pergi
Ogun,
tengok
moving
Alif
on.
Rakib guys.
There are a
Nanti
lot
saya sekali korang update lah sikit apa jadi dekat Alif guys. Aku pun sebenarnya nak tengok. Tapi yang tu kena bayar ke Imran? Ke free? Yang Alif Rakib kena bayar ke guys? Ke free
over the Philippines. Do you agree with this?
I think I agree.
Bayar.
The ID teams are really good in their mechanics.
Macam mana Imran Kena bayar kat mana Website dia berapa ringgit
all of the
mahal
assassins are buff, so it's really hard.
Ni belt ni confirm bayar.
It's really hard to play utility jungles right now.
So do you think that may be the reason why TLPH lost yesterday? What did you think about that match? Were you surprised? Were you shocked?
I think it's a 50-50 match because we scrimmed in Turkey. They're really good as well, so
Sorry nak tanya SRG bila ke esok mah.
I think it's all just in the meta.
Apa pasal abang end live dia ada dinner tu dengan family dia guys.
Like a poison picks. So they really got TLPH.
Okay, so it's about the picks. So that was Coach Midnight. You
Mahal
know Coach
juga,
Midnight?
Kalau ada murah.
You have something to say to Coach Midnight?
Kalau before TV kita berapa? Berapa nak tengok? 100 game kan? 100 lebih ke?
But speaking of the meta, the roamers are shaping up to be quite interesting. What do you like the meta? What do you think about the meta for the roamers?
For the roamers, I think it's quite simple. You just need to soak damage and that's it. Especially when you play Balearic and Atlas.
Okay.
So a lot of crowd control. So things really good for the roamers right now.
So crowd control and soak damage. Does your staple Minotaur fit in this?
I think Minotaur is also in a pocket picks and it works really well against some champs like Balearic and Atlas. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna, keep an eye on those picks. But do you think the supports have a place in this meta right now, or just more so like the chunky boys in the roaming?
I think there's a place in utility roamers, especially when you have utility jungle. But there's Hirara in link, so it's really a hard time to pick it up right now.
Okay.
You need to be careful before picking those.
So there's a lot of considerations that needs to come into play. And obviously you're up against Vitality next. Do you have maybe a message for them before you get in?
Good luck and have fun, and we will try our best to not lose.
Try their
Ini
best
meta
not
Vamos.
to
Itulah
lose.
Faisal. Aku dah
That's
kata
confidence,
ni
right?
meta
Is that
Vamos.
confidence? I'm not sure. Well, we're going to throw it over back to you. Thank you so much, Ogwin.
Trying their best to not lose. It's not soccer, it's not football, so I think a draw isn't available here, guys. I think that means win?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
If you look at it a certain way, it means they're going to try to win.
Yeah, well, we'll see it. I mean, Trex, there were kind of two different thoughts on that meta as well. A little bit
Itulah
where
Mas
Tank
Kas dia jadi pengacara
Assassins
kat
could
Oh ya
work. We
ke?
heard from Nile, but also
Mas jadi pengacara kat Fury.
With Ogwin. I mean, we have not seen
Sekarang game
Tank
apa?
Assassins here so far.
Vitality dengan Falcon guys. Champ MPL ID dengan runner up dengan tim nombor 2.
I think again, I said it yesterday,
MPL PH guys.
The meta is still unraveling. We still got a lot of layers to go. We saw yesterday, we saw the Rafaela work, which me and Remar were theory crafting that on day 1, and the possibility of that coming in, day 2, it comes in, it works. There is still a lot to see, I think, from MSC. So we'll see how it goes. I don't want to make any hard calls yet, but I do think Utility Jungler could possibly make a comeback, especially with something like a Wrath behind it.
Yeah, and real quick, Nile even teased the assassin we haven't seen yet that's equally flashy. I'm trying to go through the list in my head. I wonder who it is.
Poison picks, he called. Midnight Hat. I mean, do they have a poison pick in an assassin we haven't seen?
Let's see, man. The org and the boys playing there, they have the identity and the DNA for it, so for sure.
I also like the call about
korang dah
the
dinner
Minotaur.
belum
We saw
guys?
that a little bit
Korang dah makan ke belum?
earlier in the set prior to us. Didn't end up working out, but we did see the impact of the Balearic and the Atlas. You got to look at these two teams and say that there is so much on the line and so many stories. We set it up, and it was obviously somebody who was trying to make this happen in Team Vitality, the mid lane matchup, and of course seeing if Haji or Moreno can get the better end of it. We're about to kick it off onto our stage to begin this Series 3, which might just provide a champion. Who knows? We'll see how the gameplay goes.
Pagi bukan dinner tau.
Yes, my friends, this third series has a lot on the line for it. Two teams that you would not be surprised to see in our grand final. But first, Rose, my dear, you look like a very proud mom in our post-game interview.
I think the reason for that is because a lot of the people and a lot of our audiences actually call me like kind of the Southeast Asian mother to the players. Come on, how can you not be so proud? It's just like a tiny little boy answering interviews. So happy.
Dengan family dari Sabah.
This is why we're here, right?
Family
To see those stories growing. And now we have another story to tell in our upper bracket. Please join me in welcoming Team Vitality. The hometown heroes made a buzzing entrance into the MSC 26 group stage. Their harvest has been bountiful so far, but the real juicy pollen awaits in the knockout stage. Is this run meant to be, or will they be left behind? We're about to find out.
Belum, Lily. Pergi makan dulu, Lily. Yang belum makan, pergi makan dulu, guys. Tapau ke, makan depan TV ke, guys.
Against the Buzzing Bees, it's none other than Team Falcons Philippines.
Prediction coach, tak sure guys. Ni dua-dua tim kuat tu. Sekarang susah nak predict, nak tahu sebab apa guys? Sebab ada tim yang kita nampak kuat dekat MPL dorang, tapi dekat sini nampak macam dorang slow sikit nak adapt dengan meta, faham tak? So tim tu kita predict menang, lala tak menang pun. Macam tu lah lebih kurang. So kalau korang nak suruh aku predict pun susah tu guys.
You know what, boys? You may place your keys and take your seats, and of course our captains. Don't forget about the little handshake, fist bump, or whatever it may be in the middle.
Laptop aku habis bateri, betul lah.
Pull it right over.
Nak siapa menang?
It's coming. All right. They are good friends, but you know, in the land of Dawn, everybody's the enemy. Thank you very much, Milosh. You know what?
Kalau POV korang, gameplay Onyx dan gameplay Aurora, siapa menang? Onyx dan Aurora. Aku rasa Aurora tu.
Thank you so much, Rose.
Nampak kat AWC keren? Tak. Yang ni nampak dekat Cyber je, guys. Kat Cyber je.
If this team has what they think
Kyle TZ after so long
of Indonesian teams.
Sebab meta sekarang macam tak ikut textbook sangat. Meta sekarang besar, guys. Macam-macam hero tu dah boleh pick sekarang.
This is going to be a very difficult match for me. Why? Because in many years, I have been very honest with my professed love for Vitality as an organization. And my professed love as Falcons being my favorite team from the Philippines. So I don't know where I'm getting pulled towards, man. I was cheering for Vitality. I was cheering for Falcons.
This MSC, guys, dekat ML.
All over again for me, bro.
That was me yesterday with Aurora versus TLPH.
All right. Just to remind you guys before we jump into this one, my champions. 2 champions, 1 pick. You can grab your My Champions pick and pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds. Make sure to scan that QR code with your tablet or your phone and get going because the event lasts until July 27th and it is currently live.
Streamer memang dapat limited tu. Sekejap aku tengok siapa yang dapat.
I wonder how crazy
ada beberapa orang je dapat. Yang dapat
trade in the roam, or are we just going to have to double down on the fact that it's just going to be Atlas and Bellery?
Well, we have had a few games where we've seen the Atlas
Pix, Obong, Solos, Penjahat, Fredo, Dibo, Gengarino, Obot, Hilman Aufa, Ripo, Zon, Rin, Munji, Sultan Rick, Aul. Itu yang dapat guys. So aku boleh belagak dengan Balot lah. Boleh lah guys, aku belagak dengan Balot kan.
Almost even more important than the Freya. Yeah, because Freya's been slowly leaking in as well.
Yeah.
Fix dapat. Boleh Nauzi ya.
Aduh,
mana Balot kita tak tahulah Manfis. Sambil korang follow saya, subscribe saya dekat YT, follow dekat TT ni guys. Korang follow lah sekali Abang Lot guys. Subscribe sekali Abang Lot. Dia berajuk orang tua tu guys. Tak perin boleh je. Apa hal aku sokong tepi dan belakang. Tepi dan belakang. Dapat apa tu ni? Dapat badge MSC. Tak ada apa tu. Badge MSC.
How are they going to balance making sure they have assassins available for their own team while still taking
out the other? Ogua ni dah kurus tu guys. Yang Roma ni. Roma team Falcon ni. Dah kurus kan?
The Hirara that Trex mentioned. It seems like just looking at the jungle picks alone is going to be tough. So this is why I go back
guys,
to the
by the way, saya punya producer pun dah start buat live guys namanya Ayuh, ASSTODAK.
As a means to invade the jungle a little bit more. That's where my brain's going.
Notably, we didn't see Cho.
Pergilah support dia sikit guys. Pergi support dia sikit. Ayuh. Dia banyak tolong saya guys Dia banyak tolong saya.
Either banned or immediately first picked, which
bukan Ashi, Ash, producer Todak guys. Kalau korang nak tahu, dia yang buat content plan, dia yang tolong set up podcast apa semua ni, dia yang buat banyak buat guys.
And of course, Freya also the first ban as well. So maybe that's a little bit of a different evolution of the draft, Trex.
Some of those things that are becoming more of a problem, right? Because the Adora, it doesn't matter what assassin you pick, it'll always do well against it. Even if there's no Ling, even if there's no Harara, Eudora will always have a place there.
Dua-dua ni padu guys. Eudora High band, K-Dot.
The Ruby was just a beautiful answer to it, and the Ruby's not something that's going to get banned out in first phase, meaning it always has.
Tapi aku rasa kebanyakan tim berani open link Hirara guys. So kalau diorang open link Hirara guys, dia bergantung dekat tim mana yang ada jungler, yang user yang bagus untuk dua-dua hero guys.
Dua from someone. Betul ke Ren dah banyak tim dah fikir untuk turun lower 2 hingga 1 sebab kalau 2 hingga 0 ada potensi jumpa antara SRG, TLPH, Vitality, hahaha.
Aku tak tahu opinion orang macam mana. Ni opinion orang masing-masing guys. Tapi opinion aku, dah kalah tak payah buat alasan tu. Kau kalah je duk. Tiba-tiba lah bila kalah ada nak apa planning nak main lower bracket lah. Kalah tiba-tiba tengah susun nak jumpa certain opponent lah. Kau kalah je. Pendapat aku lah. Pendapat aku someone pendapat aku someone. Link kena ban tu Red. Dia tak nak bagi trade lah tu guys. Dia tak nak bagi trade apa Hirara Link tu.
What's left after that? Do we get one of those picks up front?
I think you can leave the Hirara
lagi teruk jumpa Pro atau Aurora. Betul guys. Pro, dia ingat Pro Esport dengan Aurora tu tim lekeh-lekeh juga ke? Telas ban. Dah ambil Hirara sini.
But you know you're going to have to pick it early.
Memang patut Hirara sini Nanael. Oh, Fanny ada guys. So kat sini trade Hirara Fanny guys.
Well, they've got a chance to grab the Fanny
Ramai fans tak terima saja lah. Tak ada guys, aku tak cakap pasal mana-mana team. Janganlah kita attack mana-mana team guys. Cuma aku bagi pendapat aku secara general.
By the way, they don't have to force their assassin pick here, their jungle pick here. And they could try to pry out something else. With Atlas gone, does Beleric become more important?
Kalau Fanny tak mantul sangat, iya ke gimana? Bukan boleh-boleh juga ke dia punya Fanny?
Honestly,
aku rasa dia macam not bad juga kan?
Because either way, you get the Hirara or the Fanny or something else. You get one of the two power assassins.
Tapi Nanael punya Fanny jago Dah ambil Hirara.
Okay, so they get Hirara then. In terms of the theories that we've been making, then it's probably going to be like a Beleric plus a Fanny early on.
Dia boleh main semua best. Mana Abalo ada dinner guys. Argus sekarang tak boleh masuk meta ke? Argus susah lah Mat. Sebab semua tim pandai, semua pro player pandai kiting ultimate Argus. Maksudnya kiting tu macam mana Bila Argus buka ulti je semua orang tak fight, semua lari. Tapi bila je ulti Argus tu habis, semua masuk balik bantai guys.
We've seen those be able to continually flex.
Sebab tu tak pernah ada satu tim pun korang tengok sekarang bawa Argus.
Is that too early to grab something like that because you have more options? What's your idea, Trex? What's a good
idea? I mean, a lot of time you do want to save that EXP. You save it for last, especially on blue side. But also sometimes you want to pick it up front. It really just depends on where they want to go from here. They go for the Valentina, a safe mid lane pick, something that's always going to be viable, and this still gives them some room to flex around.
Selena
is going to get locked in as a preemptive to the possible Fanny. Plus you get some range.
Tadi game apa? Ni menang tu guys.
I think of the Uranus.
Vamos menang 2-0 guys.
As much as they want the assassins, they have to.
Kalau ni Selena banget Kyle. Betul Liman, boleh Seleni sangat Selena. Boleh Fanny sangat Seleni. Apa Seleni tu? Boleh Fanny sangat ni. Kalau based on 3 ni, 3-3 tak ada sisi.
While the Barracks can also
kau confident tak confident je?
Because right now Vitality doesn't have enough of a damage profile to deal with it early on, especially through the Selena. It's not going to be a good time. Then they start banning out things like the carries or
sorry Doman. Yang menang ni jumpa Vamos ke? Tak guys, Vamos dah dekat knockout stage lah guys. Untuk knockout stage, dia punya match up berasingan. Fanny!
They risk it getting banned. But if you ban the Fanny, that means you leave
untuk
something
knockout
else
stage,
open,
dia
like
berasingan guys. Knockout stage akan cabut undi balik. Dia akan cabut undi, dia akan pilih opponent. Dia akan ada sesi pilih opponent nanti. So kau tak tahu lagi sekarang ni. Vamos pun kau tak tahu sekarang dia akan jumpa siapa.
No, the Fanny feels so telegraphed, like you would think Vitality would
kena habiskan semua dulu, baru kita tengok siapa tim yang boleh pilih, macam mana bracketnya, baru kita akan nampak. Siapa kalah akan jumpa SRG ke kalau menang ni? Tak, SRG guys. Lepas ni SRG akan jumpa GK dulu. GK Esport GK Esport daripada MENA, daripada Arab. Lepas tu kalau SRG menang lawan GK, SRG akan jumpa sama ada Onyx Indonesia
Kaja, Cho, some of
Onyx Indonesia ataupun Aurora. Aurora.
Also, I'm thinking that if maybe what if Falcons are
Onyx ID atau Aurora Turki. Betul lah. Aurora. SB
30 from Iqmal Azri. All in Falcons menang. Elong bagi Indo duk diam sikit Rini.
So I think for EXP, if they're not gonna go damage, then they
30
go tanky.
Iqmal Azri. Banyak ni Iqmal 30. Terima kasih Iqmal for the RM30 Iqmal. Bagi Indo duk dia, kau jangan dia Iqmal. Kau jangan cari pasal. Dekat dalam live aku ada orang Indo. Jangan cari pasal. Aku nak support Falcon. Boleh. Boleh. Dalam viewer aku ada orang Indo. Kau faham tak? Kau jangan jadi punca tercetusnya pergaduhan Iqbal semalam dah huru-hara live aku, moderator aku pening kepala nak handle. Ya Allah Iqbal. Terima kasih Iqbal untuk 30-nya Iqbal. Jumpa Onyx lah seru. Aku pun sebenarnya kalau boleh nak dorang jumpa Onyx tu guys. Susah betul jalan SRG. Itulah guys, itulah privilege bila kau menang. Kau dah jalan kau senang. Tapi bila kau kalah, kan SRG dah kalah guys. Jadi susah lah guys. Asal dia tiba-tiba meta. Satu sebab orang pakai link meta emblem marksman sekarang guys. Satu lagi sebab berserker dah ada true damage, ada buff. So Link jadi hero kuat sekarang. Diorang bising sangat semalam. Oh kau ada dalam live aku semalam? Kau ada dalam live aku semalam? Mal? Sekejap lagi kena serang. Itulah. Aku tak risau pasal aku guys. Aku risau pasal Iqbal ni. Nanti diorang DM dia macam-macam kan. Aku always ada baik dia Mal. Baik dia Mal. Dairot untuk ni untuk Uranus.
From Flap.
Yeah, it wasn't.
SRG lebih pilih jalan Portugal, Rain.
This is a pick that used to get used against things like the Uranus.
Rain, moderator kau ban aku. Rain, macam nak subscribe? Boleh subscribe lah. Asal moderator aku ban kau. Kalau moderator aku ban kau, mesti ada sebab. Kau ada cakap apa ke, toxic apa-apa ke kau cakap?
This could be a huge threat to everything down the line. If he takes 2 or 3 deaths early on.
Cepat Zunun, jujur. Kenapa moderator aku ban kau? Kalau kau jujur, aku suruh moderator aku unban kau, unblock kau. Melissa Melissa Badang. Direct counter ke? Direct dia direct counter untuk hero-hero yang bergantung dekat HP region. Contoh Esmeralda, Uranus. Tapi kalau kau user Uranus yang power, kau user Esme yang power, mid to late game kau boleh fight. Esme susah sikit lah, tapi Uranus mid to late game boleh fight Direct. Kalau dia pandai jaga second skill,
and it could be a problem.
Kiri tak Moskov tak? Aku rasa diorang memang ada planning dengan Melissa ni guys.
Coach Moody and Coach K-Dot getting their teams, Falcons, PH and Vitality ready to go.
Siapa tu? Mungkin kena ban sebab ajak orang gaduh. Itulah man. Selalu
are set to go.
Aku cakap bagi je lah piala tu kat Vamos. Oh sebab tu kau kena ban. Apa nama username kau bagi tahu. Aku suruh moderator aku unban. Apa nama username kau bagi tahu je. Kenapa pick rate Melissa naik? Melissa kena buff guys.
Thanks, Rain Day. This is an exciting day to be alive.
Melissa kena buff. Makin sakit sekarang Melissa guys. Makin sakit sekarang. Let's go.
And for starters, we're already getting the classic.
Confirm moderator fans SRG tak ada lah guys. Moderator aku semua neutral lah.
Yep, the mid lane matchup is something we're all watching out for, but just the same I am
Cuba bayangkan Vamos tiba-tiba champ macam mana. Alhamdulillah guys. Tim daripada Malaysia champ. Alhamdulillah tu guys rezeki.
And now Vitality will have
Free
to deal with this, and again, Rex did point out most of their crowd control input.
Oh, Free Palestine. Tolong check dekat list viewer nama Free Palestine, tolong unban dia. Tengok sikit laning. Marco ni guys, antara goal laner yang rata-rata goal laner yang aku pernah coach, semua cakap laning phase diorang paling susah lawan Super Marco. Rata-ratanya Ciku cakap susah lawan Marco, si Loliel cakap susah lawan Super Marco. Rata-rata goal lane yang aku jaga. Dah Zunun dah. Moderator aku dah unblock dah.
Let's not forget about the potential anti-synergy, right? There could be moments where Finn
unban. Baik, man. Thank you, man.
Oh no. Finn actually catches Kyle there though.
Kyle?
Is one
macam miss cable je kan.
Data
betul lah si siapa tadi cakap yang Fanny dia biasa-biasa je. Tapi tak apa, kita tengok dulu.
But this comes at a cost, right? Because Moreno has to be preemptively already waiting with Finn to make these motions happen, allowing the mid lane to actually get shoved in pretty quickly. Now, I mean, Moreno,
kenapa susah nak lawan Marco? Sebab laning phase dia kuat. Dorang pandai fight dekat laning. Dia tahu cara nak freeze, dia tahu cara ambil damage, dia tahu cara poking. Draft kiri ke kanan? Kalau draft, objektif kuat kiri. Team fight dengan laning kuat kanan. Cuma ada certain hero daripada draft kiri perlukan high mechanic. Contohnya Selena. Selena ni hero high risk high reward guys. Kalau game tu arrow kau selalu kena, memang mahal lah pick Selena tu. Tapi kalau game tu arrow tu kau jarang kena, dia akan jadi susah. Sebab apa? Sebab Selena ni nature dia sebagai mid laner susah nak defend. Biasa je Kyle.
The moment Nile showed up,
dia susah nak defend sebab dia punya power clearance tak tinggi guys. Selena ni kategori mid laner yang susah clear lane kalau kau nak banding dengan YVE, Lilia, Himi. Padang. Nasib baik tak kena trap. Kalau kena trap mati kan. Kau pilih Marco ke aku? Mesti aku pilih kau man. Kau punya goal lane macam mana pula? Fanny pun high risk high reward juga. Selena lebih high risk high reward. Fanny ni kalau on certain draft dia tak akan jadi high risk high reward pun. Lagi-lagi bila kurang counter. Tapi Selena ni dalam kebanyakan draft tetap high risk high reward sebab dia tergantung kepada pilot mid tu. Fanny ni memang hero pilot juga, hero mekanik juga. Cuma kalau contoh lawan certain draft yang kurang crowd control, kurang hero boleh berhentikan pergerakan dia, dia tak perlukan mekanik yang terlalu tinggi sangat. Flap, mati flap ni.
But they couldn't really get the sides. It's always been either Finn intercepting or even Moreno and Nile. So they just settled with Finn, who at the time
tahu ada orang. Sebab tu dia tak layan Uranus guys.
Check wherever Falcons were trying to go for next, and I think it's a great answer.
Abyssal arrow tu selalu kena accurate. Dia sama macam Franco guys. Hero single target yang perlukan precision. Precision ni maksudnya ketepatan. Selena, Franco,
He's already going to get chunked down to 50% now.
Novaria. Kau main Novaria tapi kalau second skill kau tak kena-kena, tak payahlah main Novaria.
So he's going to top himself back up here, but I think the real question
kalau Falcon PH menang, SRG lepas ke playoff, mesti Falcon PH akan pilih SRG sebab nak pulangkan SRG. Dia kalau kau tanya aku, dia akan bergantung dekat performance SRG esok macam mana. Badang!
Is going to go down alongside Finn. Falcons actually take 2 and will win that trade instead, despite Vitality being the
nampak
first
guys, kalau arrow dia kena orang depan, rugi lah Selena ni guys.
I don't have to worry about some tough angles that are being set up by Moreno. Is this a potential punish? No, he should be able to get out.
Blazing do and use 2, but even so, Moreno gets to dash away to safety. Shogun will try to block the rest of the members of Falcons, but they're not going to force it anymore. Still though, it's a 3-0 lead already in their hands.
Tak terlalu garam.
Maybe a 3-0 lead with 1.4k, but we're not seeing structural damage. We haven't
seen. Thank you for the gift, Afifa is something.
There to actually open up and
PXR, MXN, Ikmal, Koba.
But what does that mean for the rest of Falcons? Does that mean that he gets to walk around for free? I want to see how they utilize this Dara because we didn't get to see a great showing the day before.
Yes, I agree. It was on a not so okay KDA, I think, if you look at it from the previous performance. But I think this is a much better spot for Flap now. He's clearly winning the lane, already taking that tier 1 up top. And the fact that he was also able to be active in the first few skirmishes and even pick up kills too, I think grants him a much bigger advantage to serve as a threat.
SRG boleh bangkit esok guys. Supaya SRG boleh bangkit esok guys.
Mostly been yes responding and answering.
Dah subscribe kat YT, terima kasih Syad. Terima kasih yang bantu follow saya dekat TT, subscribe saya dekat YT, terima kasih guys.
An effect of having very slow clearing mid duos in the form of a Selena and Badang. Oh, but hold up. Oh,
itulah guys.
And Finn all alone. It's a double.
Kita pergi cakap Fanny dia tak meriang pula guys. Kita pergi cakap Fanny dia tak meriang pula guys. Dia dengar ke kita cakap Iqbal? Dia dengar ke kita cakap? Siapa ide Fanny dia tadi? Coach lah cakap biasa-biasa. Tak, tadi memang biasa-biasa guys. Yang ni garang. Tadi biasa-biasa. Siapa cakap Fanny from Temu tu? MPLPH Fanny dia memang tak hidup. Yelah, makan tu kabel itulah guys. Tadi kiri first pick Irara kan guys kan? Cuba korang teka, kenapa dia ambil Belleric Valentina terus? Cepat. So, korang sebagai viewer aku, korang mesti pandai kan guys kan? Kenapa dorang ambil Valentina dengan Belleric serentak? Moreno. Awal sangat Ringo tu. Continuous damage, nak counter engage. Tak, Belleric tu kita faham. Kenapa Valentina dia ambil terus? Kenapa dia ambil Valentina terus guys? Sebab boleh. Dia tak nak opponent ambil ulti Belleric. Betul guys. Dia tak nak enemy ada ulti Belleric juga. Dia sama konsep macam hari tu dekat MPLMY ada satu template yang siapa ambil Sora ambil Valentina juga. Sebab dia tak nak bagi enemy boleh main Valentina, boleh copy Sora punya skill juga guys. Deny pick. Betul Eliana Soros. Itu dipanggil deny pick. Risiko dia kalau enemy adjust draft, main hero-hero yang tak bergantung dekat ultimate sangat. Tetapi kebaikan dia, Belleric kat sini overpower and enemy tak ada ulti Belleric. Dia sama macam konsep kalau kau ambil Atlas dengan Valentina dekat dalam satu series pick. Contoh enemy tadi first pick Irara, kau ambil Atlas Valentina. Kau akan fikir asal Valentina keluar. Kau tak nak bagi enemy main ulti Atlas. So kau punya goal lane tak payah bawa Purify. Kau punya mid lane tak payah bawa Purify. Sebab enemy tak ada Atlas.
If I were Vitality and I was all alone because I could just feel the presence of Kyle or maybe anyone.
Macam Valentina dengan lawan Xbox season lepas, betul?
The amount of damage that they already have and Vitality I feel is going to take a bit more time for them. Even if we say, let's say Emma,
coach public
fights, he just lays down Doll, but other than that, you don't really sense much
surprise! Surprise!
Kyle, that is a kill that they definitely want.
Ling atau Hirara lagi kuat coach, bergantung kepada cara tim tu utilize hero tu. Tapi in terms of objektif, aku akan cakap Hirara lagi kuat. Hirara senang dodge objektif. Sebab apa? Sebab Ling ni dia blue buff dependent. Dia bergantung dekat buff biru guys. So setiap kali objektif keluar, kebanyakan masa Ling akan contest buff biru ataupun enemy boleh bait. Boleh bait dia punya retreat dekat contest buff biru. Tapi dekat makro, dekat wave management, dekat long lane, dengan dekat team fight untuk targeting backline, Ling lagi ada advantage. So, kalau korang tanya aku mana satu lagi kuat Rain, bergantung cara korang utilize. Bergantung kepada cara team kau utilize. Macam semalam Sekais, dia main lane, dia susah nak contest objektif. Dekat turtle dia tak dapat space nak ke depan. Buff dia ada waktu yang kena rusuh. So, at that position, enemy yang main Hirara akan ada advantage. Ui, contest ni Hirara mati langsung lot laju guys decision making Falcon. Diorang tahu Nanael mati terus guys. Kalau Vitality kalah ni tercalar lah guys. Geng-geng MPL ID guys. Tim nombor 1 diorang kalah dengan tim nombor 2 PH. Bukan tim nombor 1 PH ya, tim nombor 2 PH. Kalau kalah lah.
Less tankier XP lane that he currently is on and I
top pick sekarang kat Belleric ya guys. Untuk aku sekarang Roma yang tengah meta gila Belleric Atlas. Yang ni memang orang boleh first pick. Possibility first pick tu tinggi.
sure, looking for anything across the map, and even for Kyle, he's just waiting, right?
Lane, Eudora, Velen.
Should be okay here.
Another 1v1, but now you see Finn, Kyle
Jungle,
will not fight him there anymore, as Vitality will still deal with the Lord
Hirara,
for now, forced to
Ling.
play defensive. They're about to
Nolan
lose
ni
more
tak
and
keluar
more
lagi
of their
ni.
structures
Kurang
as
keluar
well. They
Nolan.
thought it's
Apa
gonna
tengok
get
Nolan ni
defensive,
sebenarnya.
but it's barely hanging on.
Honestly, this is great coming in for Vitality. Like everything that could have gone wrong in the early stages of the game didn't
Guys, jangan
necessarily
lancar
hurt
perang.
as bad.
Jangan lancar perang, guys.
Okay, and Niall has still
Tapi enemy ambil Digi bahaya Rin kalau ambil Atlas. Betul. Masalahnya pattern dekat AWC sekarang tak ada orang nak main Digi. Dia akan jadi bahaya kalau orang ada tim yang berani ambil, tapi tak ada tim yang ambil, guys.
So I think a lot of this is on Finn, and whether or not he actually finds that setup all over again, because you could already expect the damage to come through, especially from Naz, especially from Moreno and even Eman, but Falcons are just too difficult to catch.
Dah tadi kau coach meta Aurora tu satu-satunya mid lane support. Dah. Aku dah tahu dah cara main dia macam mana. Yang tu kena ada early game aggression. Kau memang kena pergi masuk jungle enemy dekat hijau, dekat red buff. Aurora macam berani nak pick Digi. Tak guys, satu pattern yang korang perasan, yang berani pick hero luar meta ni bukan daripada tim-tim Southeast Asia. Perasan tak guys? Bukan daripada tim-tim Southeast Asia. Senang cerita, kalau kita tengok sekarang antara orang kata powerhouse untuk ML, Kamboja. Kamboja kira baru naik tengah rising Filipina, Indonesia, Malaysia. Tapi tiga-tiga ni ataupun empat-empat ni kita ada standard template pick yang sama. Ataupun full hero kita revolve around hero yang sama. Cuma kalau tim-tim daripada region luar, contohlah Turki, daripada Jerman, daripada Brazil, diorang ada possibility untuk eksperimen guys. Eksperimen. Even China pun boleh jadi. Sebab Mobile Legends bukan MOBA nombor 1 dorang. MOBA dorang sebelum ni Dota 2, sebelum ni apa? LOL. Ada daripada China, dia showcase. So inspiration hero tu akan berbeza daripada game-game title yang dorang pernah main. Faham tak?
Haji's been stealing away that ultimate from the Badang, and that could be something to punish Vitality.
Macam contoh waktu Aurora ambil Rafaela ambil tu, aku dah tahu ni mesti kira budak-budak Dota main ni. Sebab pasif Rafaela sekarang macam buyback kat Dota. Tahu tak buyback? Korang pernah dengar title buyback guys?
Oh, Emma tries to go for the poke, and with the go away, they don't actually find the kill. Now it's going to be a clapback from Finn.
Hilang.
It's a shutdown onto Haji. Super Marco by Shogun.
Kena dengan pokok terus hilang duk.
But Eman is still alive. Do they still
Buyback pakai coin je. Tak, masalah konsep dia kau boleh terus. Jangan tengok dia punya mekanik. Korang tengok konsep dia. Konsep dia sama. Kau terus hidupkan orang yang dah mati. Boy, Finn timing kau tu. Aku tak tahu tu nasib ke apa Finn Tapi timing tu baik Eman. Boy.
Timing on the Maestro must have. That's why he's the conductor. He doesn't miss a beat.
Comeback tu kawan.
What a well-timed arrow.
Comeback ke manis.
And even Finn, he was looking at it. Look at this one more time, right? This big old fight happens. Everybody's going crazy with it.
Comeback ke manis. Comeback ke manis.
The Dryads, but later on into this fight, that intersection. Wait for it. Where's the arrow? He hits it, and then it all goes down.
And this 1-1-1 too.
So good. That was so crazy.
Sociopaths.
Adudu. From Adudu, kenapa jersey Vemos tak ada logo Vemos yang selalu kait nampak dekat screen tu Logo bentuk Viper tu.
Logo bentuk Viper? Logo apa tu Adudu?
But that dancing gives more advantages to Falcon for the raw firepower Vitality.
Macam nampak je logo Vamos.
It's gonna be Flab. He's not as tanky, but Shogun's actually the one who falls down first. But with the Wrath of Dryad and another setup from Finn. The Iron from Nile keep him safe too. It's only Vitality finding a 1-for-1.
Holy cow, this is only game number 1. And we are seeing that they are fighting
BTR.
Owen should go down here.
What a comeback doh. Marco. Eman bermain guys. Eman bermain Eman tak ada mati aku baru perasan Kita dah borak-borak pasal Falcon strong tadi. Masalahnya Eman tak ada mati. Adalah, aduh. View aku cakap ada je. Aduh, gempak Eman ni memang jago guys. Adakah identity playstyle region kita ni menghalang kita untuk berani cuba? Boleh jadi juga dari segi mentality guys. Sebab kita jadikan region luar sebagai reference nombor satu kita pun boleh jadi juga.
It's just so perfectly timed.
It's ridiculous.
Kenapa tak nampak assassin macam Lancelot dan besar sekarang Rain? Sebab banyak lagi jungle yang perlu diberi keutamaan. Itu jawapan yang paling tepat sini. Bukan tak boleh pakai Haya dengan Lance tu boleh. Tapi ada jungle lain yang perlu diberi keutamaan.
I think that Iman has been playing perfectly so far, but I think this chastise falls in from Kyle.
Sambil-sambil tu guys, siapa yang ada info pasal Alif Rakib update guys, aku nak tengok tu.
Yep. And that's something they
Apa
can do.
Dairot
It's
boleh
advantage,
buat
so
late
you
ni
could
coach.
just expect them to
Gameplay
get
dia
into the
kalau
fight.
late game dia tak boleh buat banyak. Kecuali dia boleh yang dia boleh contribute paling besar passive dia. Yang reduce defense tu. Break armor tu. So dia boleh combo dengan Cloud untuk poking ataupun combo dengan Fanny untuk one shot. Target mahal. Purify.
God, what are these?
Oh, Alif boleh magi. Okay. Alif boleh magi.
The Maestro finds it once more.
Salam PRX 2-0. Razi.
But Falcons aren't completely out of this just yet. Man, what a turnaround.
Macam mana rasa di bulan? Oh, kenapa Mon? Kau nak ke bulan ke? Nanti moderator aku hantar kang Mon, janganlah.
It's a pretty difficult game for either
Lance dengan Hayam yang kalah dengan Link ke Rin? Sekarang je. Lance boleh lari lah kalau bergantung kepada jungle apa yang ada dengan minion yang ada. Sebab Lance ni bergantung dekat minion dengan jungle. Kena Fanny.
Open goes for the conceal play because they spot Nile up top, but they're not able to get anything out of it.
Kalau Alif menang bawa bet, bawa bet.
Really get away and now
Selena untuk apa? Aku rasa power hero guys. Lagi satu, diorang tak nak Valentina tu ada ultimate daripada mage yang boleh dia tiru ke. So kat game ni Valentina boleh tiru badang je.
Falcons want to go for the chase. Already forced out with another arrow, landing on Kyle. Do they have what it takes?
You're choking.
They find the kill on Kyle.
Boy, siap ulti tu. Eman sempat one. Eman!
They actually get to trade out some kills. Eman still being alive now is not looking good for Falcons.
They're trying to go even further than this is over. He's eating the damage finally. But look at that top side. Iman is running straight for the base.
Super Marco's the only one left here, but he couldn't do anything about it. Alongside the Lord in a triple from Nile. Team Vitality take game number 1.
Macam tu je comeback ya.
Selena
combo Hirara ni kat screen. Orang memang banyak main combo macam tu.
You know what? They don't need a break. They can just go again. Give us more. We need more.
So many fans are happy right now. Fans wearing Vitality
game lah. Early game diorang agak shaky.
Holding up placards, showing their support, and that was a absolute close fight.
Ampun kakak abang moderator kita.
But you also gotta give it
Buntal
to
Mo, janganlah
Falcons,
macam
like
tu.
they had such a great hold of the
Mirko.
early game. So you just can't help
Mirko
but
sample
wonder.
Baik gila.
How did it turn
Hari aku borak dengan dia, humble orang dia.
I think a lot of it comes down to Moreno in middle school.
Yeah.
He learned trigonometry really fast. How do you hit so many arrows on priority targets? Some who don't even care because they're on cables. Mid-air, we've seen Kyle getting hit by this. And as much as he was able to dominate this early stage of the game and even Flap, they start to fall off. That armor shred is good, but the team fight, and especially with Finn's catches, man, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Finn's catches, exactly. One of the main highlights I feel in this game. Because you put so much pressure on him already before you actually got into game number 1, because he's the sole guy who could just disrupt, who could just catch and set up for the team maybe. Aside from, oh my gosh, look at your face.
BTR mood juara. Ya guys, BTR mood juara guys.
I was losing it. I was losing because of this catch
right
here. Right here. What an unbelievable catch coming in from Finn to set this all up. And all the while, Iman, he's playing a really, really hot game here today.
Yes.
I thought it was always going to be Finn and Moreno kind of making things happen. Sometimes you get Niall in the mix here and there. But really, it was Iman to be the foundation and the anchor for the team. And he played a phenomenal Melissa.
I agree. Iman on this Melissa, you guys just couldn't see it, but we're honestly sweating right now.
It is boiling up in here on the caster's desk, considering how much energy has been expended here on game number 1. You saw it from all the Vitality members. They all had to crack open their waters. They were not only just communicating, they were shouting through and through.
I can imagine. I guess we were too caught up in what was happening here too, but I could faintly hear the screams. Also from Team Falcons fans. Imagine that.
It was so beautiful. It's great to see that now we've come to a point of the game where it's not just about learning about fundamentals, the different little types of matchups. Not only are they playing to their strengths, but it's about execution. And that's the beautiful part. Both sides have traded blows at this point, and I think that Falcons now recognize, okay, if we're going to have to keep this clean, we gotta keep it more standard. We gotta figure out a better way to start exploiting Vitality. And number 1, it comes down to whether or not they can get this Melissa out of their hands.
And I think for the last 3 or 4 team fights, major team fights at that, Eman was just always surviving. I always had my eyes on Eman for some reason because I just knew for a fact that Falcons had to take him out. And you could probably expect a lot of them to do that. It's either Kyle, maybe even Flap, because I feel like Flap went past the timers where he could just deal with Shogun. I feel like they really couldn't do the Gyros into the Uranus all over again anymore, especially come late game, but even Flap couldn't find Eman.
But here's the thing, Flap, he's going with the build that he has. He's going for that full tank. Obviously, he has, a component just to give him a little bit of damage in the early stages of the game. But then you see moments like, him diving into that mid-tier 1, trying to clear that wave and giving up his life. He is not at the same level as Uranus. He is great at shred, he is great at sustain, but if he's not in that middle of the fight, hitting multiple targets to get the heal, it's not going to be as tanky as you think he is.
5 from bukan Razi, apa khabar lu Gage? Dia dah habis holiday.
I had a feeling that this was the kind of game we were getting ourselves into before the series started, but I did not expect it to be like this in game number 1. What with game number 1?
I'm losing my words here. We're going to be throwing it over to a quick interview with Luke to see what his thoughts about this pregame about.
Aku tengah happy je sekarang kau tahu. Bukan Razi. Cakap pasal apa tadi? Pasal rumors tadi kan? Pasal rumors tadi, kalau yang korang tengok transfer tu, aku dah tahu awal guys. Tapi tak payah spoil lah guys. Kita respect team untuk buka sendiri. Untuk buat promotion sendiri, untuk buat marketing
I was walking at the venue and it turns out Luke is here all the way from Indonesia, pro player from Indonesia. Pro player, how are you doing?
Aku tak berani dah nak komen kat TikTok. Boleh je Free Palestine.
Enjoy it so much.
By the way, why are you here?
Sociabas.
SB.
2 from Zizan Red untuk meta sekarang. Coach Rain rasa Lucas dan Ying relevan tak untuk dimainkan?
But more vitality.
Sebab banyak lagi hero kuat.
I mean, they are your ex-teammates.
Susah.
Oh, you are
sebab
Vitality
senang
right
kena
now.
punish.
Okay. Speaking of Vitality, you caught the match yesterday. It looked like it took them a little bit of time to finish out that game. Was that a result that you were expecting?
Yeah, of course.
Tipu lah coach. Kalau tahu siapa jungler baru Vama, aku dah tahu. Aku dah tahu. Jangan tanya aku dah tahu.
It took them a while, but you did expect them to win eventually.
Aku
Is it
dah
because
tahu.
of the meta right now? Because a lot of people are saying that this meta
Jangan nak
favors
pancing aku kalau
Indonesian
tahu
teams more than
aku dah tahu
the Filipino
semua.
teams. Do you agree with this?
Ada lepak dengan Mirko hari tu ada? Borak-borak.
Right now assassin meta, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think.
Kenapa saya buat main Melissa? Melissa kena buff. Lagi satu sekarang ni banyak hero-hero yang tengah meta main dive.
I mean, on the other side, we have Sakai's from SRG. We have Zauri Egoist earlier on. We have Kyle, Carl, TZ. Are they not good on assassins?
They good, but
Jungle Flash pun tahu, Razi tahu.
I'm more biased on Nile.
Aku tahu.
He's biased on Nile.
Nile so good.
Nile is so good. It's not just because you guys are close, right? You actually think objectively he's good.
No, I'm not close with Nile.
Si game aku tak tahu guys. Si game aku tak tahu.
It's my enemy.
Aku yang tahu aku cakap tahu, yang tak tahu aku cakap aku
What
tak tahu.
happened?
Just I hate him.
Okay, you hate him, but you're supporting Vitality.
I support him, yeah.
Very interesting. On that notion, do you have a message to Team Vitality who's gonna go up soon?
Just give space to our maestro, Moreno, yeah? He will carry.
Carry. Moreno, the maestro, will carry. Do you maybe have a message for Onyx?
For Onyx, yeah, good luck.
What is that smile?
Good luck for Onyx, yeah. We hope this EWC can grand finals to Team Indo.
Amen. But what about the
cakap
fans back
tahu
at
aku
home? I
pun
think
tahu
people are
semester.
waiting
Okey, baik dong,
for
Indemut.
you to say something
Tadi
maybe
ada-
to the Indonesian
Kau
supporters that
ingat
are
aku
watching
budak
right
sekolah
now.
rendah. Kau nak provok-provok macam tu.
Bahas aja ya. Gue cuma 5 hari guys, ntar gue restream nonton gue ya.
He said he's gonna be here only for 5 days, so watch him restream. I'll watch you restream. Okay. Thank you so much, Luke, for
Luke
your
sekarang
time.
udah kurang,
And we're
Mas.
going
Oh
to
ya,
throw
eh?
it back over to you
Udah
guys.
kurang. Masih jago dia menurut gua.
And play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm
Guys, last
inspired
match siapa
by it.
lawan guys?
They're
Last
not
match.
just playing for
Last match siapa
themselves,
lawan
they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their
Aku tak
demons.
ingat jadual lah.
They
Kau
have
ingat jadual.
crushed the curse.
I've went and grabbed Glitter Explosion once again for a little update from the Gidea City Grid. How's things going today? You've got a couple of days of your competition.
Tak boleh. Tak
Well, they are.
boleh.
I mean, we're already into our finals. We have a 3-day-long finals. Day 1 has started today.
Aku pun boleh je bagi tahu line up semua team.
However,
Tapi bagi tahu je lah betul ke tak tu tembak je.
big win.
Kau macam biasa jawab exam macam tu je Aiman.
We touched on in the beginning, but they
Aiman
are
bersalah.
in
Kau macam
that
biasa
CC
jawab
race.
exam macam tu
3
je.
days of finals
Aku
means
main
a
jawab je
lot
betul
of
tak betul
gameplay.
belakang cerita
And we
lah
still
kan.
have Navi at the top of our leaderboard heading into finals. We have Liquid, we have
Ren
Falcons,
teka aku
we
tim
have
mana
Vitality,
PL aku
we
tak
have
tahu.
AGL,
Kau siapa pun aku
Twisted
tak tahu
Minds.
dok.
So
Falcon
this
main
is
nak
really
ingat
busy
alamak.
for our finals.
Yeah, excellent. I
Match
mean,
tak
look, we've
bel,
got a
guys.
lot
Fight
going
plus
on
tu.
there, so we'll be keeping up to date as much as we possibly can. But it sounds like there's going to be huge implications in the club championships. Well, thank you very much once again. We'll be checking in
Game last kita
throughout the
nak.
rest of the week. Thanks, guys.
Ya, okey lah. Tengoklah. Oh, lower bracket last kan. Kabarin bracket saya kenapa pula pagi non? Mana ada? Main rank dulu tak sempat. Kazuya dia punya break tak lama macam tu. Break dia tak lama macam tu guys.
Welcome back to MSC. There's some great people in the crowd who won prizes in between our games. Okay, just so y'all know, I got number 1, but of course, we got to make the people in the crowd very happy and they got it. Welcome back. We're heading into the draft. Trex, I feel like everything that we said about the draft from game number 1, it hit. We saw how Vitality struggled early on to deal with the Fanny, but then the inevitable happened. The Melissa, and of course, when that Selena and Badang started hitting together, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I doubted the Badang.
Okay, kalau aku cakap macam ni, korang dengar tak suara aku guys? Kejauh.
I did not respect the game
Kalau aku cakap macam
completely,
ni,
and
korang
though it
dengar
took
aku suara
some
aku?
time, once it mattered, once they were able to buy into that late game.
Clear ke tak? Clear ke tak? Thank you
it
for the
was
follow,
on.
Carmine.
Final big play with the fist crack followed up by the arrow.
Dengar, clear. Clear kemalah.
Calling, foreseeing Kyle's entry into the mid lane and just stopping in its tracks. Very well done by Vitality. Now, will I say that the draft was a complete win? Will I say that? I think honestly they won that game off of skill as well. 100%. Both teams had the ability to win that game off of their drafts, which means coming into game 2, anything could happen here, right? It's definitely possible for Falcon to tie things up. Both teams have shown that they know what they can do in their draft. And it's definitely possible for Vitality as well to pull this off and look for the 2-0.
And it was such an entertaining game because we got to see both lineups do their thing. As we mentioned earlier, Falcons got to do their thing for majority of the game. But then Vitality, with their sheer mechanics and skill, as you mentioned, were able to pop off, make sure that Melissa and Eman was the one who was bulletproof in the previous game. So Falcons goes ahead and bans out the Phoveus, trying to bait out a reaction towards a potential first pick of Freya for the side of Falcons. We also can't forget about some of the major trades that we have through the Atlas, Valentina, and other great picks that we still have in the meta.
Macam mana nak subscribe?
Open, by the way.
Subscribe je, ada button subscribe, guys.
Will opt for that blue side first pick on this. Quick fun fact from Kyle.
Phoveus ban.
Said that they're very strong Vitality. Niall always bullies me in scrims.
Boleh jadi nak first pick apa?
Just
Freya.
don't bully me in the tournament too.
So it's a little bit more context to what Niall said earlier with the interview with Eterna about
Valentina,
how he sees
kau nak
just
first
him
pick Valerie
as the top junglers here mechanics-wise, based off of results of the scrims, but not referring to what he believes when it comes to the tournament space. Once you're there on the stage. So Valentina gets taken out here by Falcons now, with the Atlas gone. Yeah, the force is out of Marcel banned, so so far it's
belah kiri.
the
Ni belah sini aku nampak tangan aku tunjuk ni YT. Ni YT.
Vitality to ban certain heroes.
Yeah, and it's a little bit different than last time. We're not going to see the Valentina this game. Marcel banned out. Will that Ling be banned out? Last time it was Vitality on blue side who decided to ban out, which forced the big trade of either leaving the Fanny open or not, and Falcon called the bluff and ended up paying the price for it. Now with Falcons putting in their last ban,
Ling
we still have
Hirara
all the
Fanny.
assassins up. Jushin also
Ling
still
Hirara Fanny Valerie.
available and open. Freya still available
Freya,
and open with things like Valentina and Atlas and Phoveus getting banned out. It means that there's a lot to trade up on, and Falcons want to go for that trade. And while they're doing it, they take out the Selena, which I think is a good play overall. Get more of a target ban and leave some of those power picks open.
Yeah, I think at that point, Falcons are already deciding the possibility that Celino is going to come in way early, similar to what we saw get drafted earlier in MSC. If I'm not mistaken, that was Vitality who was able to do that in day number 1. So a lot of great options here available for Falcons.
Nanail memang user assassin, guys.
And Fanny all open, meaning Vitality could go for the Herrera ban.
Yep.
Could definitely go for the Herrera ban. They could still get a Fanny or a Ling, or they can go, I mean, for any of the three, essentially, right? They can still, they go for the Frey instead, which I'm a little surprised about, but still very viable because they still get the Belleric, that means, because if they wanted to go Freya +1, they would have had to give over that roam position. Falcons now deciding, what do we want out of the big three? And what do we want to respond with? They go for the Eudora, which didn't even see it. It's a hero that I still have to get used to.
Belleric satu, aku dah tengok Kagura tu kalau lawan Eudora ni.
Valentina getting banned out, they have to be wary
Kagura
of
boleh
picking
fight
their
Eudora.
jungler right away because Vitality
Belleric
they are
Hirara.
encouraged to pick up the Belleric in the first phase. With the Valentina gone, then Falcons
Belleric
won't have
Ling.
their own Wrath of Dryad to steal away. And with the Atlas banned by Vitality as well, they might just pick up
Soalan
the Belleric
serius,
here
kenapa
now.
masa coach tengok live stream, coach boleh agak, boleh teka apa pick-team yang tengah main. Tapi bila atas stage kadang-kadang tekaan tu tak kena, bukannya untuk nge-charge pun atas situasi. Okey je soalan tu Isyad, tak ada masalah aku. Okey, aku jawab.
You have such a wide field.
Kalau aku daripada third party point of view, kira macam aku tengah tengok game sekarang ni, aku sorang-sorang. So decision aku untuk bercakap ni adalah berdasarkan apa yang aku fikir dalam kepala aku. Tapi kalau contoh dekat competitive scene, bila aku dekat atas pentas kan, ataupun coach-coach lain atas pentas, ada banyak benda yang kau kena consider, termasuklah player kau, termasuklah diorang boleh main ke tak main.
From Buntal Tournament, abang macam mana nak pakai SB ini? Saya sayang abang kakak moderator di sana muah.
Yang tu kau tengah pakai SB tu. Kau tengah pakai SB tu.
Macam mana ni nak pakai?
Weh, diorang tak main.
Do we think we're going to see maybe something crazy and get the double fighter off? The only time we've seen the Brass so far is when there's also a
so
fighter
bila engkau atas
involved or
pentas,
something of that nature.
perbincangan kau bukan dengan diri kau seorang, and decision kau bukan decision kau seorang, faham tak? Akan ada suara-suara lain. Kadang-kadang mungkin on paper untuk kepala kau rasa kuat ni draft ni, patutnya main hero ni, tapi player kau rasa tak boleh deliver benda. pun susah juga. Ataupun mungkin tiba-tiba waktu tu assistant coach kau kata, ada pick ni lagi better. Contoh, pick ni lagi better.
Vitality, and the problem
So,
right now is for Falcons because of their picks.
Kalau daripada third party point of view, kita boleh cakap berdasarkan otak kita seorang. Tapi kalau bila atas stage, bukan otak kau seorang. Faham
Looking good for Vitality in my book.
Melissa pick lagi. Baik siap Melissa pick.
At least in terms of how they were able to
Environment
make
pressure, dia
everything
bukan
work last game.
pressure.
Don't get me
Cuma
wrong.
discussion tu akan jadi banyak angle.
Falcons,
Kalau dekat,
amazing
kalau contoh
early
macam aku
game
review
last
game
time with
seorang-seorang
the
ni,
fanny pick.
senang cerita,
And everything else behind
otak aku
it.
seorang guys.
So
Mutual decision lah kiranya Karim. Betul. Mutual decision. Cuma memang nature dalam Mobile Legends, lagi-lagi dekat Malaysia lah. Apa-apa kita akan letak the blame dekat coach. Itu dah menjadi satu normalisasi guys. Okay, sambung review game. Fanny lagi. Asal dia tak main Hirara? Hirara tengah overpower tu. Tak boleh ke kalau player ikut je apa coach suruh? Okey je. Boleh juga buat macam tu. Tapi tu berbalik kepada environment team macam mana. Decision management macam mana. Kalau coach boleh decide semua benda seorang, dia akan jadi masalah lain juga. Tak ada check and balance. Bila tak ada check and balance guys, kan? Bila tak ada check and balance pun boleh jadi bermasalah kalau coach kau ni jenis tunnel vision. Maksudnya dia nampak satu angle je. So dia tak nampak mistake dia sendiri. Tapi kalau kau ada coach yang betul-betul bagus, yang betul-betul decision making dia semua bagus, ataupun most of the time bagus, tak ada masalah pun kalau untuk coach tu decide semua benda seorang-seorang. So dia berbalik kepada apa persetujuan pasukan tu as a whole. Kita sebagai orang luar, kita nampak surface je guys.
But if they're going to play this Barris and the EXP, they're encouraged to be able to rotate fast and clear fast in the mid.
Apa pendapat dia mengenai Kyle Fanny? First game tadi macam tak cukup garang lah guys. Dia bukan tak boleh main, dia boleh main, tapi tak cukup garang. Basically semua tak expect semua menang tu guys.
Joe Moskov maybe for Marco. Would it be too crazy?
Kata Melissa apa sebenarnya lawan Melissa ni korang kena main hero high mobility guys. Hero laju yang senang keluar masuk. Hero yang senang keluar masuk. Alif dah lawan. Okay, nanti update update apa keputusan.
You don't have as much range against the Eudora and you can still
get
one shot.
Meta flex. Sekarang meta fleksibel. Sekarang memang fleksibel sangat.
It could be dangerous. On the side of Vitality,
they do need to
lock in your mid here and save the flex.
Yeah.
Save the EXP flex, the possibility.
Yeah, at least you have room to adjust and surprise.
Kalau laning lawan Melissa,
Beleric, I think it's something that's making Falcons scratch their heads.
Gelap boleh tapi power spike
lambat. They banned out the
Izia
EXP
boleh
option,
juga.
so that is still definitely something they're thinking about.
Iritel boleh juga Iritel.
Maybe a little bit more range through the mid or a little bit more shred. Which route are they going to go? How about a little bit more sustainability? They pick up the Esmeralda at the EXP. They do show their options already for Roman EXP. You're just waiting for their mid laner now.
So you just, like you said, we pick up the Moskov for Falcon.
Yeah.
Kiri nak paksa direct aja dia.
They could go something
balik
like
Alice
the
aku guys.
Kaja here.
Tapi sebenarnya direct counter Melissa dekat EXP lane tu, korang tahu apa guys? Lapu-lapu guys. Lapu-lapu sedap tu nak bantai Melissa. Tapi kanan dah keluar Esme, so kat laning dah susah.
But tough considering the Beleric and the Melissa, so it sounds like it's 50-50 because you're getting a lot of good things, but I feel like the bad things you get out of a Ruby Robe surprise might be worse. So
korang boleh juga counter Melissa ni tak semestinya dekat laning guys. Dekat role lain pun boleh counter. Contoh macam Farsa, macam apa lagi.
For Ogwen, they get the Brody, Kai and Eudora in the center. It's
betul
fast, clear.
Betul
not as fast in the rotations, but it will be annoying for the Link to
deal
with.
Sebab Brody ni sedap lawan dengan Link guys. Brody ni dia menang dengan kebanyakan marksman dekat lane Tapi masalah dia sebab dia flicker, so enemy senang tangkap. Kagura satu kali. Kagura lah. Bila Kagura nak keluar ni?
Yeve's open. We haven't seen that in a bit.
Yeve Kalau Yeve dia kena makan dengan Penny.
Jushin's also still open. They just go for the Jushin, right?
Something that we mentioned also could be good and could be annoying for the Akai. You're going to be forced to use your dashes. The Vexana. Because of the Akai and the Barons in front of you, and it does have a lot of disengage and protection for the Melissa.
Yeah, definitely a great answer.
Overall, we've seen it pick once before.
And even when before I was kind of questioning it, we saw how well it can do with the stiff arm, with the ability to get that terrify. Something similar to the arrow, not as long stunning as the arrow, but something still similar, right? So if he can make some of those quick picks, drop down the warrior in the nick of time, it could be detrimental to the way we want to play this game.
That has been it
Paling
for
yang
myself
sedap
and
dengan carry combo caw.
here at the studio. Will we see another game where both teams get to do
Let's
what
go.
the lineup wants to do, or will one of them dominate? One to either advance right now or to still
valid ke Vexana? Valid, tapi dia kena cover guys.
Bring you over. Thorcasters, bring it up.
Biasanya kalau diorang nak kena biasanya macam ni guys. Kalau mix dengan marksman, kalau satu hero ni hero yang kau nak kena cover, satu lagi hero yang boleh main sendiri. Yang ni dalam case draft vitality ni, Vexana dengan Melissa dua-dua kena cover. Tapi kalau diorang gerak sekali, Beleric boleh cover dua-dua. Sebab Vexana pun boleh counter engage juga guys. Vexana pun boleh pakai first skill dia untuk jaga teammate.
Let's go through this composition because again, that Vexana last pick actually is pretty genius here. So good at like just not only peeling off, but becoming a legitimate threat to the front line. It's like Owen at a certain point will not be able to take that kind of damage from Moreno.
And it's like adding an additional front line to your lineup in general, which I feel would work out really well for them, but that's multiple. Pull yourself together.
So many.
Now, instant sekarang ramai orang kacau.
Fork Lightning,
Hilang.
multiple members. Oh, Kyle, unfortunately, had to be the first one to go down in this fight.
Vitality ni macam sengaja bagi Falcon ni first skill dia guys, passive dia.
Does make it any can somebody punish this? Yep, there we go. Haji goes down and Moreno survives. His ego challenges it. No problem. Full faith that the rest of the team, I mean, Moreno got the last pick. He was ready to give that kill over and trade his life for Nile. Like he did not care at all. He has done his job and he knows he's going to do it again and again and again.
Okay, that looked really good with
kena tangan guys, dia kena tangan Vexana first skill.
Numbers too though, but I guess you have to really pay attention to this being a Beleric and you just potentially being caught again. If Moreno went down here, I feel like
memang lagi okey tengok. Duduk okey je guys. Korang nak tengok kat YT okey, nak tengok kat TT pun okey guys.
Really feel like Vitality got the better out of that. But also I feel like in terms of compositions, I also want to point out how at least with the Akai pick, they kind of forced out the Purify from Emma. So that might make things a bit better for Falcons too when it comes to the team fights later on.
And that was something that I was trying to figure out, right? I was talking to you like,
cover dia sebab dia pakai Purify.
I think Owen has got a pretty good answer to that. Falcons already have this first position and I don't see it happening as bot side is getting attacked.
Yep, Super Marco looking like the target here. Doesn't have the ultimate yet, but he doesn't need it anyway and will survive. Just had to burn the flicker nonetheless, but at least he didn't have to go down with that attempt.
Yep, all he lost was his flicker. He still doesn't lose out too much. And even you can see Emon making sure he's doing his due diligence, throwing muddles into tri-brushes to open up that side of the map for him, just in case anything. Well, that was a Daytona as well.
On to Shogun, and with the help of Kyle, they actually pick up the kill. So this is a different approach to the combos that we saw from Vitality. It's a
guys, Malaysia kalau lawan meta-meta macam ni okay guys.
But I do think it was
kita kena careful lawan meta-meta yang macam Aurora Turkey tu buat.
Going to be Barat's playing into Shogun at this stage of the game, right? And I think the only way that Shogun actually has any chance in this lane is hitting and trading really well against Flap before he gets the stacks. Once he's gotten to that enraged Dino form and he can start doing the stomps in the middle of the wave, he will out-sustain Shogun until Shogun gets that enchanted talisman.
He didn't have the Purify at that point too, right?
First game tadi memang agak tak menjadi ya.
No way to really get out of it and he had to accept his fate right there. Owen gets poked down a bit here though. He still have a couple seconds before the next objective spawns, but Falcons have been just quietly increasing this lead that they have in their hands.
It's still a small lead. We saw how game one went, so until we start seeing like a 5K lead, something closer to like the 6K, then there should be, you know, a sign of
relief program baik Dorazi update.
But for now, 2-2, a pretty even score as Nile has been hopping around and stealing away camps here and there.
He actually got that gold crab, I feel.
using the retribution forward though, but it's gonna come up again once the objective spawns anyway. But I feel like nonetheless Vitality will struggle to a certain extent when they if they wanna contest. Because it's an Akai still that they're dealing with. It's not an Akai jungle, but I think that makes it all the more difficult to deal with because it's just its primary objective. It's not split between having to secure the objective and having to zone out. It's just really zoning out.
Yeah. I'm gonna touch on it later, but for now, the fight.
There you go. It's the heavy spin pushing them away. And now Vitality are unable to contest for the objective.
Draft mana lagi okey? Kalau late game kanan. Late game kanan. Late game dan team fight kanan.
So he will be okay. Tempest of Blades come in from Nile. Kyle trying to look for his target to go away. He had to change target. And the terrified from the deathly grasp. He couldn't just freely cable his way through the fight.
Sebab apa aku pilih kanan? Melissa.
In favor of the Falcons here, and
Melissa,
I think the Vitality was a pretty good idea overall. If they got Super Marco at the end there, it would have been 100% worth it. But just look at this wombo combo, right? How do you deal with this? And this is why I think the Vexana is so good, because now it's not about priority targets. I do max percent health damage. Build what you want. Hey, you know what? Build 3 Guardian Helms if you really want to.
Diorang tahu hero yang boleh cari Melissa tu lapu-lapu ataupun SP and dive. So diorang ambil terus counter S-Man. Walaupun direct open tadi guys direct open tau. Diorang terus ambil S-Man. So diorang biarkan role yang boleh cari Melissa ni cuma Fanny seorang. Which is susah guys. Sebab ultimate.
Oh, they're all going in for Haji! Couldn't survive that. Now it's going to be Kyle trying to look for a trade, but he will be unable to find Nile. Now it's Finn setting up with a Wrath of Dryad. And now they're in the jungle of Team Falcons.
Sebab ultimate Melissa ni boleh kacau Fanny kat team fight. Maksudnya selagi Melissa ada ulti, Fanny tu takkan boleh cari dia.
And I think the Falcons this time, they need to kind of break the battle lines. I think instead of Flap having to target some of the other characters here, I think he might need to just jump on Moreno. But I want him to go for Iman at the same time. It's just a tough call.
You really have to think hard about who your target is going to be, because it's very single target. And Haji has just not been able to have the same free time as Moreno in this game. In the series, at least.
Yeah.
Moreno has been too free. The way that they've been linking together with Finn has
bro,
been
dia
such
tak jadi viral lagi. Korang tahu tak, marksman kan orang kata kan, yang paling penting pasal marksman adalah power spike. Once kau reach kau punya power spike, kau dapat item, engkau boleh bagi damage. Tapi korang tahu tak, sebenarnya nombor 1 bukan power spike yang paling penting. Sebab tu apa nombor 1 paling penting untuk marksman guys? Condition untuk marksman tu jadi guys. Bukan power spike dia bukan dapat item yang cukup Itu bukan nombor 1 yang paling penting untuk diorang. Bukan farming juga. At some point late game dia tetap akan dapat item. Decision making and positioning. MM kulit kena putih, bapak resist dulu revive. Jawapan yang betul sebenarnya guys, yang paling penting untuk marksman adalah space untuk memberi damage. Space untuk memberi damage. Dia kena ada ruang untuk bagi damage. Kalau dia tak ada ruang untuk bagi damage, maksudnya susah. Dalam erti kata lain apa Rain? Free hit. Marksman kau kena boleh free hit. Kalau marksman kau tak boleh free hit, walaupun dia ada power spike, walaupun dia ada item, late game tu dia tetap tak boleh bagi damage. Sebab tu ada sesetengah situation yang kau boleh tahu, as a coach kau boleh tahu dah, diorang ni tak boleh nak comeback dah. Bukan sebab kita tak percaya marksman tu boleh dapat item guys. Kita percaya marksman tu boleh dapat power spike dia, boleh capai item dia. Tapi sebab throughout the whole game, pasukan dia tak boleh bagi space untuk dia bagi damage. Faham tak guys? Faham
He didn't even feel the need to use the go away just yet.
Space untuk memberi damage.
On this Melissa, again 0 deaths in this game. No one could target him. So you could just sense that he
dalam case ni, walaupun Brody ni tak ada mati lagi guys, tapi space untuk dia bagi damage tu tak besar. Kat kanan ni, Melissa dalam setiap team fight yang open,
Okay, Eman still has the
Dia free untuk bagi damage sebab tim dia jaga dia. Tim dia bagi space untuk dia. Nampak ni? Tengok Brody, tengok Brody. Hilang. Tengok Melissa. Nampak tak guys? Tu contoh paling obvious guys. Tu contoh paling obvious guys. Space untuk memberi damage.
Kyle missed one cable, the most important cable from the destroyed
Sebab tu kadang-kadang korang tengok game kan, macam asal dia ni tak gendong-gendong pun, asal dia ni tak bantai-bantai pun, tim tak bagi space kat dia guys, walaupun dia sebenarnya dah ada item. Positioning memang penting guys, tapi ada je goal lane yang dia dah jaga position pun, tapi dia tak boleh nak ke depan, dia tak boleh nak dapat space untuk bagi damage guys. Sebab tim sendiri tak provide dia ruang untuk bagi damage. Dia kena tutup dengan XP enemy. Dia tak ada certain bush berdekatan dengan dia, dia tak buka. Baik ambil item lain, Falcon asal still nak finish. Bagi aku baik Hirara guys. Takkan kau tak ada tim Hirara, dia dalam meta Hirara sekarang. Hilang. Baik tu Judora punya tu. Judora dengan Brody. Ruang comeback ke? Ruang comeback ke ni? Mistake lah guys.
just play it safe for now.
So how nak create space? Bergantung dekat team guys. Bergantung dekat team. Macam mana Roman kau secure bush, macam mana mates kau standby untuk backup.
Finn and Aman are down. We can take first position at this point. Now the next problem is Moreno.
Sebab tu korang tengok lah, baru-baru ni Solos ada bagi statement kan. Dia kata role paling susah jungle dengan roam. Jungle sebab kena secure farm lah. Roam sebab kau kena provide space untuk team. Dah menang.
Man, that was nasty. Shogun purposefully just standing right on top of Flap. As soon as he saw that Daytona's welcome, all he had to do was position himself just a little bit
sebab tu tugas SP lane dekat late game cari marksman enemy. Dia bukan setakat kalau kau main marksman, yang akan cari kau bukan setakat goal lane enemy. Yang akan cari kau roamer kalau dia ada skill pick off, XP kalau dia ada hero-hero yang boleh dive, mage kalau dia ada skill-skill high ground. Faham tak? Padahal kau dah ada item ni. Kau nak bagi damage ni dekat team ni. Tapi setiap kali kau nak bagi damage je, team kau yang lain tak bagi space. Enemy yang tengah zoning kau. Tak dapat sana.
Nice. Nice, that's going to take away a little bit of influence coming in from Nile. He can't just do whatever he wants willy-nilly. He will have to go into a side lane and then recall rather than walk his butt back. But you know, considering everything and considering game number 1, Vitality have shown that they are great on the defense.
Rule paling senang dan paling susah. Untuk aku semua susah dia sebenarnya.
They're just handing it back over to Falcons.
Dia tak ada istilah rule mana yang lagi senang daripada rule mana. Ini pendapat aku lah guys. Korang jangan banding aku punya statement dengan si siapa Solos lah dengan Fix lah. Dia macam ni, kalau orang cakap role tu senang, bermaksud ada ramp, katalah orang cakap oh mage ni senang sebab tugas dia jaga position and poking. Engkau perlu bersaing dengan jutaan orang yang boleh jaga positioning and poking. So mekanik kau kena rata-rata di atas orang lain sebab ramai orang boleh main ni. Ramai orang boleh main. So apa yang membezakan kau dengan mid lane dengan tu yang lain, dengan goal lane yang lain? Katalah orang kata jaga positioning dengan apa tu semua senang kan. Role netizen paling senang, betul. Kyle tak pandang main Rara. Itulah Yus. Dia tak pick Rara.
Factory. He's getting kicks out for everybody.
Yeah. Emma right now.
Gold Pro Esport dapat space sebab tu orang memantai. Betul? Betul. Tu contoh bukan Mizan Bukan innocent tak boleh gendong Dia tak dapat space nak bagi damage. Tu beza dia.
Vitality are still going to be okay though. Kyle trying to fly over the other members, but Moreno, did you see that? He was just like walking
Alif tengah menang guys Alif Rakib tengah menang
Not even much reaction coming out of Moreno in that sequence.
Yeah.
Faham dah aku jangan faham
Because I saw Haji thrown out his ultimate, like, you know, his life depended on it. Luckily now does actually have his purple buff, so good. At least
orang kata roll ni senang sebab kau cakap roll tu senang betul roll tu senang tapi disebabkan roll tu senang lah terlalu ramai orang boleh main, so macam mana kau nak bersaing dengan jutaan orang boleh main. So the minor ataupun micro detail kau punya mekanik, kau punya positioning kena on top lah.
Literally insignificant. It's so close between Team Falcons and Team Vitality right now.
Semeru susah, seorang tak boleh main boleh bagi susah. Betul. Untuk aku setiap role perlukan fungsi tersendiri guys. Maksudnya setiap role kena jalankan fungsi masing-masing. Orang cakap main senang kena jaga position. Cuba kalau dengan opponent yang ada 3-4 hero boleh cari kau dekat MM. Tengok senang ke tak, susah ke tak. So masing-masing kena mainkan jalankan job desk masing-masing lah. Itu orang panggil job desk guys. Itu yang orang panggil job desk. Bidang kerja, job scope. Apa tugas yang kau perlu buat?
Okay, they still don't know.
Antara Rafa dengan Nana mana better jungle sekarang? Okay, soalan yang baik Sunfrost Rafa atau Nana? Rafa atau Nana? Chang'e. Chang'e, Sunfrost. Fanny jalankan long lane.
Will be positioned at that spot, but
Ling jalankan short lane
quick reposition. Falcons are really trying to play around this glass cannon pick of potential for Haji.
Yeah, they're trying to like slowly slot him into that backline, and Colin
as well. Betul, kalau Marksman tak dapat space susah juga nak main. Ya. Sebab tu aku cakap. Untuk aku semua role susah. Soal dia, korang boleh jalankan job desk lagi bagus ataupun tak. Korang tengok Sekais, macam mana dia nak fight turtle bila Kram dekat lane tak menang. Solo kena camp. Alamak guys, surprise. Eman, tengok guys, Eman tak ada siapa boleh cari Eman tu. Eman dah ulti tu.
Nice movement coming on from Aman.
Kyle was thinking perhaps a second. He keeps running away. Maybe I go for the chase. Alif menang guys.
I saw the taunt get thrown out.
Alif menang. Alif dapat belt Alif dapat belt guys.
The Dryads has come back off of cooldown, right? Finn has been holding it for the longest time, and even though they don't have their retribution for the next 7 seconds, they're trying to make sure that Falcons, hey, you're going to fight our terms on our turf.
Okay, they're starting this. Niall's going to be back.
Ren, golem mana yang patut ambil? Golem perlukan snowball atau perlukan item? Sebenarnya kau kena balancekan draft tu. Antara benda yang kau kena balancekan dekat draft adalah scaling. Hilang. Dah menang kanan. Ni protect the Malaysia. Ya, protect the king guys. Ingat tak aku hari tu ada explain pasal protect the king ataupun protect the president guys. Kanan ni main meta tu guys. Sekarang ni king dorang Eman ataupun presiden dorang sekarang Eman.
And really just showing the extent of Melissa. She gets sustained underneath the Lord, no problem. Throws out muddles.
Kena balance. Apa tadi Zunun kau punya soalan tu untuk jawab soalan kau. Katalah kau punya jungle perlukan item ataupun late game baru kuat. Mid lane kau perlukan item ataupun late game baru kuat. So kau punya goal lane jangan main hero yang perlukan item juga. Dia terma dia dekat dalam MOBA ni orang panggil scaling scaling. Nanail kau buat apa tu?
Just trying to deal with the base dirt for now, but they don't have any minions left. Another Eternal Guard and a wave coming in mid.
Yeah, but they have nothing to worry about.
Kai ulti.
Pull them away, forcing out at least one flicker.
Oi.
Turn around.
Hilang dek. Hilang. Nampak guys, macam mana Brody tu nak bagi damage? Setiap kali dia nak bagi damage, nak backup team, Belleric tu ada flicker, ulti ke belakang. Alif win, baik alhamdulillah. Mantap Malaysia. KO. Alif menang KO. Baik siap Alif. Eman di sini awak balik dah. GG lah guys, 2-0. 2-0. Enable. Eman. 1-1. Dah 1. Tarik. Oi, seru guys.
It takes out Immortality purchase with the Haas Claw. He's going to be able to sustain. Finally, this might be a Super Marco. Doesn't make it in time. And there you have it.
Alhamdulillah, belt balik Malaysia. Baik tu guys. Power tu Alif.
Oh, what a beautiful game. Oh my goodness. I needed to see just one more. Just one more game. That would have been great. But now a new problem has arisen. A polished Melissa coming up from an solving three unique problems all at the same time. The tournament meta is starting to evolve and really coming into its own.
PH semua dekat lower bracket tu guys. Gerak dulu Rain, sambung esok. Last match ni kita nak ni ke guys? Korang rasa last game ni kita nak korang nak Nova ke last game? Dia agak push pandai ya guys. Terus nanti M8 comeback ke?
Unfortunately, similarly to Moreno on this Vexana, are hyper squishy and are very useless.
Kenapa Vitality tak ada supporter macam MWI? Belum final lagi guys. Thank you for the follow Sean. Respect streamer Nova lah. Nova last match lah. Satu lagi. Satu lagi. Kita habiskan Walaupun last ni bukan game orang kata game yang ditunggu-tunggu, tapi kita Nova lah.
And Vitality just take advantage of it every single time. Oh no, look at us again. We're just losing it. This series has been a 2-0, yes, but it did not feel like a 2-0.
It was not a close 2-0 at all. Every single moment. I think unfortunately for the Falcons, right, you cannot just out-mechanic these boys anymore. They're going to have to rethink it. The tournament meta only develops as we continue on. Let's throw it over to our victors up on the stage with Rose for the interview.
Falcon lawan dengan Falcon Mena kan? Falcon Mena lawan dengan siapa lepas ni?
Literally blew my mind away. Team Vitality winning 2-0
PH macam ada masalah pull hero je guys. Orang tak main pun tu. Apa nama dia?
Now we are on stage with Shogun. How are you feeling after such a crazy game?
It feels
okay,
great.
Boleh gak? Aku nobak santai aku nobak.
Something that we could do better.
Diorang tak main pun guys. Apa hero tu?
I agree, but that was already an amazing game, you know. It's your debut in the
baru tu Hirara tu
international
nampak
stage.
sangat diorang elak pakai Hirara guys.
Qualified for the knockout stages. Shogun, I gotta ask you, how are you planning to spend your time? Perhaps maybe an off day, walking around Paris?
I think most likely we will practice more, but yeah, maybe we have a chill time also. But not as much as practicing. So the focus is more practicing than the others one.
I like that. You guys are very focused. Head is very in the game, prioritizing practice and scrims.
Thank you for the follow, Aiman.
Experiencing Paris as a whole, which I'm pretty sure you guys can do afterwards. As after all, this is definitely your home ground. Now let's talk a little bit about the game, because currently this new meta, this new patch is driving everybody insane. We're seeing so many incredible new picks coming out in the land of Dawn. But for you, as an EXP laner yourself, how are you actually adapting to the meta in the EXP?
I think as an explainer, it's not much to adapt.
Alif menang baik tu siap guys. KO pula tu tak sabar tu nak tengok highlight guys. Tak sabar aku nak tengok highlight.
From the meta, but I think we win on the good line right now. That's all.
Joy tak boleh pernah susah sikit tu.
And I think you guys are definitely on track.
Banyak lagi jungle lain lagi puas.
As you head onto the knockout stages after today's win up against Team Falcons Philippines, how does this win
tengok je guys dulu guys. Aku pun tengah scroll kat ni nak cari ada highlight.
I don't know, better? Are you guys more confident heading into the knockouts? Or are you guys still just chill and taking it one step at a time?
Baik. Kira Alif ni ke guys?
Not boosting, but I think we treat all our enemies the same, like that. We treat they're the same. So
kira Alif fighter pertama Malaysia yang ada belt lah kan?
Wow.
Kan fighter pertama Malaysia yang ada belt lah kan sekarang Alif.
You know, Shogun, I know a lot of the Indonesians are, I'm pretty sure, very happy to see you guys taking the second ticket to the knockout stages. Is there perhaps
kalau dia menang lawan dengan Sam'a ni lepas ni lawan siapa? Si ni si Nadaka. Bukan Nadaka. Yang ajak Nadaka tu Rifdin
Wait
siapa lawan?
Wait and see.
wait and see. And as you can see, Mirko is there screaming his voice out. Thank you very much, Shogun. I'll see you in the knockout stages. Once again, congratulations. That's it from us over at the stage. Showing it back to you guys at the studio to break down what happened in the series.
Rose, MPL Indonesia's champions. Team Vitality take the win, and they move on to the knockout stages, which guarantees at least $100,000. What a big moment for this team, and what an organization that is on the run in MLBB across both sides, women's and men's MLBB. Vitality taking the championship at MWI last week here in Paris, so a great start for that org. Welcome back. I'm Rainday. Joining me is Renmar and Trex as we continue. I'm getting a notification. I think that's my daughter FaceTiming me back in LA, just waking up. So that does mean we're getting close to the end of the day. But to wrap up the series, Renmar, I mean, what's the takeaway from you? What did you notice about why Vitality was able to be successful in a pretty contested game too?
Mechanically gifted and busted. Finn and Moreno, I was saying it during the restreams for the
apa yang buat T20 perlu improve untuk lawan Jojo? Aku rasa dia kena berguru dengan
Indonesia. They're just so good. Finn, the timings.
Panggil buat T20 training dengan kita.
Indonesia, even not just Indonesia, teams around the world have finally
ada lagi satu match, guys. Ada lagi satu match.
Of the macro that has helped the Philippines dominate for such a long time and marry it with their own great mechanical abilities. And Vitality is a great example.
Esok lepak live lagi guys.
I completely agree right now, and I think there was some doubts before this tournament came in, but Vitality is showing all the naysayers that not only are
from Alif Rakib. Sorry ya, coach curi viewer kejap nak bagi Malaysia belt. Kasih interim dulu. Next Prajancai nak claim yang asli pula.
Congrats Alif Rakib. Aku bangga dengan kau Alif Rakib. Tadi kau KO baik tu. Aku tak tengok lagi tau. Klip kau KO kan ni. Nanti aku tengok lab. Baik. Nanti main lagi lab. Nanti kita mabah sama-sama balik.
As Gideon was saying, her behind in lane quite often, and when Eudora's behind, she's not the same. Would you agree? Impact
rasa boleh dia main bertahan takkan bolos. Dia bukan keeper.
There's just something about Eudora's pick, which is why I've been
bukan main keeper. Kau cakap pasal fight, bukan keeper, bukan bola. Melissa naik meta, you guys. Melissa naik meta sekarang guys. Melissa pun antara hero yang kuat lawan dengan fighter banyak-banyak guys. Lawan composition yang banyak melee atau banyak hero masuk, Melissa kuat. Sebab apa? Secara teorinya hero-hero melee ni kena rapat dengan opponent.
The reality of what we're seeing is even some of these teams
so Melissa punya ulti tu dia tak boleh bagi enemy rapat.
Just yet. We're seeing answers happen mid-tournament. This isn't something that they were all completely prepared for. And Vexana, back in the day, what was it, about a year or so ago, was...
Guys, yang belum follow dulu guys. Yang belum subscribe dulu guys. Boleh ke guys?
Bulky fighters. These people that want to get up close and personal with you. And that's why we're seeing her slowly come back against things like the Brats, against things like the Esmeraldas,
Discord dia borak sikit. Daripada kau borak kacip kat komen aku ni.
Some of these types of compositions that want to kind of walk up towards you, and we're seeing already counter picks happening once and once and more.
In my experience of just watching and enjoying learning about
the game,
you know, differently the approach of when I saw the steal, I'm forgetting the character's name, but she steals ultimates, the Valentina, who is being the choice most often, and they were letting sometimes the Atlas go knowing they have the Valentina, but then that was requiring a really aggressive approach to get in and use that ultimate, which, you know, is for a tankier character. Do you think Vexana might actually be a safer, more reliable answer to provide some CC and then just not, and then ban the Atlas? You don't have to try to counter it?
Yeah, I think for the Vexana, in this specific makeup of the draft, it made a lot of sense. Again, because of the Eudora not having that range, the Barretts needs a lot of stops. You're trying to protect one piece of your lineup that needs to stay alive in the Melissa, making it even so much harder to kill her. Yes, the one kill that they got onto the Melissa was because they were able to find the combo through the Eudora. But that was just once. It was so rare. In the end, you saw how Falcons was struggling over and over again.
Dia menang KO macam mana guys? Penumbuk ke? Penyepa ke? Pejuang MYR.
From pejuang MYR, hari yang sangat gembira untuk rakyat Malaysia. Vemos menang, Alif interim champ, Abang Lord Botak, Bob Caper petang ni.
Aku beritahu Abang Bob dulu. Aku beritahu Abang Bob pula. Aku bagi tahu Abang Lord dulu. Aku beritahu Abang Lord. Abang Lord Botak. Abang Bob, ya dah mampis. Semua kena. Oh, penumbuk kaki semua kena. Lepas tu tidur. Ay, aku nak tengok highlight duk. Ada highlight keluar guys.
And we'll send two teams to the knockout stage. We'll send two teams to continue playing. But Team Falcons meta in Group A and Ignite Gaming, that is of the latter consequence. One team will be going home. One team will be continuing on. And that is high stakes, about as high stakes as it gets. Trex, I mean, any words previewing that series for you?
I think it's going to be I think a lot of people are thinking it might be one-sided. I believe it could be a pretty close series. I think
Kita cari highlight kat TT ada ni aku tengah tengok kat phone tengah cari.
Yes, a great team. Ignite had a bad showing in their previous game. But I think they still have a little bit more in their pocket, honestly.
51-49, who you leaning?
51-49. You know what? Because I know which way he's going, I'm going to go Ignite.
Okay, and you're going Falcons.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier.
Well, I want to know what you
guys
think.
Thank you for the follow, Muhammad Mirul Davril.
We have our tournament pick'ems. Get them in right
balik
now
aku
while
jangan
you
balik
can.
apa
You have a
Malaysia dah
chance to
balik
let
dah
us
kat
know
Malaysia
whether
dah
you
guys.
agree with Trex, maybe you agree with Renmar, maybe you're 50-50 like most of us here, waiting to see what happens. Let us know in your pick'ems. We'll show you the results before the game goes live, and then afterwards you can tell us in the chat if you were smarter than all of us.
Sekarang dengar-dengar tim ni tengah kuat kan, tim
We're
AI
gonna
team
have
tu.
that next series, and I cannot wait for you guys to be here with us. We'll catch you right after this short break.
Hai, tolong guys, ni baik doa meh. Sedap-sedap dah masuk. Ya, aku dah cakap. 2 puak yang tak diterima kat live aku guys Korang pun dah tahu dah apa Satu puak-puak yang spam, satu puak-puak yang sedap-sedap. Dah habis dah?
Tengok pre. Nice.
Ada nombor ya?
Ayuh mau. Arit.
Push.
Ready touch. Boleh.
Oh, ni kena outplay tu guys dengan tu.
Betul. Tak. Krip. Nice buat. Aman. Nice try. Nice try bang.
Xong đấy guys. Nó tay lên. Go guys, bị hao lót à. Nice one. Imo. Half clean.
Guys. Tinggal sampai back. Clean. Wait ba wala akong skill ba? Cannot thôi. Nice one.
Nice one.
Find big one guys. Big.
Nice one. Môi. Chia khỏi.
Let's go.
Minion.
Let's go.
Nice one.
Person. Alpha Vic. Maharapang ko to ah.
Mabuhay din ako.
Kaya.
Steady lang.
Wait lang. Wala purified. Kaya alis ako. Makulit pa ako ah.
May ulti ka sa Sanji ah.
May ulti ako.
Ulti rin ako.
Boy pa ako.
Mga low pre. To, sa akin pre. Gonyo.
Wala mga skill pre.
Sa akin pre. Gonyo.
Puro low. Nasunog ako. Ginagawa ko lang. Babalik. Harley. Pakito.
Binata ko.
Hindi natin kaya pre. Ang damage.
Flash will out jump.
I go consig.
Anlaşın. Go zone. They can't do anything.
Go tower.
Kesin bunu ya.
Kesin bunu.
Yut. Just kill Belerik.
Belerik.
Turki ni.
You good? Arlot. Link. Nice. Nice amına koyayım. Link 1 HP.
Ada WP. Bisa. Oke. Enak aja.
Kontol gue di bawah. Savage gak?
Langsung aja. Nanti aja.
Coba kayak.
Gampang itu.
Coba. Gue 2-1 ya.
Try mo.
Kayak. Kontol kita tuh. Dia spawnnya dekat banget sih.
Wih, Kairi cakap ni kata. Kairi cakap ni kata. Cakap Indo, dia spawnnya dekat banget sih. Guys, mute dulu, takut kena copyright. Cepat je guys. Let's go. Last match of the day. Hai, ada activity pula tiba-tiba. Guys, korang dah dinner ke guys? Aku belum guys.
Imagine an entire city.
Prediction SRG esok Rin. Esok easy game guys. SRG. Awal dengan GK tu. 2-0 SRG.
Support your nation with 16 games across 4 weeks in November, all in search for the ultimate prize. The Esports Nations Cup in November. Check it out. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll have games I am very beloved with there, and I can't wait to see what other performances we'll see across all our communities in gaming. Also, if you saw some of those comms, thank you to Saudi Radio Comms for helping to get some insights into what the players might have been saying throughout their games. We'll be sure to check in with more of that coming up later on in this week. All right, as we return back to it, Renmar and Trex, it's time to start filling in the gaps here. That means one last series. It's going to give us our final team that's moving forward to continue playing. It's going to also, as our final match of the day, also send one final team home.
Yeah, I think for these two, they gotta play fast, man. Play fast, play rough, play hard, because it's potentially your last showing. You don't want to go out on a whimper, you want to go out on a bang, bang.
Selalunya orang counter pakai Faramis ni untuk counter hero
may
pick off,
honestly be
untuk
time
counter
to
glue,
not take things slow, get aggressive in the beginning, try to catch your opponent
untuk
off
counter
guard.
dengan composition
Don't
enemy
leave
yang
it
terlalu
down to
banyak
a
bergantung
late
dekat
game
ultimate.
possibility, to a let's just wing it possibility.
Ayang
Try
gepuk
to
artisan
own it.
sedap ni. Aku dengar ayang
And
gepuk
if you
artisan
can
sedap
control
tu
that
guys.
early game, just convert it into an easy win.
Aku memang suka ayang crispy pun.
This is going to be a difficult one for sure. Team Falcons PH is going to have a chance to play against the winner of this game. So it could be a Team Falcons matchup. Team Falcons mana.
Ni yang kalah rosak kunci je Aziza. Ni yang kalah kunci pecah guys.
Of course, I'm sure they'd rather both move through, but that's not going to be possible because if Falcons mana aren't in that matchup, that means Ignite Gaming won and they have been going home. So on the other side, Ignite Gaming, that's a team that we need to pay attention to. You were leaning a little bit more towards that Trex in your 50-50 because, well, Renmar had already chosen the other side. What do you like about Ignite?
I just think we have Diablo, we have a veteran, someone who's been doing this for a very long time. We also saw some great plays from this team the other day. Even with their loss, they still showed up at some times. And I think when it comes to some experience, they do have that there. Don't get me wrong, Falcons Mena is a team that has also been around a very long time, but it just feels like sometimes they fall a little short.
Team Falcons Mena. That's the real conversation here. They made it through the wild card. This was the team that filled out the bracket. They're filling out our bracket again as the final match of the day. Where will they go? We don't know this time around. It was a grueling fight, but when you look at their roster, they've got guys who can do it. They've gotten the job done already. It's now a matter of can you get it done on maybe the biggest stage at MSC. We had a chance to sit down and talk with Falcons Mena and their roamer, Troll, a little bit earlier today.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna, and right now I'm here with Troll. Welcome, Troll.
Thank you.
Troll, we find ourselves in an elimination match, so the pressure is high, the stakes are at an all-time high as well. Pressure check, pulse check, what's going on in your head right now?
I think we don't have pressure, we'll just play our game.
Okay, no pressure, you just play your game, and everyone feels the same way?
Yeah.
No one's nervous?
No one's.
I like that. I like that. Now, I got a chance to talk to Boyet, I think, earlier on, and he mentioned that, you know, coming into MSC from the wildcards, you guys didn't have much time to prepare. Is that right?
Yeah, we didn't have much time to prepare for the batch, the new batch.
Okay, so how's it been going so far? Like, do you have enough time now?
Yeah, we've had enough practice, and I think we'll do better.
Okay, so you've done your homework. and everything. What do you think that you could carry from yesterday's loss to your match today?
Bukan Adin gila.
I think on yesterday's loss or the day before, we like throw the first game. We throw the first game. Like,
Who threw?
It was a team mistake.
Okay, it was a team mistake.
Ajit.
And then you saw that, and then what happened after that?
We talked about it and we played some scrims and we fixed it.
Okay. So during, tournaments like this, who do you usually scrim against?
It depends on where is the
Apa
tournament.
pas ni? Falcon Mena?
It's in Paris. There is not a lot of teams, so we scrim on the teams of the other group.
Oh.
Team Ignite Gaming.
Okay, does that make it challenging for you?
No, it's okay.
Tapi yang penting tak ada orang share aib aku dah, guys.
Speaking of challenge, we've seen the rise of assassins since wildcards. Now it's been like so prominent. Does that change something for you as a roamer?
Gambar aku pakai baju batik tak in di kongsinya. Malu lah tu.
I don't think it's a problem.
No problem whatsoever. No pressure. I mean,
no, it's okay.
Did it change maybe your role in the game?
Kalau Falcon Mena menang, profile kita saya jadi gambar baik siap
Jungle tank the jungle would just utility.
Gambar yang elok lah, man. Kau mesti nak share gambar aib aku kan.
What's your favorite go-to hero right now in this meta?
Apa?
And what do you think would be more popular?
Kau mesti nak letak gambar aib aku. Aku ada bau-bau lah.
I won't say.
Okay, you won't say. But have we seen it before?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, it's not a healer, it's not a support.
No, it's not support.
It's not a support. I'll let the panel figure that one out. But lastly, I do want to ask if you have a message perhaps to your fans back at home.
Keep supporting us and it will help us win this game.
All right, once again, thank you and good luck for your next match, and we're throwing over back to you guys.
Thanks, Eterna. Great interview there with Troll. Didn't give us any clues on that one. However, I don't know.
I have a guess.
Belric, Atlas?
My guess is Cho.
Cho?
I mean, that is his favorite pick. Like, historically, he's really good at it. But that's just a guess. I'm not leaking anything. I'm straight up guessing.
It is Cho.
No, I don't know.
So that's confirmed.
I'm straight up guessing.
Clip it, guys. Clip it. It's confirmed. It's Cho. And let's see the response as well. Clipped back. My job trying to get Renmar in trouble. Fake trouble, of course, as well. So Ignite Gaming, I think the question is, this is a team with Diablo. And Diablo is kind of, we were prepping a little bit of this conversation. Is it trying to get him to do Diablo things? Is it try to get this roster to support him as we take a look at the players on Ignite Gaming for him to succeed? How do you draft? How do you pick? Both these teams suffered convincing 2-0 losses the first time we were able to see them. So the question is, how do they bounce back and get back in sync after that? We actually had our main man LaFell earlier this week do a little game with Team Ignite to see if they could find out if they would ever mesh quite like they needed to in order to win this set.
Dia more kepada Onyx SRG biasa lawan. Meta yang Onyx main, meta yang SRG biasa lawan.
How are they in real life? We're going to be playing this
Meta
or that,
main
where we
tu,
see whether they're on the
LPH
same
pun
page or not. Right now, we're with Ignite Gaming with Kevin, CS, as well as Roy. So if they're on the same page, they're safe. If not, they're going to whack each other with the hammer. So we're going to have 5 questions here. So the first one is, if you have to choose, would you rather eat a croissant or a baguette? Which one would you guys like more? All right, so we got a few croissant connoisseurs for the next one. If you guys can choose to do one activity, would you rather guys go for a Seine River cruise or go to the top of the Eiffel Tower?
Yes, go top.
This is the cruise.
I don't know about you.
So now we'll see what happens when the alarm rings. This is something that everyone struggles with.
Yep.
And you know what? Who likes to wake up anyways, am I right? So now, this is going to be a pretty controversial one. We'll see how you guys feel about this. You go here if you feel like the GOAT is Messi. You go there if you're all for Ronaldo. This is gonna be the final one. When you try have a nice French dinner, would you rather go with Diablo or Jay? Hey Jay, you got a friend. So you guys were not completely on track. You guys will have the hammer where you guys can whack each other. It's okay, it's an inflatable hammer, so there's like, just go for it. What? all right, that's good, that's fine. So that is Ignite Gaming. I kind of feel like whether they got it right or wrong, they would like to have that. So good luck for you guys at MSC, and we'll see you guys next time.
Aku ketuk kepala balot. Tadi siapa pedang? Falcon.
Now, what I would have loved is to come back with those hammers on the panel and all of us to get in that game. That was fun.
Yeah, can we get that?
I want it.
I wouldn't even need to play a game. I think I'm just straight up whacking all of y'all.
Turning in what an incredible international competition for MLBB. Let's check out the broadcast and just
kau tak macam moderator aku,
having a good time. We do that too here at EWC. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying this one. It's been a phenomenal day. Our final set of the day, our final series, we've kind of previewed a little bit of Falcons Meta now, Ignite Gaming, Trex. I mentioned Diablo. Kelvin is a great talking point here. Who stands out for you?
Kau kerja nak mengaibkan aku, pedajal aku.
We're at a point where we know Diablo, right? Diablo's been around. He's been in multiple internationals. Now it's time for the rest of the team to show up, right? It's time for the rest of the team to show that they can also be names. They can also be mainstays. They can also show that they belong in that top 8. And the only way they're going to get closer to that is by winning today.
Yeah, Kelvin was a standout, and I think a lot of people, despite the tough loss that Ignite suffered against Team Spirit, a lot of people were pointing out that Kelvin looked pretty solid.
Yeah.
And I agree with Trex. I hope this continues to be a name-making performance for Kelvin. Diablo, he's going to be there. Hopefully we just gets to draft heroes where he can actually be, you know, really felt in the map, if you guys know what I'm trying to get on here. But yeah, Kelvin for sure, for Ignite.
And Troll on his famous Joe, right?
Joe, which is
his favorite secret character.
Which is again just a theory.
No, it's real, guys. It's real, right? Let us know in the chat if it's actually happening. Imagine it is a Joe, because then that would be like the best call of all time.
Yeah. That'll be looking good for myself, but then the Menon boys might come up to me and say, hey,
don't give our secrets away.
Yeah,
don't give our secrets away. My friend Mar knows so much. I mean, I'm excited to see how the Melissa starts to have an impact. Was that just last set that we saw the impact? But I mean, it was 2 sets in a row now that we've seen Melissa be prioed, and sometimes like that pick that counters 3 picks.
I'm wondering how many teams are actually ready to use that. Amon, obviously exceptional on it, but I feel like he's had a bit more experience playing this hero. And I'm wondering, yes, I do think we're going to see more of it, but how many teams are ready
to
actually slot it in, and how many gold laners have played it as much as some of these other players?
Do you need the same micro to be effective with the Melissa the way that you might have that conversation around hitting Aurora, iframes, and min-maxing that, item buying, and all those crazy things?
I think it's a lot about positioning for Melissa. Okay. Yes, there's some micro, but so much of it is more in the sense of where are you on the map? How good are you at kiting back and forth? It's a very different type of micro than, say, a Ling or a Harara, right?
Yeah.
And it really depends on the mastery of the composition with the team.
Yeah.
Like how well does the team position around their Melissa? Vitality position around Eman and their Melissa really well in those 2 games.
I'm curious, you know, if this is going to be as even as we think it is in terms of the votes. I know we may not have the pick'ems up yet. I'm curious what you guys voted for yours as well.
I think it was up a minute ago.
What was it?
83%.
Oh, 83% Falcons Meta. Wow, that is a lot. Okay, so a big Falcons fan base. 2 years in a row, so there's no issue with that as well. Team Falcons Meta, they headline our final game of the day, and as we continue to move on in this series, we're sending 1 team home, and unfortunately for them, that will be the end of this tournament. However, 1 team fighting for their life, which makes this a must-watch. Don't go anywhere. Let's send it to the stage and kick it off.
In the previous match, boy, was it interesting, as Team Vitality drops Team Falcons to the lower bracket. How do you feel about that?
Honestly, I saw you the preparation after, right? Falcons so far not really soaring too high, but that is only in the context of qualifying to the knockout stage, right? And that's the upper bracket. That's the other question. It is not done yet for Team Falcons PH.
You are right, but this may be the last match of the day, but to one of the teams, this could potentially be their last match of the entire tournament.
They've heaved, they've hawed, and maybe it'll be their last caca. Let's bring out our first competitors, Team Falcons Meta!
Friend ada Zen group belah tengah tak ada.
It has been a long, dark and lonesome road to qualify for MSC 2026.
Janganlah
That first step
mengayubkan
was
aku,
successful on
tolonglah.
but the pressure is fully on at the
Aku,
moment.
korang tahu tak?
Will the journey
Aku
be
rasa
over
antara
before it even
semua streamer
begins
kan,
for our Meta boys?
aku streamer yang
We're about to
paling
find out.
menghargai viewer kau tahu
Oh
tak?
yes, we are
Aku
about
tak
to
pernah
find
marah-marah
out
aku punya
indeed.
viewer.
And of course,
Aku
going
support
up
viewer
against them
aku.
all the
Aku
way
share
from
knowledge
Singapore.
viewer aku. Kalau sebelum ni aku buat kelas ML pun orang bayar aku tau guys. Yang ni apa-apa benda semua aku borak
They
dengan
are
korang, share dengan
hungry
korang.
for
Anggap korang macam kawan
redemption.
aku.
Starting off their journey
Macam anak murid
incredibly
aku.
shaky. They need to move out of their comfort
Apa
zone
hati
to
korang,
make it
dok?
out alive. But the question is,
Nak
do
share
they have
gambar
what
aib
it
aku,
takes to
tolonglah.
reignite their fuels for this
Tolong
match?
tu guys.
One thing's for sure, they're going to need to light up
Don't
the
do this to
stage
me,
here
man.
against their opponents, the Team Falcons Meta. So please,
Baju
gentlemen,
lah orang tua
I
ni.
will give you the space here. Ignite, please,
Biar
Team
tersakiti
Falcons. You
tak
may
dia,
place your keys.
Kita orang tahu
Gentlemen,
yang kau
take
sayang
your
kita orang
seats.
tapi
And
apa?
Team Falcons,
Ha? Tengok gambar aib aku lebih menggiurkan. Ke apa?
The last one. It will be for one of these two teams. The fist bumps are in.
Penat sangat, Ray.
Our
Cuba
game
garang
is
sikit
ready. Our
template
final
lah.
one
Aku tak
for
suka
today.
lah.
Elimination on the line. Who can survive? Who will go back home? Team Falcons, Team Ignite Gaming.
Masih menang
Let's
Diablo.
get it going.
Survival is on the line.
Tapi
Team
apa,
Falcons
Bang?
Meta going up against Ignite Gaming. Diablo. I asked Trex, he said, we know about him. We need to see something from Kelvin. We need to see someone else step up and make this their moment. Will it be Jay on the roam? We've seen so much impact from Bellerix, from Atlas. How deep will that pool go?
Yeah. But to add to the question on Jay is, Roy, will he be able to set up a step up against Coffin, who of course is one of the more iconic Valentinas that we've seen throughout the history of MLBB esports internationally, which we have discussed as one of the top picks to watch out for. Think about it from the perspective of Falcons, how tough it must have been to go from winning and going through wild card, and then suddenly the meta completely shifting right under your feet. That is a tough task.
Link Kelvin on top. Oh yeah, link
Well,
power
as
dia.
these teams prepare, make sure to get your
Lawan
Happy
apa?
Rhino Day
Mena lawan dengan
interactive
Singapore
effect.
guys. Mena
MSC and
Arab.
EWC has so many fun collaborations here, and so this is new in shop. Make sure to grab that and spam it in your games. Happy Rhino Day, everybody.
Happy Rhino Day. Have you got any of those yet?
I
can't tell whether
Ada buat kelas
pressed
ML
so
lagi
much
ni. Sekarang tak ada
buttons
tu.
and claiming stuff.
Sebab
I think I
tak
got the
sempat.
Lily already.
Aku masalah aku untuk kelas ML ni satu je guys, masa.
Ghost
Aku tak ada
Layla.
masa.
I don't know if she's a ghost or if she's scared or exactly what it is, but
It's like that
Setelah
anime
stok rank kat
reaction of
FB
just
aku
like
dapat tahu
something
dia
bad
seorang yang
happens.
pandai. Apa benda dah. Tak payahlah stok
one of these
aku,
teams
ya
will be making that face by the end of
Allah.
the day, sadly.
Boleh tak jangan mengaibkan
back
aku,
to-
Manfiz? Boleh tak jangan share personal aku kat sini, Manfiz?
The one with the Turna, you know, where she was blushing. That interview, he said, we're probably not going to do any cheese picks unless we get a little bit farther. But honestly, with this being their last game, do we think there's going to be something a little crazy coming out? And in all reality, the teams that have been getting a little crazy have been getting favored. Some of those off the top drafts, some of those thinking outside of the box picks have been working out. So this might be a time for Ignite to dig deep and look for something different.
Yeah, but
Serius kan? Korang buka aib aku yang betul-betul mengaibkan. Aku end live dok, sumpah. Aku end live dok.
The more impactful heroes, but it seems like because of the
Jatuh begitu
assassin
Ray
and
di
the
FB.
jungle,
Jangan. Ni stream apa luar. Aku tak kira. Korang buka aib aku yang bukan-bukan guys. Aku end live. Korang nak noba ke? Nak apa ke?
That's not going to be let through here by Ignite themselves, as it could be first pickable for
Pergi
Falcons
tandas
Meta.
guys. Jom borak pasal rain. Ya Allah pergi tandas. Kalah ni balik guys. Ni kalah balik guys. Ni low bracket ni.
Be unkillable, and then the other team would then be forced to try to go into the gold lane. But because of rotations, the Roamer and Min are there. And then what happens in the jungle? Things like Herrera, but it gets taken away by Meta.
Yeah, the jungle's definitely going to be different here in the moment. I saw that
And
lane.
juga
I'm
kita
thinking,
pergi
what
makan
if
lah. Aku dah ada orang menunggu aku ni nak ajak pergi makan guys.
Assassins here and completely switches
Orang
how things
buka
are
aib
gonna
aku.
go. Let's
Memang
try to
aku
revert
end.
back
Aku
to that
caw.
battle we were
Aku pergi
comfortable
makan.
with. And what's the way to do that? Take out Herrera, take out Ling, take out Fanny.
MRSM, woi dah start dah budak-budak ni. Sial lah.
Let's grab Atlas early.
Nak tolong ke? Tak ada. Trisha awak jangan terlibat nak share-share gambar aib ke apa, jangan terlibat.
Grab the Fanny and prio it. but then you leave a 2.
Okay, yeah. You're right. It looks like it is going to be an Atlas priority.
Benda boleh
with the
sebar buat
Valentina
apa
getting banned out. And I think
guys, kita nobar guys, fokus match guys. Asal kau nak bawa pasal aku tu? Bukan Samten ke form 1 sampai form 3. Aku Samten dapat form 4 form 5 aku masuk MRSM. Boleh masuk ada sekolah kamu ya Allah.
It's just easier said than done.
Waiting on that final ban as well. You guys said that you need to find a way to distinguish yourself. Maybe be a little bit
kau dah tunang ke? Dah tunang guys.
Throw out some of those picks you weren't expecting. This is your last
chance.
chance.
Kopiah.
You're either going home or
you're moving on to
ni. After this, there is no time to waste. And it's interesting.
Ni gambar mana kau ada ni guys?
So Ignite roll the dice here.
Sebar kat YT. Korang warga YT jangan nak terlibat
leave you the fanny. Can you pull it off?
Ada lagi menarik. Duduk pakai kopiah. Ya Allah.
Most of the time that is not always a
saya
great
Samten
choice.
sekejap je. Oh ya, serius ah? Kau dulu Samten?
But the Marcel.
Marcel goes through, so they force out the Atlas
ban.
Lepas tu kau masuk mana? Worry about the golden hour of Marcel getting taken away.
Loh, kecil dunia guys. View aku pun budak sekolah aku.
They do want to go for the utility jungles. They can go for their Fredrins. They can go for the Kimmies. They can back up the Granger if they want the combo with the Marcel. If they're just using it to disrupt, then Ignite Gaming will have to double down on the fact that they want damage. So yeah, this is Falcons Mena softly trying to force Ignite Gaming into the meta that won them through the wild card. Exactly as you mentioned, take away the assassins, and this is a little bit more how we were seeing the draft back in wildcards just a week ago.
We haven't seen the Marcel yet in play, at least for this stage of the tournament thus far. I think we saw a little bit maybe in wildcard, but not quite.
He might have been played once.
Yeah, at
aku
least
once. Tapi masalahnya, aku tak rasa aku ada gambar pakai kopiah. Macam mana kau boleh dapat tu gambar-gambar yang?
I mean, what's the strategy too? Because I was going to ask with Fanny, and now you see the Gord coming out on that side in the Akai. Do you play your hands your card too early? Do you give them 5 picks?
Mena betul-betul main combo dorang. Dorang tak kisah guys meta assassin ke meta apa guys.
Prioritizing?
I don't know, Marcel's just monstrous. And honestly, Mena's doing a great job at not showing their cards at all. This Akai could be roaming, could be jungle.
Guys, borak draft guys, borak draft.
In the roam, yeah.
So yeah, then maybe they are showing their cards a little bit.
They are honest with it, but I think they would like to be
honest.
Pakito
boleh golden juga ni guys sebab ada Yusun Shin.
Prescribed
Yusun Shin boleh hyper.
For Mena was to just straight up
draft
bring
zaman
it back old school.
Tak mal, dorang main dengan strength dorang je bang.
And I mean, again, it really feels like
dorang main dengan strength dorang je. Ya. Kalau Mena main dengan strength dorang, strength dorang mau kepada jungle utility guys.
In the draft.
And Ignite's answering it with old school as well. The YSS picked up. Pakito, a little bit of flavor, but Zushin. I mean, overall, here's the thing with Ignite's draft right now, you have the Pakito. Most likely going to EXP for Diablo. You get the YSS. They're looking like a lineup that could go fighter. Do you want to do that against the Akai?
Tapi kalau for this, dorang kena.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the tough choice here. I think if
kena ada hero landing satu. Contoh kalau dorang main combo Akai for this, Akai for this, dorang kena ada hero landing satu. Moskov ke.
Might be a little bit of a over respect
towards that possibility. Classmate hadir dalam TP tu. Ada classmate aku.
That double fighters might be too disruptive.
Siapa classmate aku guys?
Belleric in the roam.
Arlot banned from Ignite.
So Arlot Belleric taken away as our second phase of bans begins. Each team gets 5. And it'll set us up for our final 2 picks. 1-2-1.
Ya, dorang akan main comfort meta dorang guys. Sebab tu kata meta sekarang fleksibel guys.
Sustain the sides, keep it strong. Or if ever they send the Pakito into the gold, keep that as an open option. But then the Akai means you lose a lot of damage for that. It might be best to just put it in EXP. But the Esmeralda is still open. It makes sense that Ignite would want to pick it up because if ever you get the Esmeralda
game ini sama dengan IG kat Malaysia tu ke? Tak sama guys. Yang ni daripada Singapore.
I don't know, Mena is still kind of lacking in burst damage. Lacking in damage overall. You have the gourd, yes. But without a sufficient combo to really make that magic push hit, there's not a whole lot you can do with it. So Mena definitely needs to round out. I don't think they want to go for a shredder, honestly. I don't know if the claw is exactly what you want to pick up.
They might double down on what we saw from Onyx during their very
boleh
first
jadi
game.
Dia main double fighter ni Manfis. Boleh jadi dia main double fighter. Pakito golden.
Looking for that gold, you would assume, right?
Yeah.
Side of.
We're thinking maybe the Granger for the burst damage, something to
kalau
give them
IG
a
masuk
bit
Inter
more
itu ada
of
dua
a big hitter. They already have the shred with the gourd. They need something that's gonna, pack a punch against this YSS, against this Jushin, something that can have some range.
What do they do?
Moscow Phobias. Tak.
They should just pick up the Esmeralda here, right? Esmeralda then Gort around there. Ah, okay, they go Uranus. Oh, yeah.
So the first was Clint.
Yeah, still pretty much like the same approach as to wanting to back up the Granger.
Boleh ke tengah draft pas tu tukar orang ah? Tengah draft pas tu tukar orang. Tukar orang macam mana? Tukar player tak boleh. Dia sebelum kau naik pentas kau kena bagi tahu. Sebab diorang nak set up UI, set up grafik semua guys.
Great balance lineup for Falcons Mena.
Yeah, so you like ada menang dah 2-0 guys.
But Ignite, I do like the Minotaur too. The
Expectation
range of
versus
mana
prediction.
with them
Bagi aku
wanting to
tengok
get
je
close
guys.
and create space. The Minotaur with the flicker and the Minoan Fury might just break the formation of Falcons Mena, meaning that's enough space for the Yisun Shin to wreak havoc. Ignite now pack the barrels in.
So we go for the fighter off, we go for the funnel strat into the YSS. Definitely some danger here against the golden hour, against the heavy spin,
Kalau aku based on draft, aku pilih Mena.
that wants to group up on the side of Ignite,
Aku pilih Mena
but
guys.
still it can look overwhelming. One big play in this type of composition
Sebab
can
ada
dominate
Zuxin
a
ke
team
Rin?
fight.
Yeah,
tu
I
dia
like
juga
this
guys.
Barrett's though, just
Itu
for
dia
the sole
juga.
purpose that it
Kenapa
might
orang
make
tanya?
Goyet overthink when he wants to use his heavy spin, so that the Tetanus Welcome won't affect him as much.
Ignite Gaming sees the Melissa do well. They ban it out, do the double fighter. We'll see if the burst from Clint is able to be enough for Team Falcons Meta. The panel likes it. Let's see if our casters like it as we headed over to begin our final series
Clean kebanyakan orang suka lawan Pakito sekarang. Sebab kalau Pakito nak combo, Clean boleh main second skill guys. Second skill dia ikat tu, tahu tak? Kau boleh set out range and kau boleh hentikan pergerakan Pakito. Itu kenapa reason orang main Clean.
Now we will have to send a second team home. Welcome to the land of Dawn. I love it. Panel likes it. I love it. I love the drafts from both these teams. I like that they're going back to just comfort, right? Not necessarily the most meta picks, but it's what they've won with, especially in their own domestic leagues.
Yeah, we don't even know how do we define the meta, honestly, at this point. So the fact that we're just seeing some of the more common picks nowadays, or at least in the past 2 days, such as the Barretts, and it's going to be in the hands of Diablo too. So that's also something I really like from IG, because finally they're playing something that's much more similar to the playstyle that we know of them.
Quick emblem check right here. Pull yourself together, ready for Cuffin. Weapon mastery for Sano as we see CS go for the lethal ignition and Festival of Blood, double tenacity and a whole lot of agility. And
nampak tu.
in this meta, even
Clean boleh buat macam tu guys.
you might not want to play these meta picks, you
Second
still
skill,
need
main
to
second
rely a
skill.
lot on that agility. Now let's talk a little bit more about Falcons meta and IG, right? Wildcard winners, Falcons meta. They usually do very well in the group stages of internationals. Unfortunately, this time around, sent down straight into the lower brackets. Now, IG, Singapore.
Tapi aku tak nampak tu guys siapa nak layan Uranus ni guys. Uranus ni pick kuat ni kat sini. Walaupun composition dia bagi aku better diorang main XP damage.
Yeah, and a lot of questions.
Tapi since enemy mid Zuxin,
especially coming from a
Uranus
0-2
ni god tu.
a loss in their
Siapa
first
boleh kacau dia
showing
guys.
previously here in the group stage, and now Falcons meta, it seems like they're still playing a very similar game to what we saw from them in the wild card. That's why it was also pointed out in the panel earlier that it feels like they're just drafting as if we were in the wild card, but I can't blame them. This is something that's very comfortable to them, whereas IG, I think they're the ones who switched things up a bit. So now,
sebelum dekat meta sebelum ni pun memang orang pakai Uranus kalau enemy main mid Zuxin guys, sebab automatic tak ada siapa boleh burst Uranus ni. Lagi-lagi dekat late game tu. Bermain tu. Telan. Tengok Zuxin ulti untuk Uranus, Barat ulti untuk Uranus. Lala tak jadi apa guys, tengok Uranus punya nyawa. Mati juga. Tapi ramai orang buang skill kat dia seorang je lah guys.
They keep on going here. It will be the end of the skirmish, but take a look at what Falcons Meta were able to do. Again, controlling the neutral objective with the Akai. That's number 1. But IG really just falling out to that tempo, and they don't even get Ayuh up top. Instead of trying to play out
maksudnya kan, apa guys? Perlukan 4 orang nak bunuh Uranus ni. Yang ni Uranus early game guys Uranus yang tak ada item Uranus late game. Clean dah skip episode. Oh, Clean yang buat skip episode guys. Boleh juga. Boleh juga.
actually takes his purple buff. So I think it will be an unsuccessful attempt here for Boyet.
Baik juga Barat sentuh Akai ni guys.
That's gonna be the question. It seems like he will be though. That's 4 members of IG.
Kau pergi rusuh seorang-seorang.
That's where you can see a little bit of that experience. Wait
Pergi
a
rusuh
second.
seorang-seorang guys.
A flicker as well. All right.
That's a lot.
Just a Crimson Beacon, but tendencies, habits, Brigida.
Make game start sakit ni tu lah tu. Tapi Falcon banyak buat mistake ni. Pergi rusuh seorang-seorang.
The Akai got his passive completely botched in the new patch, and that's why it was still so slow for him to actually take it away. Calvin.
Silap je seorang-seorang kat jungle enemy guys.
We get to see the replay of it again. The
Zing was also sedap main rusuh ke dia. Sedap.
A little bit of cringe. Back room is like, oh god, why was it so early?
Uranus pun counter kebanyakan assassin guys. Bukan in terms of crowd control, in terms of dia punya HP regen. Boleh counter Ayuh ulti dekat Uranus tak rasa Uranus guys. Contoh Nolan nak try burst Uranus, kalau dia second skill penuh balik nyawa dia guys. Uranus pun counter yang bagus untuk lawan hero-hero yang macam Eudora. Korang tengok Eudora Kram semalam layan Eudora Kram pula. Uranus Kram layan Eudora semalam macam mana guys.
So I think positioning wise it's going to be
cukup ke
very
damage
crucial
ni?
at this point now that it's actually
kalau damage output menang kanan. Damage output menang kanan. Tapi kiri ni diorang main meta siege guys. 2 damage dealer. So role yang lain akan fokus apa? 3 orang ni Uranus, Akai, Marcel ni akan fokus jaga clean dengan God.
On a turtle and they
apa passive Uranus ni? Tak faham lah passive Uranus guys.
So
dia ada stack HP regen. Contoh stack tu boleh dapat setiap kali dia terima damage. Tak kisahlah dia terima damage daripada enemy, daripada minion, daripada crab. Ulti apa tu je? Daripada turret. Okay. So setiap kali dia terima damage tu, kalau contoh kena hit sekali, dia akan tambah certain amount of nyawa. Contohlah tambah 8. Lepas tu stack kalau kena hit lagi kali kedua, stack dia dah ada 2 ni, dia tambah contoh tambah 16. Lepas tu kena hit lagi kali ketiga, tambah lagi HP regen dia. Yang tambah HP regen bukan defense yang tambah HP regen. So nyawa dia akan naik macam air ya guys. So kalau katalah stack dia penuh 20 kena hit, akan tambah 100. Faham tak? Sebab tu korang tengok orang yang main Uranus ni kebiasaan dia akan jalan-jalan ambil damage orang, ambil damage daripada jungle, akan ambil damage turret pun diorang ambil guys.
No, definitely not against Tro in a 1v1. I thought Tro was going to
Kenapa
pop the
coach
goal
Sarji tak
out,
nak
trying
ban
to go
pokok
fast.
semalam? Dia rasa susah nak main. Tak tahu guys. Itu adalah tu discussion antara planning diorang guys. Kita tak tahu apa discussion antara planning diorang. Ben, aku tengok live kau, aku makin faham meta. Kita borak-borak guys. Ada apa? Ada benda korang nak tahu kita borak guys.
Every single skirmish, it almost seems like they use their battle spells before the fight even starts, so it already puts them at a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, they gotta get back in this game. They got to sort this
Betul-betul
out. This
definisi
is an
tak ada
elimination
damage.
match you're talking about, but IG just
Dia
don't
hero yang
seem
makan
to be
damage,
playing
guys.
the game that they want. Falcons Meta in
Sebab tu
control
composition
of
game
this
first tu draft tu
objective,
balance.
and all they're gonna settle for is a wave up top.
Sekai
Not even
semain
a guaranteed
damage.
turret just yet, because even Sanjay is going to deal with it by himself. So we're seeing action down bottom though. Falcons Meta, does
Si Kram
IG
main badan.
respond to this?
Kram aku perasan speciality Kram memang dekat badan guys. Kalau lagi-lagi kalau you main pick off. Kalau you main pick off, wajib Kram main badan untuk Kram buat distraction supaya you senang nak pick off opponent. Faham tak? Ulti Marcel. Ada Uranus kat belakang. Boyet.
They weren't able to take anything out of
SG je
that.
berani lepas masa. SRG ada game tak ada je.
Despite everything kind of falling to what IG wanted, you know, at the start of the game, this is the team fight that you would expect for IG, that they would
Sebab
want
tu kena ada
to
hero
win.
burst dan DPS
They
untuk
just can't. They have no
Uranus.
damage. And
Betul?
again, those
Betul
battle
guys.
spells all taken out.
Burst atau
Sana was
DPS.
able to just free hit in the back. We get to see the replay again, and it starts with Jay taken out of the skirmish way too early. it really just seems like there's just a lot of indecisive moments here where they hesitate, right? Because even for Jay,
kalah mati ke ni? Kalah mati guys. Yang ni kalah terkeluar guys. Kalah terkeluar.
You might as well pop into Minions Fury. You die, but you get.
Habis game ada cabutan dia belum lagi. Lupa lali esok pula. Hari ni 2 game upper bracket, 2 game lower bracket. Esok 2 game upper bracket, 2 game lower bracket. Lepas tu baru cabut undi. Lepas tu baru cabut undi guys. Kenapa Mino kurang masuk tournament? Sekarang dah jadi top pick lah. Antara hero yang masuk meta juga tu. Ni main Mino. Tadi tim apa? Tim Spirit main Mino. Atlas perlu kena ban ke Rin? Kalau kau main composition yang Atlas ganggu, ban lah guys. Dia persoalan ban atau tak ban ni, dia ada 2. Satu, kalau enemy ada overpower user. Maksudnya macam enemy power gila pakai hero tu. So kau kena respect. Ban.
Oh, now they want to find a target, but the golden arm might just save Sano this time. If he didn't actually go down there, I would have felt really bad.
Okay, satu kalau ada overpower user. Satu lagi, kalau enemy tak ada overpower user, tapi hero tu mengganggu kepada composition yang kau nak mainkan. Faham tak? Contoh, aku bagi contoh. Korang main meta healing support. Lepas tu korang kombokan dengan jungle yang tak ada strong crowd control. Katalah korang main jungle barat. Bawa Roma, Florin, Estes. Lepas tu korang pun fikir, kalau enemy ambil Fanny, and enemy ada user Fanny, korang susah nak main sebab tak ada stopper. Tak ada siapa boleh berhentikan Fanny tu. So korang ban lah, sebab ban ke atas Fanny tu adalah disebabkan Fanny tu akan mengganggu composition korang. So ban, korang lepas ni nak ban hero, make sure disebabkan 2 benda tu. Kalau hero tu tengah meta sekalipun tapi dia tak ganggu composition korang, korang nak open boleh lah, boleh buang ban korang kat benda lain. Faham
Go straight into the bottom lane. That's a lord up top.
Last match. Ini first game untuk last match. Kau nak gerak lagi? Kau nak gerak dulu. Aku nak ambilkan.
All the way in the back. Everybody's just gonna peel for him. Everybody's gonna open troll with the conceal.
Oh, troll going in. Forces out the Crimson Peak. And the burst on CS. This is
faham
crazy.
alumni MRSM.
Even I'm not entirely sure anymore.
It was.
So Cuphead at this point is a very
Ansara ke? Ansara tu Rin.
They also still have a Lord marching and Kelvin.
Oh no.
All he can do is just attempt to go for a cut, but he is being
harap
dealt with
esok SRG boleh bantu. Boleh guys, insyaAllah boleh. Kita support SRG guys. Bila je SRG selalu kecewa dengan kita. Kebanyakan masa dia orang tak kecewa dengan kita. Tengok. Dia bus buang ulti, buang apa, nyawa Uranus penuh balik guys. On the way naik balik. Nampak nyawa Uranus. Tengok nyawa Uranus.
In between turns though, and with Sano there, I don't think it's possible for him to survive.
It was a valiant attempt. Yes, it wasn't possible, but
actually kenapa
it's all
SRG
about
kalah
delaying,
semalam?
right? It's all about buying
Banyaklah
time
faktor. Dia faktor kalah tu bukan satu tau. Faktor kalah tu ada banyak. Kalau daripada awal kita nak bincang, okey, satu mungkin draft. Mungkin. Contoh, mungkin ada hero yang perlu lebih di respect. Pemilihan hero, composition hero, balance tak balance. Kan, diorang main XP, damage yang tak boleh buka, tapi diorang main jungle farm. So nak buka tak buka map bergantung kat Ayuh seorang. So apa yang tim pro buat, fokus punish Ayuh seorang-seorang. So Ayuh nak pick off pun susah sebab sentiasa pergerakan dia kena check. Kram tak boleh nak buka. Dia main Yuzong, ulti dia pun dia fikir 2-3 kali guys ulti. Okay, itu satu draft. Satu execution pun dia juga. Dia banyak sebab guys. Kalah tu banyak sebab. Orang kalau kita kalah, kita tak boleh blame individu tau guys. Sebab tu korang tak boleh macam nak cakap Sekais out dah. Sekais ni noob lah. Si siapa? Innocent tak jadilah. Innocent ada perform lah. Faktor kekalahan tu banyak. Boleh jadi disebabkan shot call orang. Boleh jadi disebabkan communication yang tak bagus. Boleh jadi kalau benda-benda in-game bukan setakat draft, boleh jadi rotation. Boleh jadi targeting. So banyak sangat faktor kekalahan. Kita boleh borak benda surface sebab kita borak apa yang kita nampak.
That's why it seems like they have to
Faham tak, guys?
sacrifice at least
Kita tak
one member
borak
from their side.
benda
If they
yang
just
kita
wanna
dengar,
guarantee
benda yang kita tahu,
Falcons Mena will not have an
yang
easy
betul-betul
time going to the
keseluruhannya
siege.
kita
It's
tak tahu.
either CF,
Kita just
it's either
borak
Kelvin,
berdasarkan apa yang kita
and I'm
tahu
not
dan
sure
dengar.
who you really
So
wanna
tak
put
cukup
out there
sebenarnya
at this
untuk kita
point, 'cause you
determine,
really want all
oh ni
your
salah siapa,
resources
salah
to
siapa.
be there when you go for the defense.
And lagi
Because
satu ni
again,
game berkumpulan
it's not
guys.
enough.
Accountability
Now
jangan
Falcons
letak kat
Mena
seorang.
with 5K gold lead just freely secure this
Menang
Lord,
sama-sama,
and
kalah sama-sama
CS isn't
guys.
even able to
Kan?
push that wave up top as much. You can't really
Betul,
put
ramai
yourself
gila
in
blame
a
Sky.
very
Susah dia
dangerous
nak main dari
position,
pokok.
not at this point where
Ha,
Falcons
tengok
Mena are
space dia
just
macam mana
moments
guys.
away
Jungle
from
kena
another
rusuh.
Lord Siege.
Level kalah
Right? I mean, you
dua
got that
level.
PTSD as well, bit of trauma.
Tengok
Last time
space,
he tried
tengok
to clear up
space.
top, it went really bad. He had to
SRG
die
akan
for the
revenge. Tu
fourth
guys, kita
time in
doakan
the game.
SRG
He doesn't
bangkit
wanna,
guys Nak clip boleh, sila
you know,
boleh je, tak
increase those
masalah guys.
stats, not to 5. Although there might be a case to be made that, you know, he needs 7 to get a
Tapi
power
kalau
spike.
korang
Who
klip-klip
knows?
aku
Could be
punya
really special.
ni guys,
Not on a Bukito.
korang klip full
Maybe on that
context lah guys
Diablo.
Jangan klip separuh-separuh. Yang tiba-tiba nampak kalau macam aku ni menjatuhkan orang ke, aku downgrade orang
IG
tu.
just lose one of their frontliners and now they have to deal with a Lord and
Guys kalau korang klip, make sure klip tu konteks bagi betul guys Aku selalu kalau share opinion, share apa, aku share je guys benda yang memang aku rasa betul.
The burst coming from Sano and he's still alive. CS trying to push them back, but it's not gonna work as Team Falcons Meta secure this game.
Falcons Mena are a game away.
M-Star, Rain buruk ke SRG. Kan nanti tak pasal-pasal kata Rain burukkan SRG, Rain menjatuhkan player ni, player tu, Rain menyalahkan draft. Padahal aku cakap, oh banyak faktor guys, banyak faktor. Menang kalah.
Now it's up to IG to go back to the drawing board to see
nampak
if
gaya
they
macam
can make their
2-0 guys.
identity work.
Dah boleh
If they
push.
can adapt
Tak
to this
adalah guys.
style, because right now it's looking bleak.
Tak, sebab akhir zaman ni fitnah banyak guys.
Boyet had his entire team to rely on to make it work. We had a lot of questions for them. With the amount of practice
Like guys,
that
tahun
they
lalu
had
SRG
as
pergi
minimal
betul?
as it were
Betul guys.
enough to actually get them through the group
Yang aku
stage,
suka
the main
kecam tu.
stage.
Tak adalah guys.
And now against
Cuma
IG, they're showing us
dah lah,
that
tak apa.
yes,
Benda dah
and
lepas
they're
tu, guys.
staying
Kita tak payah
the
bangkitkan.
exact same as we've seen them from wildcard. With just a
Diorang
bit
paling
of
memang kena ban ganggu
changes
betul.
here and there, but overall it's still the
Betul,
Team
guys.
Falcons
Diorang
meta
ni hero
that you
mengganggu
know
sekarang.
and are familiar with. Again, maybe yes, few
Sorry?
of
Janganlah sorry
adjustments
doh.
from IG,
Buat salah
but
pula guys.
now they should have learned and they
Mana
should
ada
have
rain buruk kat
understood
SRG,
that
rain backup lagi
it
adalah.
doesn't
Itu lah
work.
pasal
It did
kan.
not work out for them this
Kita
time.
backup.
It was too spread out.
apalah
You
guys.
couldn't really see them united in terms
Janganlah
of
guys,
what
dah lah
they
guys.
wanted to
Kalau boleh
accomplish
tak
here.
apalah,
If
korang
it's
tak payah
Team
klip
Fighter
apa-apa guys,
splitting up,
janganlah.
It's a
Nanti
rainy
orang
day
kata
with
aku
the
nak
two
meratik
dinosaur,
pula dan
Dinosaurs
menunggang pula.
Raptor
Tak
and
nak guys.
Trex on the panel.
Cukup lah.
What you got for us?
Tak ada. Betul, rain backup SRG kan adalah aku tim yang Malaysia main semua aku backup tu guys.
It was a rainy day if you were on the side against
Yang
Team
penuh
Falcons.
ruangan
I think it's a
komen
great
aku
game
yang
as well. That
kecam
fire might have just been
bila Malaysia
put out
kalah
by
pun
that
orang
first
Malaysia
game.
juga guys.
I love the way that Falcons men approached it. You,
Kan aku
you
cakap
felt that
aku
they
akan
might
bagi
have
tahu
the
kata
lead in this
tournament
one.
tak habis
Yeah,
lagi,
certainly did
sabar.
after game
Series
one.
masih panjang.
Again, they just
Ada
went
ruang
back
nak
to comfort.
comeback.
They
Nak
forced their
kritik boleh,
opponents
jangan
to play
berlebih-lebih.
Metagon, and I feel like that
Tapi
also
yang kena
made
klip.
Ignite getting very uncomfortable in the
Tak apa
draft.
kata. It's okay lah.
Definitely made them uncomfortable and
Kasih
they may
2-0
have
guys,
just cracked a possible code as we move
Podcast Todak
forward
agak ada
in this
Karin.
round.
Bahas soal
We were
tournament
saying
level sini.
just
Ada
ban out
hari
the
Isnin
Link,
ni.
ban out the
Hari Isnin ni
Harara,
kita akan
Q1 would be crazy,
borak
ban out the Fanny, and now there's no
overall
assassin
kepada
to
apa
worry
yang ni
about.
guys.
Yeah, you force teams
apa yang
to
jadi
go
dekat
back
kedua-dua
into
tim Malaysia.
assassins that
Baris
may not
sedih
be
ke
the
tak ada lah.
absolute
Mana
best.
ada.
You still have the Nolan to deal with, but then picks like the Akai
Sampai kes
can
keram
deal with
pun
it.
coach
Then you
cakap.
redefine the main trades that have affected the first phase
Sokong
of our
juga.
drafting
Betul, Zarul?
phase. I hope there are teams right now still like
Macam
maybe
ni je
the
lah
upper
menang
bracket
di
still like
Sanjo kalau di ban.
comfortable
Siapa
here looking
menang
at
ni
what
guys?
Falcons has done with this Link Herrera ban and realize, oh wait, that's a way to approach the game. What do we do to prepare for that?
I think the question too is it
Tim
such
ni,
a good
tim
ban
Falcon,
that if you
1-0.
were to put somebody at a high,
Harusnya shoot bila podcast release. Tak
let's not
sure
even say
guys.
that. Let's just say one of our top organizations who have already made it into the
Sebab
knockout
terlalu
stage.
ramai salahkan
If they
Sky
were to
padahal
play
orang tak
against that,
faham.
do you think it would
Betul.
have the same
Betul
impact,
guys.
or is this something that we're seeing Falcons men of using this certain matchup right now against
Ini
Ignite Gaming.
berkumpulan
I think
lah.
they're definitely, it's not just a cheese
Kita
pick,
bukan
it's a
main
cheese
chess dulu guys, main
draft
seorang-seorang.
approach that they use coming into this matchup. The fact that they banned out the Ling, the Hirara, the Valentina, which forced out the Atlas ban, but I feel like if that's one thing that Ignite Gaming could have changed up, now that you know the type of opponents you're gonna go, you're going up against with, you take out the Eudora ban, you keep your Freya ban, you change the Atlas ban to a Marcel ban. Again, that's considering they stick the same sides here, and I feel like if Ignite want to keep things a little bit more familiar, stick on the same side. You already know what Falcons men are trying to do.
Yeah, Melissa also being banned as well has been a kind of final answer for some teams that are going up against lineups that feel melee heavy, but also I think just Trex, is it maybe being on the back foot early and now you're kind of, I don't know, in water.
Tengoklah grup FB berapa ramai baca. Biasa tu lah guys. Aku kan kadang-kadang akan cuba sehabis baik tu nak educate kita punya community supaya
that they wanted to play against an assassin, that maybe they wanted to play against something like that, but instead they picked it against a Kai that is going to push this Paquito back, that is going to push this YSS back, that is going to push this Barats back. They played it against a Marcel that is going to freeze every hero that I just said once again. Like all of these picks that IG have want to get up close and personal with you, and Falcons Meta Draft loves that. You have something that's going to literally run up and freeze you all with the Marcel. You have something that if you're not going to get frozen, you're all going to get pushed away by a heavy spin. And then you have a Clint that's going to capitalize on all of that chaos. It's just going to stand there and take advantage of it all. So IG, I said it at the end of the draft, these picks weren't going to play that great against it. Maybe it could work.
Korang tengok baru-baru ni guys yang case solo semarah tu guys. Korang tahu tak case solo semarah social bus guys? Tahu kan case tu kan? Tahu kan case tu kan guys? Yang hina Tuhan tu guys, tahu kan?
Be victorious, that they would be the ones able to build through a team fight win, leading into map control.
Dan tu kalau jumpa depan-depan orang macam tu guys, kalau jumpa orang-orang, jumpa depan-depan orang macam tu guys, memang kena. Sebab kita rasa kita kebal, kita rasa kita immortal. Oh, belakang telefon bimbit, belakang laptop, komputer. Aku rasa aku nak cakap, ikut emosi aku, ikut apa aku nak ni. Kan? Pecah gila memang.
This is a plan clearly gone awry.
Macam rage bait pun ada. Ada benda yang boleh buat rage bait, ada benda yang tak boleh guys. Sebab tu aku cakap case yang King Shah call budak 15 tahun. Tahu juga. Sebab tu aku cakap guys, dalam community kita memang kita tak boleh nak control. Kau boleh educate. Kau boleh educate benda ni betul, benda ni salah. Yang ni peranan siapa? Peranan orang yang ada power. Contoh macam Munton, MSF, dengan menguatkuasakan undang-undang contoh. Ataupun muka-muka depan, talent-talent yang orang selalu influencer yang orang selalu tengok. Kau kena educate, benda ni betul, benda ni salah. Kita memang takkan boleh 100% control apa yang orang buat, apa yang orang cakap. Kita takkan boleh buat. Tapi kalau bukan kita, siapa tu guys? Nak educate sesama sendiri, nak saling ingat mengingati. Kalau bukan kita, siapa tu?
We need crazy Renmar. What do you think, Renmar?
End up kita nak yang terbaik untuk scene MLBB guys. Jangan sebab contoh case yang hina Tuhan tu. Tiba-tiba masa akan datang ada parents tak bagi anak-anak main. Sebab apa? Sebab scene gaming ni, scene e-sport ni influence budak-budak untuk bertindak di luar batas, untuk bertindak di luar kawalan. Main agama kalau report boleh ke dalam boleh sangat. Dia bukan setakat agama je, macam-macam lah guys. Jenayah, salah laku, apa-apa benda, contoh sexual harassment, ugutan, macam-macam lah, macam-macam benda yang kalau ikut atas dasar undang-undang, benda tu salah. Faham tak? Peranan orang untuk educate guys. Mobile game si server daripada dulu Raintodak si, betul. Aku tak nafikan tu benda tu Tom Pinoy. Tapi perlu ada yang kawal. Itulah rasa macam grup KFC tu terlalu toxic dah. Sekarang dah membawa ke trash. Baik, level dia ada yang baik juga guys. Post-post marahi kan. Ada juga baik dia.
I mean, yes, if you want to
3R
play
boleh kena
against that
penjara,
same
betul?
exact strategy again, but if they pick blue, it forces Falcons meta to maybe change up a little
3R, kau sentuh 3R, memang kena penjara.
the Ling and the Harara, but that third ban is all going to depend on what Ignite wants to give them. What do you want to trade here? Because I do
kalau
feel
kunci
like
MSC tu hilang tersingkir, tak tahu. Apa random sangat soalan kau ni, Zunun? Kalau kunci MSC tu hilang tersingkir tu.
The red
Orang
side
buat baru
that
kot.
final ban normally has a couple options of do I leave 3 things open, do I leave 2 things open, do we go for
Email
the
boleh
full
cari kan
trade,
walaupun dia
you know,
boleh.
etc,
Boleh.
etc.
Boleh sangat guys. Contoh ada yang tuduh coach akan dia jual game kat international. Kalau akan dia nak saman boleh je. Boleh. Boleh. Kau fitnah dia. Boleh. Kau fitnah dia. Boleh. Tak ada masalah. Alah, tak payah cakap Arcadia je lah guys. Orang-orang yang dalam scene e-sport Malaysia sendiri pun Abang Lord, aku, siapa lagi? Aku yakin ada yang P3GL. Kalau korang buka DM yang ni kalau bawa balai confirm kau menang guys. Kau saman orang tu kau menang duit tu.
I mean, what is left? What is left right now that maybe throw a
3R tu
spanner in the works? Is it
isu
joining
sensitif.
in on that assassin ban early so that they're either forced to ban something else or another assassin? What do you think?
menang macam mana
I think
guys?
partly Ignite Gaming also leaned in a little bit too hard to their idea. Like you were also pointing it out, the fact that once they saw the Marcel, it's like they went into the game knowing that okay, we want to play this specific kind of comp and just never let go from it.
Royalty.
Like they already had a draft plan before that game started.
Yeah.
And that's just what they were going to pick no matter what Falcon picked.
Yeah, like a little bit too stubborn with it.
Well, the Fanny, the Atlas, and you could see that started to get into the hero
Contoh
pool.
ratio paling senang kau ajak lepak tapi kau sengaja tak lambat sebab nak tengok game berapa.
That opened up a Marcel, which
Dia
we
macam
have
ni
not seen very
Zitek
often.
Suya.
It's either maybe once
Kalau
or now
macam
twice in
tindakan
this
salah
tournament so
laku
far.
yang
Will
kau
Falcons Meta be on the
condemn
front foot
orang
again?
ni, kau condemn
Or we
orang
see
tu, kau
Ignite Gaming
kritik
pull
keras
something
orang
off
ni,
here?
kau kritik keras orang tu, kau boleh terima lagi sebab benda tu
Marcel
secara
has only popped up 7
moralnya
times,
tidak salah. Faham tak?
crazy considering.
The principle of morality.
This includes
Secara
the numbers
moralnya
from
tak
the
salah.
wildcards too.
Tapi kalau benda-benda yang melanggar, terang-terang melanggar hukum alam, melanggar undang-undang, kan? Kau hina Tuhan, kau pergi apa sexual harassment, kau pergi DM perempuan, kau cakap benda-benda lucah-lucah, tu terang-terang salah. Faham tak? Kau kena educate community benda tu. Betul banyak dalang buruk KSRG aku tak faham dengan netizen Malaysia ni. Sebab aku cakap, kalau nak kritik boleh. Nak kritik boleh. Itulah habis tournament. Tournament tak habis lagi. Yang ni dah lah kritik. Bukan yang tu dah bukan bagi kritik lah. Tu dah bagi toxic guys. Karena orang tak tahu beza kritik dengan hina. Betul? Akai ban. Utility buang terus. Rin, ada orang DM Richard kat kau ke? Tak ada. Paling PM sedap-sedap lah.
We're gonna just take it away from you. No more like dancing around.
Sebab kita tak boleh nak control community kita. Tapi apa yang siapa yang ada power ataupun ada kuasa untuk educate. Siapa yang ada kuasa untuk penguatkuasaan undang-undang buat. Isu fitnah lagi. Isu fitnah. Isu fitnah ni kalau kita buka case betul-betul kau nak saman orang, memang kena. Memang kena. Kau nak fitnah orang ni kata itu, padahal dia tak kata pun benda tu. Lepas tu kau fitnah. Lepas tu satu Malaysia pun percaya orang yang fitnah tu kan.
I wonder if they will still let it through. If they let it through, then I wouldn't think that Ignite Gaming would want to rush it. You wouldn't expect Wyatt and Falcons Meta to want to pick that Fanny. So you can say that for a little bit later. Them banning out the Eudora means he left the Atlas and Thinker trade open though, yeah? With the Atlas getting prioritized for Ignite,
boleh jadi Atlas, boleh jadi Valentina juga guys. Kalau Valentina dengan Valentina Atlas Valerie open, boleh jadi juga orang prio Valen dulu guys.
Which is why it's perplexing to me that they still went ahead and banned the Bellary.
Hirara pun ada. Fanny pun ada. Hirara, Fanny, Valentina jadi mahal juga sebab Atlas masih ada. Hirara pick. Kanan boleh go. Atlas Valen boleh. Atlas Valen. Atlas satu.
I think just straight up be safe with it. Just pick up the Valentina for Asano. It's a pick that he's really good at.
Valen satu.
Not Asano. Oh yes, I know. Cuff it.
Valen
cuff it. There we go. Cuff it.
Let him cuff the Valentina real fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, would obviously take away what a lot of people are doing against the Atlas, which is Valentina's ability to steal abilities, normally taking the ultimate of Atlas.
Come on.
To use it in to counter engage or to initiate, depending on how spicy you're feeling. So that's an answer. I feel like the Valentina, as you guys said, gets picked up, and now it puts Falcon's Mena into a pretty good spot. It is definitely Ignite Gaming's turn on the clock. Time ticking down, saying, okay, what's your move?
A little bit crazy here as a suggestion, but maybe Ignite might be okay with picking up either the Uranus or the Esmeralda. I know it goes against my desires for Diablo, but with the Herrera there, you're gonna need the difficult to kill EXP laner. Then if you want to go to the second phase, maybe try to force out a gold pick already, but we've been seeing gold lanes come up a little bit earlier. With the Marcella, Atlas, Bellarica, we're at that weird spot again where they might run out of roam options here for
Melissa satu.
For Jay. Oh, they're picking up the Melissa early.
Apa? Obvious ke?
I think it's a solid pick. You'd also steal away the Melissa something for some range.
Wow.
And then if Falcon's Mena wanted that Melissa something to protect themselves against this Herrera, you have a slight answer to it. Or if Falcon's Mena ends up going for the Fanny here, you also already have something that can be safe from it.
Cloud.
I wonder if
Cloud boleh.
Depends. Clean the Badang such for the roam, but you're risking getting the Valentina to steal your ultimate, but that will provide the space, and the rest of Falcon's Mena do want to clump up together really well. Unless Falcon's Mena just decides to band out the Badang. Picking up the Clint this early though, I don't know how to feel about this. I feel like they could have leveraged just leaving gold laners and picking it up later while changing up the priorities.
Rin rasa kalau tiba-tiba ada seorang yang start dibawa pergi ke mahkamah boleh jadi pengajaran ke? Boleh?
Could it also have been not trying to show the EXP hand too early? Trying to have some
dia boleh dijadikan sebagai case study. Satu message jelas dekat community kalau kau buat benda ni kau tengah merosakkan masa depan kau. Padahal Boyek banyak pakai Bellman kat wildcard. Ada kemungkinan ni Bellman ni guys. Ada kemungkinan lagi Bellman. Apa lagi boleh? Gwyn boleh juga.
I'm still leaning towards the idea that Boyet and Falcon's Mena would want to play the tanky sustain types, or at least not exactly like a hard assassins.
Campur ada sini Rara lagi susah.
We've seen Melissa being such a problem that now my question for Falcon's Mena is, do you actually have something for this Melissa?
Aku rasa antara Bellman Gwyn.
EXP bans all around right now. Yuzong, Uranus. I'm wondering if they're going to keep on honing into it. Paquito is still open for both teams. Could be a decent option for Ignite, honestly. Just something that
Kadang nak ambil jungler dulu ni sebab diorang nak counter XP belah kiri. So dah ambil jungle dulu. Dia akan tunggu XP enemy keluar apa. Lepas tu dah ambil hero yang sedap lawan XP enemy. Faham tak? Contoh, diorang ambil katalah Balmond kan. Ni contoh. Contoh dah ambil Balmond ataupun Guinevere. Katalah Guinevere sini. Enemy keluar Paquito, contoh Paquito ataupun Esme. Kalau keluar Esme kanan boleh keluar Alice, boleh keluar Dairot. Kalau kiri keluar Paquito, kanan boleh keluar Fovius, Esme.
Oh yeah, that's true. We were talking earlier about how the roam options might look thin, so they just took one out. But they can also just gotcha later for Ignite. If ever they really can't think of a pick, just like gotcha.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Bellman ke Gwyn? Bellman ke Gwyn? Antara salah satu aku rasa Bellman atau Gwyn lah sini.
I think we're at 55 unique heroes so far. We've added a few to the pool. Still aiming for that 90 for MSC. We'll see if we can get there. Let us know in the chat if you think it's happening.
Patut discussion tu macam heavy, ketat dah muka dia guys.
Before we get to knockout
tapi gimana aku mau cari Zusin guys? Melissa lagi ni. Oh lupa, dorang harap. Aku ingat Indo pula guys. Gatot.
There you go, Renmar.
Gatot siapa apa?
Good call.
XP 1.
It really feels like might as well.
Alice.
Oh, and they pick up the Alice despite there being a
Kalau lawan Alice kanan boleh. Cici boleh.
Ignites cause. Now
Kun hantar Zuxin. Harap ku sorry guys. Cici boleh lawan Alice. Yuzong boleh juga main passive.
Because you still need the damage, but diving it, reaching the Melissa wouldn't be a problem anymore.
Bennett boleh untuk landing sebab kadang ni sebenarnya perlukan hero landing satu guys, hero jaga lane. Pakito pun boleh, Pakito, Cici. Pakito, Cici, Bennett. Pakito, Cici, Bennett lah kalau tanya aku. Ke Barat SP. Boleh jadi juga kalau Barat SP. Tak. Diorang main Barat jungle sebab tak kena dengan gameplay diorang amat. Identity diorang Barat jungle. So Pakito XP. Okay, so Pakito akan main laning, akan main hero long lane. 4 ni stick. Atlas, Barat, Valen.
Wow.
Kat sini Valen boleh main ulti Alice, ulti Gatot. Ulti Alice, ulti Gatot. Based on the draft, aku rasa kiri kuat. Aku rasa Barat ni susah gila main sebab ada Alice, Melissa, Zushin. 3 hero ni je dah cukup kuat nak pegang Barat.
Is going to close this one out and move on. They'll face their
Barat banyak pick sekarang.
teammates, or not teammates, but I guess
dia boleh counter banyak XP tengah meta guys. Barat boleh lawan Pakito kat laning, boleh lawan Arlot. Tak rasa guys kalau enemy pakai hero-hero tu lawan dengan Barat.
I love them, this panel. T-Rex, Raptor, Rainy Man.
Kelly pun saja.
I'm joking. Welcome to the Land of Dawn, folks. It could be the end of the road.
End up macam aku cakap guys, dia bergantung kepada execution dan bergantung kepada strength pasukan. One thing yang kita clear pasal tim kanan ni, walaupun aku rasa draft diorang kalah, tapi diorang main dengan comfort draft guys. Diorang main dengan kekuatan diorang. Kan, dengan jungle tank, SP damage. Aku hari tu jumpa Barat Emblem MM, sakit ke? Sakit ke Mafis?
We're really hoping for them to at least figure things out heading into this game, but I feel like even the panel
T-Rex.
Rin, kenapa orang Malaysia suka cakap dia tak tahu? Pause. Janganlah pause. Orang nak habis cepat ni. Sakit keras. Oh ya Tapi item tank ah. Yelah, Emblem Marksman ada penetration lagi guys.
I think so much focus also was put on the Alice option here, the Alice pick as well, and
nak try pula.
Falcons Meta yet again are still sticking with their identity and
hybrid ke awal hybrid.
Shifting it around with putting a
pause gameplay ke tak tahu guys, kenapa pause ni?
Another statement for them if ever they do get to secure the 2-0 against IG.
Guys, yang belum follow dulu guys. Yang belum subscribe dulu guys. Aku lapar ni.
Into a lot of the other utility jungles like the Akai as well and the Baksha. This time around, you're up against a Hirara, right? Someone that can already farm faster than you and can actually capitalize on the winning lanes. I think that's where we have to, kind of point our fingers and set our sights towards. The lane in goal. I like it for the Melissa up against his Clint. And even in XP, I like it for the Alice for the matchup against the Paquito. So these are 2 lanes where
then kau rasa team Vitality MWI boleh fight kat sini tak boleh.
Finally push in and capitalize on the mistakes or the lane dominance of the other mates on the team. Falcons Meta though, it's all about neutral objective control. So I think it's kind of like a better IG from game 1, but Falcons Meta, the same exact Falcons Meta from game 1.
Alhamdulillah baru makan pun meh.
Does go that way because we're expecting it to favor
macam ni nak follow kat YT. Subscribe je lah Zeno.
We're looking at the Melissa who
okay.
showing has been a phenomenal gold lane pickup, but it was more into the Fanny and the likes
kalau
of
based on draft satu sama ni guys.
I don't think Falcons Men are that far away from.
Tapi Pakito boleh cari Melissa dengan Zushin ni dalam pakai Purify. Atlas tak boleh cari guys. Dia macam ni. Kalau berdasarkan
dua from someone, apa pendapat Rain? Fans SRG toxic team lain masa dekat Merl. Dekat international tiba negatif, dua suruh support dua-dua team. Fans tim lain ni dah sakit hati.
Dalam kes ni SB aku nak jujur aku rasa toxic tu bukan masalah organisasi. Kalau kau cakap fans SRG toxic, aku juga ada nampak tim-tim lain ada fans toxic juga. Yang tu masalah individu tu. Tapi kenapa SRG yang selalu kena sebab fans diorang ramai.
you have a mid duo who is just so reliable in terms of mobility.
Dia pendapat aku sorry kalau aku tak setuju dengan aku.
Make things a bit more easier for him this time around.
Tim lain kau tak nampak banyak sangat benda tu sebab fans diorang mungkin tak seramai fans SRG. Makan nasi ayam sedapnya. Thank you for the follow for air.
But how are they able to allow Kelvin be involved? I don't think we
Cuma apa-apa pun tindakan toksik tu salah guys. Tak patut buat lah. Tak patut. Tak kisahlah kau tim mana sekalipun, fans tim mana sekalipun, jangan toksik guys. Kau fans tim mana sekalipun, kau jangan toksik.
Boyet's got level 4.
Yeah.
Not as far as Kelvin. Kelvin might actually get level 5.
Toxic benda normal kat MLB. Tak ada benda yang normal kalau korang normalisasikan benda tu. Melainkan diri korang sendiri yang menormalkan benda tu.
Gets tempo. There you go. Diablo first to 4 troll.
Okay, they're not gonna go for
Kita jangan normalkan benda yang salah. Walaupun korang tahu benda tu banyak orang buat, tapi jangan normal. Sebab benda tu secara prinsip tetap salah.
2 from someone. Aku nampak pattern serang ni macam tak boleh nak go Evan semi-final lah. Ya Evan nanti menang lawan DK, tapi after lawan DK termenung serang nanti. Serang ada masalah adapting meta dan rotation. Susah nak adapt untuk waktu yang cepat.
Tapi mengenali SRG SB aku rasa SRG tim yang paling cepat adapt bro. Aku tak rasa SRG tim yang kau cakap diorang ada masalah lambat adapt. Aku rasa SRG tim yang paling cepat adapt dengan macam-macam benda guys. Lagi-lagi kalau dalam adapt dengan draft. Kenapa banyak tim susah lawan dengan SRG guys? Sebab diorang adapt draft cepat guys. Even aku sendiri pernah dalam scene antara strength SRG dekat draft adjustment. Apa maksud draft adjustment tu Rin? Maksudnya contoh game 1 diorang kalah, game kedua diorang dah tahu dah nak tweak kat mana. Faham tak? Tapi kalau cakap pasal struggle, aku rasa lawan GK diorang tak ada masalah. The real cabaran untuk diorang dekat lepas diorang satu sama. Mungkin akan jumpa sama ada siapa? Wanik atau Nia. Baik, Sanji.
Flicker just to get out of that dangerous position. Sanji on a 2-0-2.
SRG paling cepat edit contoh tak MC. Macam 2-0. Tu lah guys. Diorang lagi comfort guys and lagi strong overall secara makro.
We were talking about that earlier, the Paquito.
Keep positif je, you guys. Tournament belum habis tu, positif je.
This could still be good for Falcon's mana as Boyet's gonna walk up.
Okay, he doesn't steal away that jungle creep though, at least for them, but man, when is Kelvin just going to be able to play? The Sun Shin game didn't work out for him. Now on a Hirara is 0-2 and that just slows things down even further. We wanted them to pick up the pace, we wanted them to be as more aggressive, but Falcon's mana now on a utility jungler, now with a hyperactive XP lane. There's just not much you can do.
And now it's just Falcon's mana doing exactly what they did in game number 1. After getting the initial lead, they just played slow. Diablo just used Ruin to survive against Sanji. And it's still Sanji who wins it out in that skirmish. So down below, they're going to go for the turret.
They're losing this tier 1. Now the Fatal links onto a single member, and that's going to be Jay. They don't care if they just buy one. They already have what it takes to push down even one of the tankiest members of IG. And
diorang punya favorite composition
oh my god,
yang baik Kiri ni tak kisahlah main lah counter draft ke apa ke. Sebab tu guys, kadang-kadang tak guna kau faham meta semasa kalau kau tak tahu nak execute dengan baik.
What do you do at this point?
Tim Malaysia memang selalu bagi senaman jantung tengok pahir macam mana. Betul guys. Support. Lagi tak habis support.
Kelvin's gonna be very careful. Troll's already on the perfect match. Boyet's gonna figure it out. Oh, Kelvin!
Oh, this is a running Atlas. He's moving so fast. Kelvin, can he get out of this? There are still flickers in their hands. Kufin, Sanji, the wraparound. Oh no, Kelvin dashing out the flicker.
Boy! Hampir Hampir dapat lepas hampir
Sano picking up the third tier 1 in this game. He's
guys 2-0 ni. Aku rasa 2-0.
so far it's all about Sheriff Sano. control again, just opening up for Sano to have such an easy way through these turrets. And again, it's Cuffin on the Valentina this time around, providing that peel as well. It's just so difficult now for IG. They have a combo, that AoE with the Throne of Ruin and the AOG. But there's just no damage. Sanji in the bottom lane, picking up his own turret as well. They're just taking turrets left and right. Orange buff stolen as well.
Yeah. Honestly, this AoE looks very promising for
Kenapa
IG
Melissa
on
jadi top
paper.
pick, coach?
You mentioned the Throne of
Melissa
Ruin,
boleh
you
kacau
mentioned
Link
the
juga
AOG,
guys.
but
Sekarang ni tengah meta.
you could also pair it up with one of
Ultimate
from
dia tu
CS, honestly,
menyusahkan
but
Link punya
again,
ni Fanny pun dia boleh kacau.
synced up.
Lepas
You
tu
don't
sekarang
see
ada
them
tim-tim yang
really
cuba-cuba bawa meta
coordinating
double
the teamfights.
fighter pun Melissa
You
kuat.
also saw Diablo earlier on,
Soal
just
cerita macam ni
using
lah.
the
Tak kisahlah
Throne of
fighter ke
Ruin all by
assassin ke.
himself. It's more on a
Melissa kuat lawan
one-on-one
dengan
scenario rather than the
composition
Owls being
enemy
a
yang masuk
part
dekat
of the
dia. Faham tak?
fights, but
Yang dive dekat dia. Sebab apa? Sebab dia ada ultimate yang menolak kembali enemy keluar. Ulti dia tu ada buka satu kubah, yang dalam kubah tu kau tak boleh masuk. Yang boleh counter dia apa, Rain? Aku rasa lapu-lapu boleh. Cuma lapu-lapu tengah tak susah nak meta sekarang sebab ada Esme.
But then, Sanji, the damage that he have, was it enough? He did not expect this amount of
hero-hero melee guys. Hanzo Rain. Okay, untuk Hanzo ni pula guys, dia akan meta kalau enemy main hero yang tak boleh pergi ke backline. Contoh diorang main jungle tank yang berat, diorang main fighter yang berat. Kalau composition dia macam apa macam barat kan, macam Balmond. Lepas tu XP diorang pun bukan XP yang senang-senang access ke backline.
You look at the gold lead, it went from 7k to 5k. Usually it would be a massive turnaround, but this
So
time
Hanzo boleh ulti daripada belakang. Dia bawa shadow dia, ambil step, bunuh. Tapi dalam meta sekarang, hero-hero laju yang tengah main guys. Link laju.
Dua from someone. Ya betul. Tapi pattern serang ni yang ini dah berlaku pada tour sebelum ni. I don't think serang akan go to final or champion again. Serang this version is not adapting meta so fast. Not this time. Still struggle. Maybe top 3 okay. Haha, so rakyat mai jangan berharap.
Still the ones dictating
Faham?
the pace of
Tu
the
mungkin
game.
opinion
But now you have to
opinion
acknowledge
kau
that IG can still go
Aku
for
respect opinion. Aku respect opinion semua orang Aku tak paksa orang bersetuju dengan opinion aku pun. Aku respect je opinion.
It really comes down to CS getting those item power spikes. We saw just
Tapi
how
untuk
good
aku
Iman
kita
could
kena
be
tetap
on the
percaya
Melissa.
diorang guys
This could be an Iman-ish game.
Kalau bukan
for
kita nak
CS.
percaya diorang, siapa lagi tu
But the
guys?
whole team's gonna have to play around him, and Kelvin right now not in a good position, especially after
Barat.
missing those two
Makro
dashes
dah menang.
across the wall.
I mean,
Pakito jalan long lane. Diorang punish Pakito dulu ke? Sanji.
Okay, Kelvin's gonna spawn him here. Crimson
hilang.
Beacon in, and now he is just gonna be bursted down. Now
Fast,
step as well
fast,
with the
fast lock,
lantern
fast lock.
flare,
Fast lock,
and
fast lock,
he
fast
will
lock.
just have to accept
Fast lock
that.
sini guys.
But I think Falcon's mana will make it worthwhile. They will have the Lord in their hands.
Mati boleh juga tapi tak meta je Tetsuya. Sekarang yang tengah meta lapu kot. Tu pun tengok condition juga guys.
Counter AOG from Cuffin with the IMU, and there is a Daytona's welcome possibly coming through. They're gonna catch Jay, they're gonna put him back, and now they will find more. It's Sano picking up kills after kills, but Cuffin
Tengok
dashing
Melissa punya ulti
in.
tu.
Two-man terrify, and Falcon's mana finally disengage.
Sabar guys. Tak apa guys, tu pendapat dia guys. Kita tak boleh nak paksa pendapat dia. Sabar. Jangan marah-marah guys.
They were able to get an initial pick down below with Sanji down. They thought the 4v5 could work, but then Diablo just took too much of a beating. And he had to use a Throne of Ruin, miscoordinated by Jay. He thought it was going to go in. The AOG went wide, and then
jadi makan yang gepuk pun tak tahu guys apa yang nak makan apa guys. Habis ni
himself.
guys, aku beritahu awal habis je match ni aku terus end live boleh ke guys Aku end live terus boleh ke? Aku nak pergi makan guys. Hai, Diablo ulti apa tu? Ulti kosong. Clean free hit. Boleh guys Kita jumpa esok guys. Pukul 5 SRG punya match guys awal guys. Korang jangan lambat tau. Aku akan live around pukul 4:30 ke 4 macam tu. 4 ke 4:30 macam tu. Ya, saya tenang. Baik boleh tusin baik
fact that
Santai guys, santai.
Diablo's
Kita
still
chill-chill
there too, and
guys.
CS is just very active with the defense.
Ni kalau Ignite kalah out guys. Ignite kalah balik terus. Pecahkan dia punya key tu. Key dia pecah. Mabar dulu guys. Korang nak mabar ke? Kalau korang nak mabar, maybe aku boleh set dengan balot. Datang dalam pukul 4, 3:30 macam tu kita live dulu. Mabar dulu. Esok. Live YT tak ada. Live. YT saya raintodak guys. Raintodak.
And no wonder.
Esok Sabtu boleh lah. Boleh.
Sandy's just going full damage to Counter-Strike. Sea Halberd into the War Axe. Alright, for the Valentina Cup in, it's just a glowing one on Bloodwings. You wouldn't expect that guy to be doing the most damage, but now makes a lot of sense. If he got the Lightning Truncheon earlier, then my lord, these guys on IG.
Thank you for the follow, Marmaris. Yang belum follow, boleh follow dulu guys. Yang boleh subscribe dulu guys. Dia mau susah sekarang dia mau. Susah sangat, bukan sangat susah sangat. Lagi-lagi lawangan jungle yang laju guys. Macam Ling, Hirara tak bermain tu. Leomod.
And you saw how the damage from Sano is really starting to pierce through. IG, Diablo I think is always the one who has to put himself up front, but even Diablo is just struggling to stand for any longer than maybe 2 or 3 shots from Sano at this point, considering the amount of damage that he's
sama juga, Suyu pun sama guys. Suyu pun sama.
Sky Piercer already does have 20 stacks.
Sekarang korang tanya lah mana-mana jungle user guys. Memang susah dia Suyu nak buy one Hirara, buy one Ling. Even buy one Nolan pun dah susah dah sekarang guys. Sekali kena terus satu sama Kalau kena terus satu sama aku redor guys.
So siapa?
Dua, from someone, aku bukan tak support serang. Of course as a Malaysian support. But, setiap tim memang akan ada naik dan turun. Even of pun tak lepas M6 bro. Relax, aku bukan anti serang.
Okay, sama. Baik sama. Sama. Betul aku setuju. Nota still meta, Nolan still meta. Nolan masuk meta sekarang.
I mean, CS got it, but Sandy just walks away. What?
The go away committed
Joy dah
to
tak meta juga.
I don't think there was a need for
Sebab
that
nerf
to
teruk.
happen. Kelvin
Sanji,
trying to
mati
help
Sanji.
as well, and they might just successfully find the pick up onto Sanji because he did kind of get an off-angle punch right there. But that's in exchange of the Lord.
Orang IG ni banyak layan Pakito guys daripada layan ni. Daripada fokus objektif
guys. To be fair, I really feel like at that point it was already very honest from IG. It looked like okay, we're not gonna throw the ruin.
Oh, this is honest too. Diablo going in, but the response with the zone is welcome, and now he's just back in another.
Melissa dah keluar.
The IMU.
Melissa.
Together with the fatal link. It's a double kill now for Sano, and boy, it just finds one more. Kelvin, what can you do? Roy is just too low, and it's just IG scrambling.
Ada orang nak defend kan? Macam mana Zuxi nak defend guys? Susah ni.
Diablo
kill. Diablo banyak questionable decision tu guys. Masing-masing ada hak untuk berpendapat dan memberi kritikan selagi membina dan tidak toksik. Betul guys. Betul. Salah satu lagi penyakit komuniti kita sekarang tak boleh terima pendapat. Tak boleh menerima perbezaan pendapat. Kan? Ramai orang ingat perbezaan pendapat sekarang tu adalah untuk bergaduh. Sedangkan perbezaan pendapat tu sebenarnya untuk dibincangkan. Bukan untuk bergaduh. Itu betul juga guys. Boleh untuk counter Melissa. Melissa sebenarnya kalau secara teori korang kena main hero high mobility guys. Hero laju. Pancing ulti dia senang.
Valid reaction.
Okay.
Ataupun main hero yang benar range.
That was a slow-mo.
Oh god.
And they clear
Kalau yang range macam Izia.
An additional base turret and more
janganlah satu sama guys.
Guys,
satu sama tu guys.
Well, saw that just now. They found the kill on Sano and they found a tier 1 in mid. That's the second turret they've been able to take down in this game.
Leslie pun depends
15 minutes in. So maybe there are still some signs of hope because you actually see them moving out of their map a bit more now.
Dude, I'm just so impressed right now.
Guys,
such an interesting
game guys.
So far. Take a look at the equipment real quick. Wind of Nature can be built up by CS. Wind of Nature already for Sano. It's a winner crown for Boyet. All right, so he's going to have a lot more to say here as he dives in forward. Not too much at risk when he dives in, as CS won't really be able to get those hits in. But the thing is, for me,
Dua from someone, lower your expectation, wahai rakyat main. Aku dah nampak pattern serang untuk kali ni. Jangan marah-marah kalau serang tak sampai final or top 3.
Maksudnya peringatan. Itu peringatan guys. Dia bagi tahu tu peringatan. Jangan marah-marah. Intention dia baik guys. Intention dia baik dah
But Sanji's gonna come in from the side, and there goes Diablo! There goes the Witcher Crown as well, coming in from Boyet with the damage from
Oi, dapat!
Now it's gonna be the Mirara, finding kills here and there, but Sanji has waves! He has to make it.
Pakito end ke?
Falcons men are not letting IG get back to base, but Kelvin fortunately finds his way back.
1v1 up top, it's 1v1 right now. Sanji tries to go for the kill on Kelvin. Lord in the bottom lane already there, Boyet. Let's see if he can steal this one with Kelvin up top and 1v1 against Sanji walks up. Immortality for Kelvin.
Atas tu adu mekanik tu guys.
Boyet is here to try and contest. The tone is welcome, not being charged just yet, and he finally does use it on one. That's going to be the Winter Crown as well, but the throne of good from Diablo! Boyet is taken down and Sanji from the back line.
Melissa Dalti.
A counter from Kumbin, but now he's all alone. He fights the kill on Diablo, but CS takes him down
Satu sama.
But wait, Sano's here. Hero play from Sano. Can he steal the Lord? No, he can't. All right. Waves dealt with by Roy. IG pull up a crazy team fight win in a brutally chaotic brawl. Oh my goodness, they put the ignite on Falcons mana. Falcons couldn't react, man. The heat was brought in, and it started with IG doing... Okay, it started with Falcons mana, ulting everywhere. That's where it started, actually. There you go. Cuffin gets caught by Jay. There you go. I'm starting to remember now.
Okay.
But in this skirmish, man, it was just Boyet just trying desperately to get back into that pit. But unfortunately, couldn't get in. Sanji tried to go in. He forgot about the go away. So Melissa's ult, right? Bring it up. So Sphere can't get in. Just in case you don't know.
Dan delete dua orang je guys.
I don't know anymore, because it's a 2.9k or 3k gold lead now in the hands of IG. It initially wasn't like this. It was Falcons mana leading massively, but now they're pushed to a corner. It's IG trying to charge in the base, and CS, you could already start to feel the damage. Boyet is already being shredded down to pieces. Sanji picks up an immortality, gets bursted down! Immortality just bought it, now it's popped and he has to fall!
Baik dia Invictus gini,
Falcons
bukan.
one man down, still some waves available for IG. Trying to keep their tournament lives still in. Fatal legs from Troll.
Fatal is onto 2, popping immortality for Jay. Jay gets still caught and trapped under the turret, and Sano finds another stack. But they're gonna lose another base turret too. Kelvin jumping in. Throw of ruin from Diablo and the Crimson Beacon in from Roy. They're fighting it under the base, but IG somewhat have damage. But they are not able to catch Sano. Sano is still able to deal damage. Kelvin dashing in. And they still have waves coming.
Uh-oh. Wave down below as well. They're going to go all in. It's Kelvin in the back row. It's going medium for Sano.
Sano still survives.
Kevin.
But can he deal with the waves? He cannot. IG are bringing us to a game number 3.
Ignite Gaming refuses to be eliminated in game number 2. It's a fight we're seeing on stage here for our final series of the day. What a fantastic comeback that was. Raw, micro, and macro.
Punish after punish.
Ridaga, I've never seen anything better than that.
I don't know anymore. I feel like I'm gonna jumble your name too anytime soon.
It's Marco.
Marco. How did it end up like this? It was maybe 15 minutes of Falcons mana in control, and then the last 4 minutes were just suddenly over to IG.
Oh my god, though. Diablo with the sets on the Throne of Ruins, you know. He was so good at getting Throne of Ruins, he even went on it while the AOG was down once, right? So, hey, you're on the right path. That got you the win. Diablo finding the angle to get in there. And man, Kelvin always catching Sanji, really pulling out that revenge story. 0-3-0. It was Sanji with a 3-0, and everything turned around as Sanji constantly pushed in top, not respecting IG's flank potential.
I
know it's a guy like Kacha and Melissa.
Beli makanan guys. Aku pergi beli makanan. Aku naik balik dah habis lah guys.
But the fact that you did is like now, is it more of a good flank or is it more on like Sanji not respecting him, right?
Guys.
I don't know, maybe something just clicked from IG, you know.
Grab guys. Aku takut apa? Game habis kejap lagi Grab baru sampai guys.
I say we saw it happen a couple times. There were engages which were immediately followed up by
aku minta izin korang lah. Aku minta izin korang. Since ini pun lower bracket, end game pun tak berapa nak menarik guys. Boleh aku end live sekarang.
Eventually later on, but I think the panel has a lot more to say
Aku tengok majority lah. Aku tengok majority lah. Boleh tak?
Who would have thought? Just the correction really put them on the name game there. I like it. We're playing their own little.
Okay, warga TT macam menerima dok. Warga TT macam menerima. Okay, warga YT macam mana warga YT? Boleh tak warga YT? Esok aku akan bagi full energy aku untuk match pertama kita SRG guys. Memang aku bagi yang terbaik punya aku cakap guys. Okay Jadi korang memang viewer kesayangan aku dok guys, sumpah dok. Aku tak tahu dok. Sebab korang dok, sebab korang dok aku.
It was the guy that we were looking for to step up. Yeah. Well, not really step up, but finally make his presence felt.
Terima kasih guys. Terima kasih. Terima kasih. Guys yang belum follow dulu guys.
Yeah, I think Diablo.
Yang belum subscribe dulu boleh. Boleh guys
There was just a lot of miscommunications throughout that game and once Ignite.
Dengan syarat esok kita bagi bedah lagi. Tak kisah. Esok korang nak bagi social buzz gambar aku dekat Facebook ke, gambar aib-aib aku ke esok nak hantar lah aku tak kisah lah guys. Boleh aku rehat dulu guys Terima kasih guys. Assalamualaikum semua. Sayang dok korang.
And this is what you want to see in a final series of the day where one team goes home. Now it's all a best of one.